Today on a special episode of the Moist Meter, let's play Guess That Face. What face am I making right now? Oh, you're out of time. It was a face of disgust. Just saw the Emoji Movie. Now, I know everyone's all up in arms. Wow, this is one of the worst movies ever made. Everyone's claiming it's by far the biggest pile of shit that Hollywood's ever produced. And while it is indeed a leaking anal gland of a movie, I'm here to tell you it is not the worst movie ever made. It's not even far and away the worst movie I've seen of 2017 in theaters this year. It's tied with Wish Upon for the worst movie of 2017 so far. Now, there's really not a whole lot I could say here, nothing really worthwhile. Yes, I can pick apart the movie till the cows masturbate, but what's the point? All of you are probably expecting it to be abysmal, especially with everything being talked about now. I don't think anyone was expecting anything extraordinary from this pile of shit. So what's the point in me just echoing what everyone's already saying? I think there's just two big things I need to mention for this movie. The first being, is it so bad that it's good? Is it one of those movies like The Room that is an objectively horrible movie, but it's a lot of fun to watch because it's so bad? The answer is no. No, it's not. There's nothing redeemable about this movie. It is an effervescing smegma fart of a film that not even the most deranged maniacs just overcome with lunacy could derive any pleasure from. And the second big thing to talk about, if I was offered a blowjob in exchange for seeing this movie, is it worth it? Well, yeah, it's probably worth the blowy. A lot of things are probably worth the blowy. There's few things I would say, no, it's probably not worth the blowy. Top that list would be Crocodile. I wouldn't say Crocodile's worth it under any circumstances. So I guess the best compliment I can pay the Emoji Movie is it's better than Crocodile. That's a glowing review. You'll see that on the back of the Blu-ray box. Now, I think it's important to mention that this is a kids movie. I know that may be shocking to some of you out there that think Sony is directly trying to insult you by making this movie and marketing it towards you, thinking that you are stupid. This is Sony spitting in your mouth. But it's really not that. This is a movie made basically purely for kids. Adults will not find any fun in this movie, but I can assure you kids love it, because we went to this movie theater tonight at 10:15 filled with kids, and for every single fucking joke, every single emoji reference, and every single goddamn song, the kids would react, and the songs were miserable because every fucking kid would stand up and do a little boogie maneuver for the duration of the song, and it was the worst thing. I fucking couldn't stand it. It made the movie that much more unbearable. 4 people walked out of that theater during dance numbers. 4 groups that didn't have any kids. They were like me and my girlfriend. They went because they wanted to see a bad movie, and they couldn't handle it when the dance numbers came on. They fucking left, and it was the best decision any human being could have made in that theater tonight. I made the mistake of sitting through the whole movie. It's time we analyze the moisture content. I'm gonna give this the same score I gave Wish Upon, a 10%. That's it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. I'm just gonna go ahead and be extremely honest up front, because lying is a sin, and I don't want to sin. I couldn't even finish Book of Boba Fett. I found it to be excruciatingly boring, so I didn't get to like episode 5 and 6, which apparently it just turns into The Mandalorian and is good again. I didn't even bother. I stopped after episode 3. Once I bore witness to the slowest speed chase in television history with the Vespa scooter gang chasing through the streets, I thought this is really where Star Wars dies, truly. So I went into Obi-Wan Kenobi with very low expectations, but I'm a big fan of Ewan McGregor's Kenobi, so I was hoping they'd do him justice. And now that the show's wrapped up, I can confidently say they kind of did almost. So the show, I don't think is great, but I also don't think it's bad. It's existing in this very weird limbo of mid. And that's not a word that I've ever actually used in a video before, but I can't describe the show any better than that term. The first 4 episodes I think are very weak. But I do like Ewan McGregor's performance in them. I just think the story beats are kind of lackluster. And that's setting aside the goofiness of like the Leia chase scene, which has already become notorious, where it's quite literally like a Power Rangers moment where Leia's like running through a forest being chased and the bad guys are tripping over tree branches and, you know, they run into a tree and they're like oh, dag nabbit, I guess we'll never get her now. And it's like supposed to be an intense chase and it's just so silly. And then they do another chase in episode 2, which is equally as silly. And then in the following episodes, there's a hallway fight scene where the stormtroopers are like point blank with Obi-Wan and there's a secret droid behind him. He's cornered, How's Obi-Wan gonna get his way out of this one? It's gonna be really badass. But it's not. The stormtrooper shoots the droid shoots the stormtrooper, and then the other stormtrooper shoots at Obi-Wan, who is holding his lightsaber stationary the entire time as he slowly, like old man, waddles up to the stormtrooper and slices him. The point I'm making is there's a lot of like bad moments, whether it's a choreography related thing or just like a bad idea. In that same episode, Obi-Wan escapes with Leia by putting her in a trench coat and they walk closely to each other. Literal cartoon shit, like something you'd see in Hey Arnold when they're trying to sneak into a PG-13 movie. There just are really not great moments in the show. But even aside from those like scenes that aren't good, I still think overall the narrative that they deliver for Obi-Wan Kenobi doesn't justify its existence as a show. It doesn't really add anything to the universe to see these things unfold. It just seems highly unnecessary. They also heavily advertised Hayden Christensen in this series, so I was expecting, as most people were expecting, him to play a pretty crucial role in it, but he's really only visible in a few scenes throughout the show. Everything else is him in costume, and most of the time it's not him in costume. He has, I believe, 2 stand-ins that also do the costume work. So Hayden Christensen wasn't exactly like a pivotal piece of the narrative here either, despite them using him so heavily leading up to it, which I just found weird. I don't necessarily think it's like a bad thing or anything. I like Hayden Christensen and would have liked to see more of like the relationship between Obi-Wan and Anakin back before everything happened with Order 66, but they don't really explore that very much. The show, like I said, the first 4 episodes, I just don't think are great, but episode 5 has a different writer who came in. I believe it's the same writer as Wall-E, and I think they did an outstanding job. I think episode 5 is by far the best episode in the show, and just an actual good, great episode. They brought a lot of things together and made them work. The choreography got better. When there's a fight, it was better to watch. Everything changed with episode 5, and it was good. I appreciated what they did with some of the characters. The show introduced some new Inquisitors here, like Reva. And Reva, I think, could have been a great character, and by the end of the show, around episode 5 and 6, she does become an interesting character, but up until then, with the first 4, she's just way too over the top. Every single one of her lines is delivered like it's supposed to be the most menacing thing ever, and it becomes overwhelming. So like every time she's talking to the other Inquisitors, "We have to lock everything down in order to catch Obi-Wan Kenobi so I can murder him." And it's just like too much, to the point where you stop caring about the character, and they just become kind of like a silly, goofy villain as opposed to one that you're afraid of or care about. But in episode 5, they completely change the tone of the character and makes it a lot better. So I think the character at the end of the show was good. However, in the beginning, not so much. Overall, the show just has 4 bad episodes, 1 good, like actual good episode, and the finale is an alright episode. It has a problem with it that I'm not doing spoilers, or at least trying not to do any major spoilers, but it suffers from an issue that I think a lot of people are going to take with it after watching it, and it's one that people have complained about in the past before. And there's no real explanation for a decision that gets made, other than the fact that the decision couldn't be made due to the placement of Obi-Wan Kenobi in the Star Wars universe. Without giving too much away, it's hard to talk about without spoilers. But I do think overall the finale was serviceable. I thought it actually did a great job of like kind of sending it out commendably. I had a wholesome conclusion that makes sense in the universe, and though I don't think anything gets added to Star Wars canon as a whole thanks to this show, it at least made it seem like it mattered to a certain extent. Like we got a little bit of, fun with characters that we've grown to like. I think most people enjoy Ewan McGregor as Kenobi. In the prequels, I think he was definitely the best part, and it's just nice to see him reprise the role and do well with it in this, because like I said, I think he has a great performance here, even if the material he works with is a bit weak. I also think there's a bit of a disservice done to Darth Vader. they initially introduce him and do a great job with it. I think he comes in episode 3, and he's just going through a village, just fucking blasting everyone, innocent people, just very slowly and scarily walking towards his destination. They do a great job of setting up how intimidating and powerful this character is. However, that's the only time they make him scary and intimidating, I feel. After that, he doesn't really do a lot right. Like, there's even times where he just lets Obi-Wan go for no reason. So I do think they knocked him down a couple pegs and nerfed him a bit here. But when he does fight, I think they do a good job of showing his power there. Another thing I also appreciate about this show is it's finally not just solely taking place on a desert planet. They finally go other places and spend a lot of time outside of desert areas, which is it's just such a nice breath of fresh air. I am so fucking tired of everything Star Wars related being in a goddamn desert. Disney is getting so much bang for their buck, so much mileage out of the same desert scenes or sets that they've been using for fucking years. They are absolutely just recycling the same goddamn sets and repurposing them slightly for these shows. I am very happy, elated, that this has multiple locations that aren't desert related or desert adjacent or anything like that. Thank God. And of course, when talking about Star Wars, you have to mention the soundtrack. The score here is great again. I mean, honestly, Star Wars music is just some of the best there is, honestly. I've always been a fan. John Williams has always fucking killed it. And the soundtrack to Obi-Wan Kenobi, I also think is slapping. And I just always like to mention that when at least talking about Star Wars because it's iconic music. Plugging Obi-Wan Kenobi into the Moist meter, I'm giving it a 50%. Like I said, I think the show's mid. There are 4 lackluster episodes, 1 great episode, and then 1 good episode. It's very short. If you take away the intro, the recap, and the credits, most of these episodes are like 38 minutes long. Maybe like 45 on their longest ones. It's not a whole ton of content to begin with. So overall, I'd sum up the Obi-Wan Kenobi show as underwhelming. But I mean, it's serviceable, it's watchable, and there are a lot of fun moments to be had while watching it. But again, it seems like it was a highly unnecessary spin-off here. And it also doesn't feel like there was a whole ton of content with it, considering the length of the series. But yeah, that's about it. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at Dark Phoenix, the newest X-Men movie following the massive stinker that was X-Men Apocalypse. This movie's not a whole lot better. Is it a great movie? No. Is it worth 20% on Rotten Tomatoes? No, it's not an abominable, terrible piece of shit or anything like that. It's just this underwhelming, forgettable movie. It's just not a whole lot of great things going for it, but it's not the worst X-Men movie either. It's a movie that you'll go there, you won't be overly entertained where you're shoving popcorn in your face on the edge of your seat ready to ejaculate, nor will you be falling asleep with your eyes open watching it. You'll walk out of the theater and then kind of just forget all about it. It's tough because they wanted to follow the Dark Phoenix story, which is a hard source material to adapt. It'd be a lot, and it was never going to get close, and it doesn't get close. The whole movie feels extremely uninspired and everyone going through the motions like, hey guys, we gotta shoot something. Can you come on to set? We'll just make it up as we go. Who gives a fuck? The script is awful. The dialogue's the most cliche, generic shit ever. Charles is showing you your past. I will show you your future. And then they even use the most overused fucking line in all of movies. Your emotions make you weak. No, they make me strong. Verbatim, that's one of the biggest lines in the movie. It's just awful. It's really fucking bad, very phoned in. Hans Zimmer does the score for this movie, and even the score is lazy and uninspired. I didn't care for it at all. That's Hans fucking Zimmer. That's like the Jesus Christ of music. He must not have cared either. No one really seemed to, save for a couple of good scenes with good performances from Sophie Turner and Michael Fassbender. They did seem to put some passion into some of their scenes, other scenes not so much, but it's hard with a script like what they were given, that piece of dog shit. But there is some good scenes in the movie. I think they do a good job of displaying the X-Men's powers in a fun way occasionally. Nightcrawler shines like a motherfucker in this movie. And the final fight on the train, I think, is the best in all of the modern X-Men movies. The whole entire fucking train fight was nice. Every X-Men had their own time in the spotlight. So I enjoyed that. But overall, the movie's just uninteresting and boring, with almost no character development. The characters start one way, and then they all finish the exact same way, except Jean's a little more powerful. It's just not good. And the villains in this movie are probably the worst in any superhero movie I've ever seen. They don't even give the main villain a name that I remember. I'm almost positive they didn't give her a name unless her name was like a series of grunts. Because there is just absolutely nothing going on with the villains. They have no drive, personality, dimensions to them. Honestly, every villain in this movie could have been played by a mannequin, and you would get the same emotional response and the same attachment or investment in the characters or care about them the same amount. I cared more about watching a scene that had a piece of gum on the concrete than I did about the villains. There was more character in that gum. The main villain is a very talented actress, played by a talented actress. I'm not calling her a villain, although her performance here was criminally shit. It's played by a talented actress whose entire range that she had to go through here was... That's all she had to do. I can fucking do that. Let me play the main villain. You don't even have to pay me very much. I'll do it for the fucking love of the sport, just to get on the big screen. It was just an underwhelming, horrible attempt at villains. And their motivation is the most cliche shit in the world as well. They want to come to Earth and take it over. Spoiler alert, sorry, I didn't want to ruin it for you guys, but it's that bad. It's genuinely that bad. It's like a storyline I would come up with playing with my action figures on the side of the bathtub as a kid. It's just very lazy. Very, very lazy, uninspired, boring, and that leads the audience to feel the same way. So plugging this shit into the Moist meter, I'm giving the new X-Men movie Dark Phoenix a 30%. And I'm giving it a 30 because that fight scene at the end really is very nice. Visually, they do a great job with the X-Men's power. I have to fucking defend a low score because I think most people are thinking it's probably deserving lower or maybe higher, I don't know. But the thing is, there are good moments. There are moments where I can see someone wanted to try, whether it be the actors in some good scenes. There's even some good scenes between the Beast and Charles Xavier. There's a lot going on sometimes, and then other times it's just bad high school theater performances where nobody really cares, including the writers and production team. Not great, not the worst X-Men movie. There was potential, there was at points an attempt with good scenes. Probably not worth seeing though. That's it. See ya. The curse of La Llorona suffers from its own curse, the curse of shitty horror movies that still get pumped out. This shit's super generic, super cliche, except the writing is even worse than modern horror movie standards. You know how people complain about dumb decisions and nonsensical shit the characters do in horror movies? This amplifies that to like level 100. This shit is the final boss of bad horror movie character decisions and writing. The movie's not good, and surprisingly to me, it takes place in the Conjuring universe, which has become a universe of pure mediocrity. So this fits right at home in there, definitely towards the bottom even of that shit ladder. But other than that, the only thing I can say about this movie that's almost a positive is there's a couple of scenes in here that do a good job of building tension up to a jump scare. And I also respect that it's unapologetic in how lame of a horror movie it is by only using jump scares for its horror. The movie has more jump scares than any horror movie I've ever seen, and to a certain degree I respect that shamelessness. You know, sometimes horror movies try to make an actual scary movie with shit that doesn't need jump scares, try and build tension properly, or try and, you know, build a world that's scary. This director says, suck my fucking asshole, I'm just gonna use jump scares, and that's what he does. And sometimes the jump scares weren't bad. I mean, all jump scares are pretty much the same, it's just a loud noise, but they weren't like horrible. There's so fucking many of them, a couple of them are gonna land. That's about the only thing that I can even kind of give as a positive, but most people don't even like jump scares in horror movies because it's so tired and overused. Speaking of overused, this movie does that whole flying around thing when they're getting possessed. That makes the theater laugh every time. I don't know why horror movies still have a character flying off screen, getting yanked off screen. It's goofy to look at. It looks like some Scooby-Doo shit. Hereditary did it too, and everyone laughed at it. I don't know why horror movies still use that goddamn cliche of getting the character yanked back by a spirit, and you just see them fucking fly back. It's so goofy to look at. It's so stupid. It's not scary. That trend needs to die real soon. The movie's bad. Acting is bad. Story really shitty, writing really shitty. To give you an example of why I think the writing's so shitty and why I think the character decisions make even less sense than most horror movies, that for some reason when La Llorona grabs the kids, or even the mother for that matter, they don't tell each other when they're confronted about it. They just say they fell, as if a fall could lead to burn marks on your arms and shit. But there's no reason why they wouldn't just say, oh, a creepy lady in a, wedding outfit grabbed my arm and I escaped. There's no reason not to say what it came from. It's not like there was a reason to keep it a secret. There was absolutely no fucking conceivable reason why the kids or the mother would keep that a secret when asked about it, because at the time they didn't believe it was anything supernatural. They thought it was just a strange lady. So why the fuck wouldn't you say a stranger's grabbing you trying to diddle your cock or something? It makes no sense, and I absolutely hate that cliche. They bring in Tuco from Breaking Bad as the super villain annihilator, the Avengers of religion. So he comes and he gets rid of La Llorona for them by stabbing her with the cross. Spoiler alert. The Conjuring series, the universe, always has the exact same ending where they confront the demon in a 1v1 sniper battle on Rust, and then they end it by doing either some type of stabbing with the crucifix or saying the demon's name. It's dumb every time, and this one's still dumb. It's a shitty movie, bad horror movie. Let's plug this shit into the Moist meter. The Curse of La Llorona gets a 15%. Yeah, that's it. See ya. Welcome to the Moist meter. Today we're taking a look at Forspoken. This game had a lot of buzz around it before it came out, but none of it was positive, and it mainly had to do with very cringy dialogue and writing in a trailer. And I didn't really believe that would be indicative of the game's writing. However, I couldn't have been more wrong. It actually dials that goofiness all the way up to 50 out of 10. There is no point in this game where the main character, Frey, isn't being snarky, rude, or sarcastic. She's written as if she's constantly playing Call of Duty in an Xbox Live lobby, just perpetually talking shit to everyone around her for no reason. The writing in this game actually does feel like the product of Marvel having sex with Twitter's most annoying comedian and the two of them performing this unholy fusion dance to write this game. I can't really overstate how annoying the dialogue was in here. It somehow made the most recent Saints Row game look not shitty in comparison. And unfortunately, it's not just the character writing with awful dialogue that feels like it was written by ChatGPT trying to emulate an edgy high schooler. That extends to the narrative as well to a certain extent. I think the story had a lot of potential and I was pretty interested early on, but unfortunately it just really can't deliver the story beat super well. Like the entire ending to this game kept repeating the exact same statement at least 9 times across like 30 minutes of walking from point A to point B for exposition. The amount of times that it kept reminding you of the evil guy is evil, and then saying the exact same reason he's evil over and over and over again just became so mind-numbing. I thought I was trapped in like a Doctor Strange Dormammu time loop kind of thing. I'm not kidding either. They say at least 5 or 6 times that evil villain is evil because he has done this evil thing which was very evil, and they repeat it fucking 1,000 times in such a short period at the end. It's just unfortunate because I do think like the core elements of this story are pretty interesting. I think the world could have been very cool, and it's visually beautiful. I think the game looks great, and I love the way the combat looks. Unfortunately, the combat itself doesn't feel very good to play. I'll get to that in a minute, but I want to stay in the more narrative and writing focused things since that was the biggest critique on the game from most people even before it came out. So I really just want to like elaborate on all of that to let everyone know that it is exactly how it appears to be in all of the promotional material with that whole freaking dragon. Did I move that with my mind? I just move shit with my mind. Yeah, I do that now. That is the attitude throughout the whole game, but then not even sprinkled, overly seasoned with the main character just genuinely being an insufferable asshole to every other character in the game. I want to really highlight this because it's something that's very frustrating to me. A lot of games and TV shows keep making the protagonist extremely unlikable without ever giving them a redemption arc. I have no problem making your protagonist like mean and hard to be like rooting for early on, but usually they go through subtle changes and they develop into a character that you can root for. Otherwise, what's the point in making a player bored and miserable playing a character that they don't like? That is what I thought they were going to do with this character, but unfortunately Frey never evolves. Up until the last 30 minutes of the game, she stays exactly the same. She's mean and rude to everyone. She wants nothing to do with this new world she finds herself in. And she even point blank says, even at the very end, that she doesn't care if the entire world burns. She says it to a girl who just lost her father, a girl who's supposed to be her friend, a girl that has literally saved Frey's life, and it's been an incredible, like, very nice person. Frey looks her in the eyes and says, I don't care about any of you. I don't care if your world burns. It's not my problem. I just want to go home. And then she even tries to like out-trauma her by mentioning that she grew up on the streets without anyone like parents to look after. So she should be thankful that she had a dad. Like for some reason, she's just trying to like out-victim her. And this is a girl who's supposed to be a friend of Frey's that just lost her fucking father. And Frey knows that. Frey held her father's hand as he passed away. And then she still turns around and just says, I don't care about it. I don't care about any of you. And all of this is happening at the very end of the game. I think this was the chapter before the final one. So she just never really developed at all. She just stays truly awful. And I'm just going to briefly tackle this because I've already seen a lot of people making this brain dead argument saying that people just don't like women protagonists. That's why people are hating on Frey. I think that's such a load of baloney. If this was a man that was written in the exact same way, I'm confident the majority of people would still have the exact same complaints. Now, of course, there are going to be weirdos that are complaining that it's a woman in the game, but there's going to be weirdos in everything. That's not the majority of people that have a very legitimate complaint about the writing. If this was a man written the exact same way, delivering the same lines, having the same character arc, everyone would still complain about it because they're just an asshole for the sake of being an asshole. So I know I spent a lot of time on that, but that's probably my biggest complaint. Now, the combat I do think had a lot of potential to be really interesting, but I think it was betrayed by how dog shit the AI is. I started playing this game on hard, and it was extremely easy. The game pretty much plays itself. It's extremely forgiving with your dodge timings, and it's really easy to avoid the attacks from all of the bosses and even just normal mobs, because I don't think there's a single enemy in this game that has more than 2 attacks. I mean, maybe 3 for a couple of them, but they only have like 2 or 3 attacks maximum. It's super, super easy to just not get hit. I didn't die a single time in this game. But the only difference between easy mode and hard mode is hard mode, all of the enemies, including normal mobs, take like 5 minutes of persistent DPS to finally kill. They are so fucking spongy, but it doesn't add anything else. I don't even think they do more damage on hard mode. I can't even recall now. They're just extremely tanky, so it's just tedious. It's not fun, it's just tedious. And the AI is so fucking stupid, you don't even really have to think about it. You can just walk up to anyone and any boss, any mob, and just easily kill it if you just spend enough time damaging it. You don't even really need to worry about dodging because half the time it'll even forget to attack you. I really like a lot of the spells, and I really like that you're able to mix the support and offensive spells pretty frequently. Like, there is cooldowns for some of the spells, but while those are cooling down, you can just use other ones and then combine them to do really cool things, and you have a lot of spells at your disposal. I also like the upgrade tree. Even though it's just like flat damage increases, they're not that creative. The spells themselves make up for that by being flashy and cool, but since there's nothing to really put it to the test on and like make you get creative on how you tackle combat, you can just spam the same shit over and over again. So it's not really a lot of fun to experiment with its combat system, though I do think there was a lot of potential with it. There's, of course, the magic parkour that I think you've all seen now, and that feels pretty good. Sometimes it gets a little janky when you start encountering some walls or tight corridors or even some cliffs, or not cliffs, but just like general open terrain like rocks in there. So sometimes it gets to be a little bit of a headache, but I do think overall that was pretty fun, and there's even like this little like lasso you can swing around with. So I thought the traversal mechanics, the parkour, all that was cool. I would have just liked if the combat itself was a little bit more interesting. Also, there's not many enemy types in this game at all. Like, it's mainly just zombies and then a couple of animals, and then the bosses are kind of different, but it's not a whole lot of enemy variety, and the enemies just don't really do anything, which, again, I've already touched on. Now, I will openly admit I didn't do any of the side quests because they all sounded like little fetch quests, just actual chore simulator stuff. So I didn't really bother, and I really wasn't interested in any of the other characters' stories because all of them were so poorly written. It made it hard for me to get excited to do any kind of side content. I really just kind of beeline the main story. It took me right around 8 hours. There is a lot you can do in the world. The world itself is kind of dead and just kind of lightly scattered enemies here and there. But there are some things you can do, such as these dungeons. There's these dungeons that you can enter for some powerful gear where you go through a couple of layers, then you fight a boss at the end, you get some cool gear. That gear can be things like a necklace, which gives you some certain bonuses, or nail polish, kind of. There's nails that you can do, which give you certain bonuses as well. So you paint these things on your nails and they give you bonuses, which is kind of silly, but kind of cool. Those were pretty fun. I stopped doing them halfway through when I realized it just doesn't really matter. It is so generous with how much XP and mana it gives you. You can pretty much fully upgrade anything just by beelining the story. There's never any real incentive to farm for better gear. There's also some challenges you can do throughout the world to give you even more mana, and the challenges are just kind of defeat boss in this amount of time, and it's really generous. Then there's also like Assassin's Creed lookouts that you can activate, which is kind of scan the area. The open world itself is very unimpressive, like with what it actually has in it. Just very standard stuff, but it was serviceable. I don't have any complaints per se. It was a fun world to go through. Albeit, I think it was a little needlessly big, because going from point A to point B would take a long time, even just beelining it, because of course all you can do is run with your parkour, which does have a cooldown after you've used it for a certain period of time. And you'd be going like fucking 5 miles across a very barren, empty terrain. And then, I mean, you could do like a detour and do one of the dungeons if you want, but nothing too crazy in that department. Another thing that I didn't mention when it comes to its narrative is a lot, and I mean a lot, of this game is spent slowly trailing an NPC as they dump exposition. It's just listening to a story being told by an NPC that you're forced to follow slowly. It gets really frustrating. That's the majority of like campaign missions, is follow this NPC around the town for a little while, then go here, kill person, come back, do it all over again. It's not a good way of delivering your story. And then once they're done telling you the story, they'll play a cutscene that doesn't really have a whole lot going on except for more characters just talking, even though you've already spent like 5 minutes trailing one who's also just talking. It's just, I don't know. I didn't really like the way they delivered the story in a lot of cases. Maybe it was a budget problem, which I do think might be the case, because at the end of the game, you spend the majority of it just going point A to point B. And I mean majority, like I'm talking like 45 minutes out of the last hour of the game is spent just going from point A to point B, touching these little floating things that give you story. They just give you exposition and lore. And you just sit there and listen to it, and then you go to the next one with nothing happening in between. And then there's like a boss fight towards the end. But it feels like they didn't have enough resources to do cutscenes for these things, which I think would have made it much, much better at the end of the game, as opposed to just forcing you to go touch these small little floating objects to look at static images that just talk at you. So yeah, it's just, I feel like this game really did have a lot of potential, but it just missed pretty much in every department, which is a real shame. Plugging Forspoken in the Moist meter, I'm going to be giving it a 45%. I do think there were things to like about it, but overall, I just can't say I enjoyed my time with it. Especially towards the end, I really think they fucking flopped hard with the conclusion to this one, and just overall was mainly a miss. Just wasn't a great game. That's about it. Now, many of you are probably unfamiliar with the Siberia franchise. It never saw mainstream success or anything, but it did develop a little cult following, as anything does these days. I actually saw a community online the other day about people that like to dress in rubber suits and shit their pants, and then just play with the shit bulge. It was interesting, but as to illustrate the point, everything has a cult following, and Siberia is no exception. So this new Siberia game is not a full-priced game. It's a lower budget title. It's a $40 game, and I really do think you get a lot of bang for your ball sack here at that price point. Now, the first thing everyone's going to notice about this game is how dated it looks. It looks like it's out of the early 2000s. It looks like a PlayStation 2 title. It looks like the Dance Dance Revolution cutscenes you would see in the background when you're boogieing, and for a lot of people, that's going to turn them off. Now, for me personally, since I'm familiar with the series, it brought out a feeling of nostalgia for me, and I really did just kind of enjoy the way everything looked and how rough it looked. I know that's not exactly a compliment or anything, but at least in my taste, I liked it. But I can totally understand people who aren't familiar with the series just immediately writing this game off just because of how bad it looks, and make no mistake, it does look pretty fucking bad. But there's a pretty good game underneath the mediocre visuals. The story is compelling and it's very interesting. The characters themselves are pretty interesting as well. I like the environment. The environment looks nice and it keeps it fresh and it keeps you guessing as to what's going on. The puzzles are fun to do. They're not frustrating. They're fair. Finding the objects is also kind of fun, because exploring the areas is nice. And you don't really need to play the other two games to really care about the story or the characters in this game. I think the game does a good job of bringing you into it, which is good, because a lot of people haven't played the other games. The soundtrack is also really nice. That stood out to me. On its own, it's really nothing special, but everything just sounds really good in the game, and really brings out like an eerie sense of suspense, which I like. I think they did a great job with that. They nailed an atmospheric vibe here. Now the gameplay is where one of my big complaints comes in. The gameplay is very clunky. Movement, you're like a fucking tank that's drunk. You move around like you're in a fucking trance. It's hard to control your character. Everything kind of buffers, so if you hit a button, it takes about like a second sometimes for it to register that you pressed the button, which is just infuriating at times. It's like you're perpetually lagging here. And there's also a big frame rate problem on the PS4, which is kind of just like a spit into my asshole, because this game really isn't too graphically intensive or mechanically intensive or anything like that. I don't know what's causing it to drop to 5 FPS sometimes when I'm running around. This game could have been made to be played on a fucking Game Boy with fine FPS. I don't know why the PS4 has a problem with it. I don't know if it extends to the PC or anything like that, but at least on PS4 it did have frame rate issues. Now the game plays like a telltale game like The Walking Dead. You'll have choices, you have some dialogue options, the characters you talk to will remember what you say and they'll make note of it, and it feels very good. It's a good way to use the formula, and it does a great job with it, I feel. Now let's just dive into another huge issue I have with this game, and everyone will have with this game. The voice acting is absolutely fucking abysmal across the board. The voices don't fit the characters at all, and there's no voice syncing, and the voice acting is so uninspired, and they even left in some bad takes. I noticed a few times throughout the game, the characters would repeat themselves because their first take was shit, so they'd do it again, but they kept that first take in there. In fact, at one point in the game, a character burped during what he was saying, and then just continued with that burp in there, and that pause following the burp. This wasn't a planned burp or anything. This man went off book. He fucking shit on the script and said, "I'm doing this my way," and then just burped, and then continued with the lines. It wasn't something that was supposed to be there, but they still kept it there just because they lazily threw it together, it feels like. It just seems like all the voice actors just read right off the script in one afternoon, and they threw this together really quickly. And unsurprisingly, the final product comes out sounding like an 8th grader's home movie.
Oh, my head.
Hello, Kate Walker. Is everything all right, Kate Walker?
Who are you?
My name is Kirk, Kate Walker.
In addition to shitty voice acting, the animations are also pretty diarrhea. They're not great by any stretch of imagination. I mean, they get the job done. They can at least convey the idea of what's going on, but fuck, they are very bad at most points. Another thing I forgot to mention in terms of gameplay is the camera will oftentimes not do what you want it to do or expect it to do. For instance, if you're trying to walk through a door, you'll oftentimes just run into the door or next to it, and then when you try and correct the problem, you'll end up just running in a circle doing like a fucking donut, and you can't really stop it since everything buffers. You'll try and correct it, but just end up being caught in this endless loop like you're being flushed down a toilet, and your character's just going to be spinning, and you can't stop until you just let go of your controller and wait for your character to stop moving. You just get caught in this fucking endless vortex because the controller and the camera don't really work together very well. And this extends to when you're solving puzzles and looking for clues. So if you're trying to angle your camera so you can look at a wire that you can connect somewhere else, or look at a screw that you can unscrew, or read something, or move things around to find something underneath some folders, your camera might not respond right away or do what you want it to do. It all kind of just boils down to luck. If you can manipulate this camera and get it somewhere, it's just kind of more luck than you just actually moving it. At least through my experience playing this game, the camera's very inconsistent. Now let's take everything I've said here and translate it to the moisture content. How moist is the game? How dry is the game? So I'm going to put this at about a 50% on the moist meter. I think this is the very definition of an average game. It has a good story to tell. I enjoy the puzzle solving mechanics. There's a lot to explore and learn about, and there's a lot of cool little mechanics here. Some of the puzzles are very fun to do, some of them not so much, but that's to be expected. Not every puzzle is going to be an enjoyable one. And overall, I just feel like the game had a lot to offer, especially for $40. But the overall clunkiness of the game and how outdated a lot of this shit looks and is and feels just holds it back from being a better game. Just between the controls not always working very well and making it difficult to get your character or the camera where you want it to go, the low budget porn level of voice acting and the non-existent lip syncing, all of this just working together really takes this game down from being a good game to just an average game. And I think a lot of the people that aren't familiar with the series will probably write this one off, but I think for anyone that does like the other Siberia games, you will like this one. I enjoyed it overall, but I'm not going to say it's a good or great game. It's just an average game, and I think that really just kind of sums up the experience. So yeah.
Hello, Kate Walker.
The reception of Pokemon Sword and Shield from professional game journalists has completely convinced me that that shit has to be paid for. I'm on some Illuminati shit here now because there's no way that this game deserves perfect scores and high 90s across the board. Most gamers get upset about Call of Duty getting high scores despite being pretty much carbon copies year after year, but I don't know why they're not more upset about Pokemon. This is genuinely the same fucking game that Game Freak has been printing for the last couple decades. But in Sword and Shield's case, there's even less content than you're used to, and it's even lazier. Game Freak has set a new low for laziness. Half the time the fucking audio in the game doesn't even work, and when it does, it sounds like it's muffled underwater through 15 different farts in a walkie-talkie. I don't know what the fuck has gone wrong with the sound. When you beat the game, the final cutscene has a mouse cursor in it. It just feels outright lazy, and they cut the majority of the fucking Pokemon roster that Pokemon fans are used to seeing in the games to make it smaller and more streamlined, cut out a lot of the other mechanics as well. Admittedly, there are some decent quality of life changes they've made that I really did appreciate, but overall there's so much less content for an even higher price. I just don't understand how anyone could view that and be like, wow, that's 100% right there. They fucking killed it. Game Freak, standing ovation. Maybe Game Freak deserves a little sympathy. Perhaps they're just fucking trapped in a basement for most of their life, and then when Nintendo needs them to dance like some type of twisted puppeteer, they let them out of the basement, but Game Freak has been in there for decades, so all they know is the same goddamn gameplay loop from decades ago, so that's all they can really produce, and it still works for them. I don't really know the situation, but I can't imagine why they're so content with pumping out the same exact game every time. But this one, somehow they decided to just give you an even bigger fuck you by making it so much more laughably easy. It's a Pokemon game, it's made for all ages, but mainly kids can get in there and do well in the game. I get that. But this game never ever lets go of your hand. It's the most over-aggressive parent grabbing you by both hands, and it's like your fucking both arms are broken, so they're jerking you off too, because at no point in this game do they ever give you the freedom to do what you want without some type of tutorial, some type of blatant guidance, and making you play the game it wants you to play it, the way it wants you to play it. And the characters are absolute fucking dog shit. Your rival, Hop, is just terrible. At no point is it ever a challenge to beat Hop or fight Hop. It's always such a chore. You start feeling bad for the goddamn kid halfway through the game, because you know you're just going to steamroll him, and he already has depression issues at one point in the game, and then he challenges you, and you just go cockslap him again with your Pokemon roster, because all this guy catches is fucking sheep. It's a waste, and he's constantly challenging you to rival battles, and then your big bad gang, I guess your Team Rocket equivalent, but not exactly Team Rocket equivalent, but the big bad gang that you're going to keep going into, Team Yell, is just absolutely awful as well. It's a group of adults that are rabid fans of a child. It's just this fucking group of pedophiles that constantly stalk and follow around this child Pokemon trainer who they adore, and they fight on her honor. They're like fucking Twitch chat virgins defending their favorite streamer from criticism, but in this game you constantly have to engage with them directly. You can't just ignore them. You have to keep having these meaningless, tedious battles with them at every step. And speaking of tedious, at every gym battle they have these dumb fucking gym mission mini-games that do nothing but pad out a little bit of time in the gym. It's so frustrating, it's so silly. But let's get to some things I like, because there are things I like. Obviously the gameplay being exactly the same. It's still Pokemon gameplay, so the gameplay loop is fine. It's still fun. It is admittedly always fun and exciting to catch new Pokemon, find new Pokemon, set up the Pokemon the way you want them to with their TMs, their items, their equipment, level them up how you want. Speaking of leveling, one of the quality of life changes is XP shares on by default. Hate it or love it, it's there by default. It's, you know, it's just Pokemon gameplay. If you like it, you'll love it. If you don't like it, you won't like it. There's no innovation there. The only new element they've added is raids, but raids barely fucking work if you're playing online because what they have is called a stamp system, and the stamp system takes like 10 goddamn minutes to refresh your stamps. Even if you do like disconnect and reconnect to the internet, your stamps won't refresh for 10 minutes, so by the time you see a stamp, that shit's been over for 50 minutes by now. You're never gonna get into a raid consistently unless you're playing with friends. It's both a limitation of the awful Nintendo Online that for some reason they cannot make better. They just have this archaic system for online gameplay that I can't fucking stand. It's just laughable. It's so primitive it makes me sick to my stomach. And coupled with the stamp system for finding your raids, and you have a recipe for disaster and boredom. And if you're trying to do an online battle, I hope you're prepared for a lot of sitting with your fist in your asshole, because the amount of times that a communication pops up and then you end up waiting a minute for that to go through because the Nintendo Online lost control. Nintendo forgot what internet was for a moment, so you have to wait there for it to reestablish the connection. It's frustrating. It is absolutely frustrating. Anything online is just frustrating, and that's entirely because of Nintendo Online. I can't even blame Pokemon Sword and Shield itself, because Nintendo just doesn't even know what the fucking internet is, it feels like. Smash Bros. Was plagued by the same problem, and the stamps just make it even worse in this game. Also, the online makes the wild lag, which is basically your free roam area. That shit lags really hard if you're connected online. You'll get some big frame drops and a lot of pop in, pop out shit. Just at every step, it feels so messy, incomplete, and clunky. I have no idea why they put this on the Switch. This could easily be on the DS. There's really nothing here that shows me that it uses the power of the Switch. Yes, it is a visual improvement, and yes, some of the animations do look very good. I actually quite like the look of Dynamaxing and some of the attacks from Dynamaxing. I think they look very nice on the Switch, although the Dynamax animation taking 20 seconds every time is a bit frustrating. But yes, at times it does look very nice, but that isn't that huge of an improvement visually to justify the extra $20. And the new Pokemon certainly aren't going to be enough to persuade you to get the game. There's only a handful of new Pokemon that I think are really nice looking Pokemon, very well designed, and they look pretty fucking cool. There's definitely some of those in here. But then there's also the majority of the roster that looks like absolute shit. That it seems like no effort went into it, that they were just sitting around the office and pointing at things saying, that'll be a Pokemon, that'll be a Pokemon. Is that a fucking rock outside? That's gonna be a Pokemon. There's a rock Pokemon in this game that is actually just a stack of rocks to look like Stonehenge. Even more insulting, there's a Pokemon in this game that is just a teacup. It's fucking stupid. The new Pokemon, on the most part, aren't very good. They're not justifying getting rid of their whole roster to put an emphasis on this group of lame fucking characters, these rejects. But there are some good ones in there. I will definitely say I liked some of them. But overall, I just don't see, under any circumstance, this game getting glowing reviews. Now, it's perfectly fine to like this game, and I totally understand why you would. I still fucking love the gameplay. But I can recognize some objective flaws in the game, and also in my personal opinion, if you're going to make a new entry into a franchise, there needs to be a justification for this new entry. Making a carbon copy of the same fucking game, I don't think is something that should be praised, or even really accepted. To me, that's just a greedy move, slapping a fresh coat of paint on something without really making a meaningful change to it. And the only thing this game offers is raids that only work with friends, not online, which is supposed to be the biggest component of that. But obviously if you have friends, the raids work, and those work out nicely with your friends. But when you're going from a handheld like a DS to a console like the Switch, there's a certain expectation that needs to be met. This is the first Pokemon game that we've ever gotten on a console, so the expectation would be something exciting, something different, something that uses the power of the Switch to put a fresh take on the established formula and the established franchise, but you don't get that. What you get is the exact same game that you're used to getting, but a little more simplified and with less in it. That's not a subjective statement. You are getting the same product, but you're getting less of it for a higher price. And that's not a flaw I think should be overlooked. You can still love the game despite that, and I totally understand the people that do. But that is still an objective flaw of this game. You are getting what you've always got, but less of it, and then some of its components genuinely just don't even fucking work. Popping this bad boy into the moist meter, I'm giving it an even 50%, and the only reason it's at a 50%, which I consider an average game, is because the gameplay loop is still very satisfying. But I do think when you're making a new entry into a franchise, you need to have certain level of improvements to justify its existence. Otherwise, why not just make it a DLC or change certain things about the already existing game? So you need to be able to look at the previous entry and the new one and compare the two, saying, what did the new one do differently that the last one didn't? I love the gameplay in the previous one, And I still like it in this one, but is there anything different about it? And if there's nothing different, well, why did you make it in the first place? It's the same problem Call of Duty had. The community used to be outraged when Call of Duty year after year would get very high scores with very minimal improvements or differences between them. Pokemon's the same case. There really needs to be at least some level of trying to make things different between entries. And their solution for this one was to take shit away. That was their spin on the gameplay to make it more simplified. That's not exactly the most fun fucking way of doing things. Hey, here's the gameplay you know and love, let's just give you less of it. That's not exactly the way to go about it, in my opinion. But it is still fun at its core. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the Avengers game. So let's just go ahead and spread these cheeks right away. So I want to just get this clear right now. The game is fine. Everything this game has is done well enough to be considered a good game. There's nothing wrong with it. I wouldn't even say this game's lackluster in any one area. But all that being said, I didn't really enjoy my time playing it. Now before you get a superpowered hate boner going, let me go ahead and explain what I mean. So the main thing that I found to be kind of boring was the combat. The combat is serviceable. I'd even say the combat's good in certain cases, but overall it's just extremely repetitive. You're fighting the exact same combination of 3 enemies for the entire duration of the game. Most of the objectives in most of the missions on like side missions and such are just stand on this one plate for like 6 minutes fighting waves. It's just the objectives themselves are fun. The environments are really uninspired. You're never really going anywhere cool or seeing anything cool outside of a couple of really good cutscenes and set pieces in the campaign. And it's just when you're fighting these enemies, it's never really fun. It's just kind of a chore. To me, the combat just feels extremely slow and even a little bit clunky at times. It feels like every character is moving through an invisible layer of thick syrup before they make contact with the enemy. And when you do make contact, it sounds like you just hit them with a wet noodle. The sound design sounds like something out of Looney Tunes, like it's just stock sound effects. There's not like a huge impact or a real satisfying effect or anything. It just seems pretty underwhelming when you do start comboing somebody. Now there is versatility to the combat. There's a lot of ways to mix and match combos and do certain moves and stuff that do make it pretty flashy and cool at times, but overall, it really loses its fun pretty early on. There's multiple skill trees that you drop points into to unlock new moves and different abilities and different ways of approaching fights, but even when you do have almost all of these, it still feels exactly the same as it did within the first hour of gameplay. And some of the boss fights nearly put me to sleep. Like there's this fucking Warbot boss fight where you just go around slapping Vince on its 6 legs and then hitting its eye after you blow up all 6 vents. Meanwhile, the bot doesn't really do anything. It just lets you keep slapping it around, and sometimes it'll lift a leg up like a dog trying to take a piss. It's just really boring fights. A lot of the boss fights are, at least in my opinion. And just overall, this game, it's not, like I said, the game's not bad. I would never consider this a bad game, but it is passionless. I would say that this is a very uninspired game. This feels like some executives just looked at everything popular with a younger demographic, superheroes, Anthem-style mechanics, factions, bounties like from Destiny. But let's put them all in here and kids will love it. Loot system. People love RPG. Let's throw a little primitive loot system in here. And it's all here, and it's all done well enough that it's serviceable, and it's done well enough that it works well, but it's just not fun. It just feels so underwhelming. And the loot system, I think, is at least kind of cool sometimes just because I love min-maxing. But really, overall, even that wasn't super fun for me. Let me just go ahead and get off of the gameplay and such. Let's just keep talking about all the other areas. The narrative is pretty cliche. The narrative's nothing that's gonna have you fucking blown back into your seat, really thinking hard about life or anything like that. And I actually think the narrative's kind of a little goofy, how people are so upset that they have superpowers. Like, what a fucking dumb problem to have. Man, I'm so mad that now I have fucking super godlike powers. If only someone could take these away so I could go back to getting bullied in high school. It's just a real dumb thing to complain about. I feel like if people got superpowers, they wouldn't necessarily be whining about it all the time. So I didn't really like a whole lot of elements of the narrative. But it's not a bad story. It's not terrible. It's very generic, cliche tropes for superhero stories. And it's nothing terrible, you know what I mean? It's not horrible. It's just a little eye-rolling, and the dialogue, the writing is like the cheesiest, most by-the-numbers dialogue ever written. This actually feels like the dialogue was written by an AI that watched every superhero movie ever made and then just took bits and pieces from each one, line by line, and threw it into this game. The writing feels like it was made in a day, just by copying everything you've heard from everything else. It's not bad. Again, it's not bad because it works, you know? It's superhero tropes, and it's done well enough where you're like, yep, that makes sense. That about fits here. I will say, though, some of the voice acting feels really phoned in. Like, some of the voice actors they got here, they just feel like they're not even trying at certain points, which I could totally understand because they have the characters talking fucking non-stop. Even if a character's not on screen, you can hear them fucking talking to themselves in another room on your ship. Everyone is always talking at every single second in this game, during combat, during cutscenes, when you're just walking around. Even if a character's dead, they're still talking, like haunting you. There is constant dialogue, so I can understand why some of the voice actors may have got fatigued for some of these lines, but sometimes that'll take you right out of it. Now, there is a multiplayer component to this game, but I don't imagine anyone's going to be losing their shit over it. Is it fun to play with a friend, two superheroes just clapping ass? Yeah, but every game's fun with a friend, and this one's no special exception. This isn't something that's extraordinarily fun with your friends, because it is still doing the exact same tedious chores, but at least now you have a friend to kind of lessen the burden and the boredom of it. So I'm plugging this bad boy into the Moist meter now. I'm giving Avengers a 65%. I know with everything I've said that might sound a little high to some people, but again, like I said, I think the game is very well made. I think it is a good game. It's just a game that I really didn't enjoy personally, but I can absolutely see from an objective standpoint that these things work together well enough that a lot of people probably will like it. It's just, for me, the core gameplay loop got so stale so early on, doing the same repetitious, tedious missions, and everything you unlock never really makes you any more powerful. A lot of the loot is kind of interesting, but then a lot of the perks are just pretty samey, and you never really get anything crazy going on with pretty cool builds. It's just, to me, the whole game was just kind of like the most average, okay experience I've ever had. I guarantee in a month I'll probably forget I even played this game or that this game ever even came out. It's just a forgettably average good game. It's just, I don't know, it's just the game is fine. Like, that's like the best thing I can say about it is the game is fine. I can see a lot of people liking it, it's just I didn't enjoy it very much. I think the game could have really benefited from having a system in place similar to the Arkham series with free flow combat where things are fucking fast and brutal and just really impactful. But again, there's really nothing negative I can say about the game. It just rode that line of just being so fine that it was just really boring to play. And yeah, that's really about it. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Let's figure out how wet the new movie AXL is. Axel. I went into this movie with very low expectations. I expected it to be extremely shitty, and I walked away pleasantly surprised. It's really not that bad. I wouldn't say it's a good movie, but there's a certain charm to it, and I did enjoy my time with the movie. Story's simple. Military was making robot dogs to annihilate the opponent, just fucking brutalize them. One robot dog breaks out, finds a kid fixes the robot dog, they form a bond, but the military wants it back. It's not a very creative story. It's not going to have J.K. Rowling sweating in her sleep or having wet dreams about what could have been if only Harry Potter had robot dogs in it. But the story is serviceable. It's simple, which is great for this movie because this whole movie is just a giant cheese fest. It reminds me of every cheesy family movie from the 90s. Not only reminds me of it, this movie actually looks like one. This movie honestly could have been something I had on VHS as a kid, and they just re-released it in the theaters today. It looks straight out of that era, and that's why I say there's a certain charm to it, because it has every element that every 90s kids movie with like a wacky premise had. Like Slappy and the Stinkers, only 90s kids remember. Does anyone else have 90s kid hard boners right now? Because I mentioned Slappy and the Stinkers. This movie has nothing in common with Slappy and the Stinkers. Slappy and the Stinkers was about a seal. So this is about a dog. Two very different animals, one would argue. And not just any dog, it's a robot dog like Jimmy Neutron's Goddard. Whereas Slappy and the Stinkers, Slappy was a fucking real-life seal. Blood pumping through his veins, not oil, not diesel. There's nothing in common between Slappy and the robot dog in this movie, Axel. There's nothing in common between them. But this movie still reminds me of that, just because it has that same type of feel. The same type of structure, the same type of jokes. delivery, story, all of it just feels right out of the 90s, which is nice. It doesn't have a real agenda to push or anything. It doesn't have any bigger overall message. It's just, here's a kid that's struggling with some shit. He does dirt biking, so even more 90s nostalgia shit right there where dirt biking used to be cool. And then he finds this dog and they form a bond, and you gotta evade the military, and you gotta get the great looking girl. You gotta slay that pussy too while keeping your dog safe. It's fun. It's an enjoyable family movie. I could totally see myself as a kid wanting to buy this movie on VHS and watch the fuck out of it like I did with Slappy and the Stinkers. Man, I cannot stop mentioning that movie. If you haven't seen Slappy and the Stinkers, wouldn't recommend it. It probably hasn't aged well. I haven't seen it since I was a kid, but damn it, that movie is really on my mind after watching this. But yeah, I mean, anyway, there's really nothing wrong with the movie, but there's nothing good about it either. Dialogue's super not great. A lot of the acting's also ridiculously not great across the board, save for a couple characters. Like Becky G does a great job, I think. But really, it's not very good in any aspects at all. It just has that 90s flavor to it where it's like, you know what? We know we're not good. Let's revel in it, and you're still going to enjoy it, even though you know it's not good. And I can't really put that into words, but I can quantify it in the Moist meter. I'm giving AXL a 30%. That's a very low score because it's objectively not a good movie. No matter how you measure it, it isn't very good. But there's just so much to like about this movie. When you go in there and watch it, it's just like, fuck, this is some 90s shit. Like, damn, this is some real 90s shit. Jesus, he's fucking dirt biking, and that's a robot dog with jet boosters in his asshole. This is some 90s fucking shit. And it's fun. It's a fun movie that I think most families would probably enjoy, but it's really not a good movie. So I can't give it a higher score because I'm trying to grade it as like an actual objective piece here, and it's about a 30% on that report card. That's it. So yeah, it's bad. It's really fucking bad. This is a super stinky shitter. This is Game of Thrones Season 8 for Star Wars. The only way Star Wars recovers as a cinematic universe is to just give Episode 9 the Dragon Ball GT treatment and just say, it's not canon. Yeah, that was Star Wars GT Episode 1, not real. I know I said The Last Jedi was my least favorite and the weakest, but at least The Last Jedi had some great moments in it. The Kylo Ren and Rey tag team, for example. There were some great moments in The Last Jedi and some good scenes and visuals, albeit it was a weak movie overall. This doesn't even have that. There is nothing memorable or great about this movie. At every turn it is predictable. No matter how you look at this movie, it's not even well made. It's not just a bad Star Wars movie, it is a bad movie. Objectively, it's not well shot, it's not well structured, the pacing is all over the place. In the first 5 minutes, you visit 4 planets on screen, and you spend 45 seconds to a minute at each one before it shifts to a different planet. It is all over the place. And at every point in this movie's plot, if you ask yourself how or why an important moment happens, the entire thing falls apart. You have to take so much shit at face value. You're just getting golden showered by J.J. Abrams' bad writing. It is not well put together, and I don't even think it all falls on bad writing. I think they wanted to do so many things but didn't have enough time that they just cut out the most important moments of getting to these places, so then the movie ends up just being a whole bunch of conveniences and just absolute nonsensical shit that happens. And I think one thing is going to be clear to everyone who sees this movie. Palpatine was never meant to come back in this new trilogy. That was never the plan. At no point in this movie did it ever get justified how he's here, how he survived, what he's doing. At no point did I think, oh, okay, this makes sense, this is what they were building towards, because it's clearly not. He comes in out of fucking nowhere. It would have made more sense if it was Jar Jar Binks they brought in here to be the big bad villain. This is truly nonsensical, and it's just downright laughable for them saying that this was the plan all along. It wasn't. He actually comes out of fucking nowhere. It would have been more cinematic if he rode in on 15 horses, like space fucking horses, and just said, yep, I'm here to fuck things up. That would have made as much sense as their explanation here. He does not fit in narratively. He comes in for no reason out of nowhere. And you remember Snoke, the big bad villain they set up in episode 7 who was killed off immediately in episode 8 with no explanation about who or what he was? He's given a single line in this movie to explain who and what he was. One line that is about 8 or 9 words. That's what they gave their initial big bad villain. It's just silly. Episodes 1 through 8 become absolutely useless in this movie. They're totally worthless, and this movie completely nullifies the original trilogy. Rey is so incredibly overpowered out of nowhere, she can do anything you ever thought possible in the Star Wars universe. If you saw anyone in any Star Wars media use some power, Rey has it at her disposal in this movie for no fucking reason. It just comes out of nowhere. She even has a power that completely ruins what set up the entire Star Wars conflict in the fucking first place. I'm not spoiling anything, and it's really hard to talk about this without spoiling it. And Jackson, as you know, is the goddamn preeminent prodigy of anything regarding Star Wars. Seen every movie, watched every TV show, played every Star Wars game, including the most important ones, the Lego Star Wars ones. He knows his shit, and he thinks this is the worst Star Wars movie yet as well. It actually does completely ruin the original trilogy. I don't want to give away how or why, but there's something Rey does that throws out of whack what even sets up Star Wars in the fucking first place. And there's no explanation for how she's able to do it, or where she got it, or how it even fucking exists in the universe. When it was established, it doesn't, and it can't exist. It's fucking silly. It's super bad. There is 2 positives. There's only 2 compliments I think this movie will ever deserve. The music. Star Wars music is always incredible, and this is no exception. The score in this, phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And 2, God damn it, some of the acting is great. Adam Driver is so goddamn talented. I really think the acting crushes it. I think the characters do really well with what they're given, and they're given some straight garbage. They're given something straight out of J.J. Abrams' hemorrhoids, and I'm well aware J.J. Abrams didn't like fucking sit down and solo write this himself. It would have been far worse, but it's very bad material they're given to work with, and I think they do a great job with it. I really do. Those are the only 2 compliments I can give it. There's no memorable scenes. There's no good scenes. There's no great visuals either. It's very generic sci-fi shots. Every single planet, every single starship, the space battles underwhelming. The lightsaber battles kind of fucking blow, which is rare because I think the lightsaber battles have been a highlight in the new trilogy. It's just, there's not a lot to like here at all. And everything comes at random. That's the biggest problem. Things are just coming out of nowhere at random. Characters showing up, saying things, doing things, them finding things. It's as if there's always like a puppet master in the back when the characters get lost, just whispering to them, hey, go here and do this. And then they do. They get it out of nowhere. They get these, not spoiling anything again, but towards the end of the movie, the plans are going awry and things get changed up. But luckily, the good guys are able to see through that plan because one of the good guys says, wait a minute, I have a feeling. And that feeling turns out to be incredibly accurate and saves the day. Based off of nothing. I don't know why the character got the feeling. It's not even like it was a force-sensitive character who's getting like a fucking force tingle in his penis. Just the character says, hey, I got a feeling. They go with it and it works. It's silly. It's bad. It's very juvenile writing here. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. There's so little to like about this movie. There really is. No matter how much you love the characters, and I love the Star Wars characters, the new characters not so much, but that's not really their fault. I think the actors and actresses are talented. They just haven't been well written. They haven't been well developed. But I do like Kylo Ren. In this movie, he's not horrible. I mean, at least he's okay. He's kind of still true to the character they've established, which is good. The rest, though, there's not much to like. The characters aren't given enough to do meaningfully or in a way that makes sense, like with respect to intelligence. I can't spoil anything, but fuck, it's bad. It's just not a good movie. Now, one thing I do appreciate, and I don't think it's done overly well, but the fan service. There's a lot of nods to previous Star Wars movies before they totally shit on them by overwriting what really sets them in motion. There's good nods to some old Star Wars properties. Some characters have emotional moments that aren't executed beautifully, but it's enough to get a response out of people that have grown up with some of these characters and then like to see where they're ending up in their role in the movie and the conclusion. So I do think there are good moments where there is some cuteness between characters that some of us have known for decades. And I think that's nice, if nothing else. And I really can't stress enough how great John Williams is with his music in this. That is honestly just probably the best part of the movie is the goddamn music. Which is sad considering this is supposed to be the conclusion to a story so many fucking years in the making. It's just not a good movie, though. Plugging this into the Moist meter, Rise of the Skywalkers getting a 40%. It's a shame. It's a real shame. In their conclusion, they outright nullified half of what made Star Wars' story happen in the fucking first place. It's unbelievable to me. And they do it so carelessly. They do it so, like they don't give a fuck, as if it's like a big old, J.J. Abrams just bending over to show fans his asshole. He just slides it in, and I guess he doesn't realize or doesn't care how important that detail was. It's very big what he's thrown in here, and the consequences of its existence throw out of whack all of Star Wars. And I think that's probably its biggest sin, aside from just being a bad movie that has at least 20 different planets across its entire 2.5-hour runtime, and you're constantly trying to remember why they were there in the first place. Oh, they're going there for that, but that didn't work, but then they found out about this, so they're going there for this. Wait, no. They just learned from some dude in the background shouting that they need to go here, so they're gonna, oh, that's why they're going there, right? Because that dude was shouting. It's a mess. It's an absolute convoluted mess of a plot that just doesn't work. There's nothing cohesive about it. It is truly a shame, and I think it's going to be a letdown to the majority of people that see this movie. Even if you loved Episode 8, which was super divisive, you're not gonna like this one, I don't think. I just don't see what there is to really like about it. It's also extremely predictable in exactly how it's going to end once it gets to that point. You see what's happening, and it's just not good. That's about it. So yeah, I finally fucking finished Death Stranding, and now I'm left confused, and yet enlightened. I feel as though Kojima's brilliance has allowed me to achieve nirvana. I feel like I now have a higher appreciation for the finer things in art. I feel as if my farts smell better to my nostrils now, because this game transcends anything you could possibly envision for a video game. This was one of the most tedious chores I've ever taken on in all 25 years of my time as an elite top-tier gamer. Let me get the best things out of the way: the story, the setting, the aesthetic, the writing. Though everything that's not gameplay is good. I'll expand on that in a minute, but let me just vent about the gameplay. Credits just rolled, and I need to tell you how fucking awful this gameplay is. Now, I already know saying that has triggered a fucking Winter Soldier response in some commenters that have their pinky out and finger on the trigger ready for a Reddit comment because I didn't appreciate the high quality art. My American brain couldn't comprehend things that weren't bang bang shooty shooty, as Kojima says. Let me justify this position. No matter how you spin this gameplay, it is boring. At no point can this gameplay even be misconstrued as fun. It becomes tolerable at a certain point, but at its core the gameplay is deliver packages from point A to point B, and it's typically the slowest and longest journey possible. I had deliveries that extended 4,100 kilometers, and I had to approach some of that shit on foot due to batteries running out, lack of generators, or just the mountain being too high and not having enough supplies for it, because you couldn't prepare for a fucking journey that long. You'd have to take breaks, break it up. It's boring. It becomes tolerable with the shared universe where you can use other players' bridges and roads, which help you get from point A to point B. That's fine. But it's never fun. It's never enjoyable. It's always just a means to an end to get to great cutscenes and great writing and characters. Never do you revel in the gameplay and just take time to just appreciate the walking, the being an Amazon delivery man, being a fucking post-apocalyptic postman with a fetus in a pickle jar. It's never enjoyable. It's so slow. It's boring. Now, I streamed this entire game at twitch.tv/MoistCritikal. You can see that I did everything possible to make the game more exciting in its gameplay, to make it faster, more fun. I spent 4 fucking hours setting up an elaborate network of zip lines, which is the fastest form of travel, from every major location in the game, or so I thought. From the entire middle of the game, I spent setting up zip lines to make the travel between them faster, because this game is all about backtracking and delivering packages of fucking bricks from person to person. Hologram to hologram. You deliver sperm and eggs. You deliver some trivial shit. You deliver pizza, porn magazines. Yeah, sometimes it's goofy, but oftentimes, not oftentimes, every time it's never fun. The goofiness is never enough to make the boring tedium fun. It's so insufferably, frustratingly boring, and there's so many anti-fun mechanics in this game for no reason. For example, the recycling mechanic could have been totally just done away with. Half of the mechanics in here and features seem so arbitrary and just there to slap the player's face with Kojima's penis and make it take longer for no reason. It just seems like it's there to be punishing for the sake of punishment. To give you an example, if you want to build a road, it takes a substantial amount of materials, metals for example. In order to get those metals there, you have to individually bring those briefcases and packages full of metal to it. You can use cars to help, but it's going to take multiple trips. It is beyond agonizing. You feel every yard traveled with those packages going to one of the auto pavers for a road, and then you probably don't even use the road because you progress past it, but then you'll get 20,000 likes from other players that have used your road and benefited from your hard work, the fucking sweat of your brow, the blood, sweat, tears, and cum you poured into getting that road built for them to go viral on the Death Stranding social network. It's just not fun at any point. It's more fun to spit on your window and watch it slowly fall to the bottom. There's more fun to be had when you sneeze into a tissue. There's more action when you're shaking a protein shake or mixing something in a blender. Not saying this game really needs action. I'm totally fine if there was no action at all, but there is, and it's bad, by the way. When there is shooting shit, it's not fun. It's straight out of 2006 mechanics. But it doesn't need action is what I'm saying. But there's more engaging gameplay in a visual novel than here. This gameplay is just there to punish you and be tedious for the sake of tedious. And I guess what everyone defends there is that it's relaxing or calming, or you just don't get it. It fits the world and the tone of the world. Who gives a fuck if it fits the tone of the world if it's not fun? And it's definitely not relaxing because the vehicle driving mechanics betray you oftentimes. Shit has a mind of its own. If you take one of the bikes off-road, for example, that shit controls like a grocery bag being picked up by strong wind. It is impossible to go where you want to go half the time when you're out of the map, and there's so many fucking rocks. There's a million rocks. This is a technical marvel in the amount of little rocks that it throws in your way that your fucking vehicles will pinball off of if you make the mistake of taking the road less traveled. It is unbelievably frustrating. I could vent for hours about how not fun it is, and it wants to be not fun. And yes, I can see why people could find it relaxing if they want something to fall asleep to. This game would definitely help with your insomnia, but it's still, no matter how you spin it, never, ever fun. And it's by design. Now, this being a video game, that's a huge problem. It's a fucking game, not a movie, but it should have been. This would be a masterpiece if there wasn't a game attached to it. This is a great movie that unfortunately has a shit game on top of it. Everything else that's not gameplay is superb, spectacular. I love almost every character in here. Yes, there's cheesy dialogue, but when there's this many lines of dialogue, obviously there's going to be some stinkers. But a lot of them happen with Fragile. Fragile's lines often get really comical. She has a line where she goes, "I may be fragile, but I'm not fragile." And then she says verbatim, "Everything you've heard about me is true, except for the lies." So yeah, there's some like, I'm 14 and this is deep kind of shit. But, you expect that from a game that has this much in it. So that's not a complaint. I love the characters and I love the writing. It has such a fascinating story. It has so many nuanced details to the characters and what goes on. And there's certain things you can do when you're in your private room. There's a lot of options available to you. There's just so much in it. Aside from gameplay that is so great. But unfortunately that fucking gameplay is still there. Like a pimple on the face of a supermodel. Like 1,000 pimples on the face of the world's best looking supermodel. Graphically, this game is absolutely awe-inspiringly gorgeous. The settings you visit, the certain areas you go to, some of the, without spoiling anything, some of the certain enemies you encounter, some of the BTs, pretty much everything in this game is gorgeous and its design is flawless. The villain, Higgs, he looks great. It's just so beautiful to look at, an absolute marvel. But then there's that gameplay. There's that gameplay that this 20 minutes of great cutscenes, this 20 minutes of interacting with the characters is about to be fucking ruined when I have to go make this delivery because some old bitch over in the middle of nowhere wanted to have this plastic fork delivered to her, and I'm the only man for the job. And also, the music in this game bangs. The soundtrack is so great. Every time a song comes on, it is a joy to listen to. Absolute pleasure. But then there's the gameplay. You hear that song, but you're still playing the game, so now you're conflicted. Shit, I got shit gameplay, but great music. Fuck! If only the gameplay wasn't here, I'd rather just listen to the jukebox. I can't stress enough how miserable the gameplay is. I'm not exaggerating. I was genuinely miserable whenever the gameplay would drag on. I had a mission towards the end of the game in a snowy mountaintop. The entire snowy mountaintop area can suck the dirtiest part of my butthole, by the way. Where the mission was visit one area, go 1,000 kilometers to the left. After going 1,000 kilometers to the left to visit one mountaineer, I had to go 3,000 kilometers to the right to visit a doctor. After visiting that doctor 3,000 kilometers on the right, I had to go 3,000 kilometers all the way back to the mountaineer. After going back to the mountaineer, I had to go back to the main hub that I started it in, and then that was the quest line complete. It wasn't interesting, that was not well written, that whole side quest was not good, and it was the most tedious thing in the world because the mountains couldn't be traversed very efficiently. There were zip lines placed but in bad locations and also couldn't be used overly great throughout that area. I could go on and on, I really could. The gameplay is unlike anything I've ever played before in a bad way. There's a reason games don't make gameplay like this, because it doesn't lead itself to being fun for the player. It just reaches a point where you're able to tolerate it and put up with it for the greater good of finishing the plot that Kojima has made here, and it is absolutely fantastic as a movie. And plugging this into the Moist meter, I'm giving Death Stranding a 60%. There's so much to love about Death Stranding, none of it involving its core gameplay loop. If that was just improved, changed, or just completely gotten rid of, this could have truly been a fucking masterpiece. And I have no doubt once Kojima does start making movies, they're going to be absolutely wonderful. But this game, I can't recommend it. What I would recommend is watching Death Stranding. Watch a full playthrough without the gameplay perhaps, or the sped up gameplay, but just watching the cutscenes, watching the characters, and some of the side quests, I think would be much better than actually picking up the controller and playing this for 60 hours. That's it. See ya. Good for their time. Going back and playing them, they haven't aged well. Perfect example is 007 GoldenEye. That game's not very fun to play these days. So when we think back to these games, we look at them through rose-tinted pussies because we think of how great they were at the time. An exception to this is Banjo-Kazooie. I think that game has aged well, and in fact I actually marathoned that game before Yooka-Laylee came out just to get hyped up and just be excited for Yooka-Laylee. But unfortunately all of that excitement turned to excrement because this game's quite shitty. I'll start with my biggest complaint about the game, is just how uninspired everything feels. It all just feels rushed and forced. It doesn't feel natural and it doesn't feel as confident as Banjo-Kazooie. A good example is the music. At some times Grant Kirkhope will shine like a bright nipple piercing. But then other times it's just some generic music playing that's easily forgetful, unlike in Banjo-Kazooie where every tune was something easily recognizable if you heard it outside of the game. The levels were also pretty bland for the most part. There were some good levels in there of course, but a lot of them were just so boring to play through and just tedious to get through. I swear some of these levels were made in fucking Halo Forge. It's just, they didn't put much effort into some of them, it feels like. The characters also aren't very likable or interesting except for the snake. I do, however, like Yooka and Laylee. I think they're a pretty good combo. I thought they were very well designed and kind of interesting, but apart from just these three characters, the rest are just so boring. The game really just doesn't seem finished. It feels like there's a lot they didn't implement in here. This feels like an early access title I'd pay $5 for on Steam. Now let's talk about the controls. The controls are just fucking abysmal for the most part. Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie had better and tighter controls in this game. This is just a load of donkey farts. You have as much control over your characters as you would a bodybuilding uncle that got too drunk and you're trying to lead him home. It's just so fucking difficult to get the character to do what you want it to do. You'll fall off of a ledge because you just couldn't make the turn sharp enough. If you're trying to control your rolling ball, just give up now, because that shit has a mind of its own. It's just, I hated the controls. Now, sometimes the controls did work, and in those few instances where everything just kind of clicked and the controls were nice and responsive and things worked, the game felt great. But between the inconsistent controls and the just horrendous camera, you're going to be frustrated more often than not when playing this game. Let me make this clear, the camera, there is nothing good I can say about that bitch. The camera is so fucking horrible. It's just schmeckeldorfing to me how Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie would have a camera that could follow you around better than this one does. Now the dialogue and writing, I thought was fine. I know a lot of people are complaining about it, but I liked that feeling. I liked how it felt like an old Rare game in that regard. The grunts and random noises for the characters, it instantly hit me with a wave of nostalgia, and I still enjoyed it in this new game. Some of the dialogue was definitely cringy, and they went way overboard with how many times they reminded you that this is just a silly video game. But overall, I didn't mind the writing or dialogue or anything like that. I thought it was pretty good and fitting. I also enjoyed how there was a large selection of abilities to use. I thought that was nice. It kept it fresh. You had a lot of different shit at your disposal. I also just liked how much shit there was to collect. I'm a fan of the old collectathons for the N64 and PSX era, and there was just a lot of shit here that I could collect. Fucking everything was collectible. Could have collected diarrhea. Never know what you're gonna find when you dig deep into there, what kind of treasures lie in wait. And speaking of diarrhea collecting and just assholes in general, the fucking retro Rex. I hate the arcade games in here. The little mini queefs that you have to play in here for some pages from the dinosaur. Just don't even touch them. Just avoid that motherfucker at all costs. They're just horrible. So I sent this off to the scientists at the top laboratories in America, and they sent it back and said this game clocks in at about a 40% on the moist meter. This game just doesn't feel fun to play. There's nothing in this game that Banjo-Kazooie didn't do better. I'm a big fan of the old collectathon games from N64 and PSX era, and I do believe that they can be fun in today's modern games, but this one, between the horrible camera, horrible controls, uninteresting levels, uninteresting characters, you're just going to be more bored and frustrated than you are going to be having fun. And it's unfortunate to say that because I had high hopes for this game. I supported it on Kickstarter. I was just really expecting this to be great. It had Grant Kirkhope. It had the whole team back together. The boys were back in town. But unfortunately, these boys were too dirty to make a clean game. It's just unfinished, and it's unfun. It's unfucking believable how bad the camera was. And it's unfortunate. Really it is. But hopefully they can learn from this game and hopefully make a better collectathon game or an old school rare game in the future. That'd be nice. Hopefully they don't just call it quits because Yooka-Laylee missed its mark. But until then, stay wet. See ya. Welcome to the Moist Meter. I just saw I Feel Pretty So You Don't Have To, and let me tell you, I feel pretty fucking robbed of the money I spent on this movie. That's just a joke. I knew it was going to be a bad movie. Everyone knew it was going to be another bad Amy Schumer movie. It's rare that you find someone that has almost no enjoyable roles at all, like Amy Schumer. It's like every character she plays is just not enjoyable. In fact, I had to ask my girlfriend about midway through the movie to even confirm that this was a comedy that we were supposed to be seeing. I didn't even notice a single attempt at jokes for like the first hour. Not even the crowd was, even giggled. One guy went there by himself and sat 2 seats next to us to watch this movie by himself. And hats off to that guy. He's a real fucking trooper, a diehard Amy Schumer fan, enthusiast, whatever you want to call that species, I suppose, that group of people that can respect these abominations that she produces. And it's just I don't get it really. Like, I don't get the appeal here. It's such a shit movie. It goes fuck me. You know what? There's just not a lot to talk about here. The message of it isn't even that strong. It's a message of being confident, being comfortable in your own skin. That's a great message to send, but this movie does it so poorly. It's almost like an insult to the message for the most part. It's just, man, fuck it. This movie, I didn't like it. It didn't make me laugh. There was a lot wrong with it. I could go into detail, but it's not worth it. Let's plug this shit into the moist meter. I'm giving it a 20%. Why am I giving it a 20%? Well, it's a competently made movie. No glaring editing flaws. It wasn't like a scene of accidental porn spliced in there that caught everyone by surprise. Acting all very fine across the board. Even the story was easily digestible and made sense. There was a beginning, a middle, a climax, an end, a revelation, a waste of time, overstayed its welcome. Yeah, that's it. See ya. Hello there. Tonight's moisture content analysis will be conducted on the A Wrinkle in Time movie. It's a smelly one, yeah, this is a real fucking stinker. The movie is abominable. It's a really bad movie, and I do mean that. So the movie revolves around a girl named Meg whose father goes missing. He's a scientist, he's super smart. Meg herself is super smart, and she goes on a journey through space and time to save her father, accompanied by her brother Charles Wallace. That's a name you need to get used to hearing if you plan on seeing this movie, because they never stop fucking saying that name throughout the entirety of the movie. Her father has been captured by the It, which is a darkness that is turning people on Earth into meanies, and there's only one way to stop it: through love. Now, I mentioned Charles Wallace being an integral name in this movie, and it truly is. Anytime that character is talked about, referenced, passed, if the character farts, if you hear a fart, you know a character is going to say Charles Wallace. It's unfucking believable how many times I said that name. Every single time. They always say Charles Wallace. I heard that name so many fucking times. I heard Charles Wallace so many fucking times it made me want to shit. Holy shit. You know, if they're talking to him, they don't just say you, you know. If they're directly talking to him, they make sure to say his full name, an example sentence. How do you feel about that, Charles Wallace? Why do you think that, Charles Wallace? But Charles Wallace, why do you, Charles Wallace, have that opinion? It's infuriating, absolutely infuriating. It becomes like nails on a chalkboard. It just gets downright painful after hearing it for a millionth time in this movie. It's like it feels like you're getting slapped in the face while getting mauled by a lion, while getting bit by a shark when that name's tossed around. It's just too much. If you looked at the script for this movie, the overwhelming majority of every word on that script would say Charles Wallace. Holy shit, and I'm not exaggerating either. They never say anything other than his full name, like he's just committed a crime around the house with his chores and the parents are upset. Charles Wallace, get over here this instant. It's always, in any type of situation, casual or serious, they say his full name. It's never just my brother, you know, or my son. They'll say my brother Charles Wallace or my son Charles Wallace. They came so close at the end to only saying my son when talking about the kid, but instead the line became, it's good to see you, my son Charles Wallace. Just feels so unnatural and robotic, and it's frustrating. Downright frustrating to keep hearing it. Holy shit. And then there's another really frustrating character to keep being beat over the face with, and it's a girl that talks in nothing but quotes or excerpts from famous people, and it's usually unrelated and it doesn't really have too much significance. She's a very useless character in this movie, but to keep hearing this dumb cryptic shit, the foot farts when the man shits. You know, who gives a shit? It's stupid. It's just dumb. It doesn't progress the plot. It's just a silly gimmick, and it makes no sense. And the plot itself is awful. I don't mean to spoil this whole movie for you, but if you've read the book or seen the awful film adaptation from before this one, you know how it goes. The end of the movie is the most embarrassing thing to sit through. Probably my least favorite ending to a movie I've ever seen in my life. It ends with Meg confronting the It, which has taken over Charles Wallace, and she beats it by saying, I love you, 50 fucking times. And then finally, the haymaker, the knockout blow, as she says, I love myself too, and then bang! You know, all of a sudden the darkness is gone and everyone on Earth is shaking each other's hands and jerking each other off because she saved the fucking world. It's so dumb. The whole movie is just really dumb. I get it's for kids, yes. I'm not stupid, I understand. But I don't even see how a kid would like this movie. There's really nothing in here. There's no real action. There's no real good story. It's an absolute mess of a plot. The visuals are also extremely lacking. You would think a movie like this would have fantastic visuals, but it doesn't. It's very dull. It's very generic. It's just not good even in the visuals department. They're passable, yeah, I'm not saying they're horrible, but man, they're just not very inspired or creative. It's just underwhelming. Very, very underwhelming. Oh my goodness. And the performances from the adult actors were just very lazy. You could tell they didn't really care to be there. They didn't try very hard. The kid actors really put their best foot forward, and yeah, they did a good job acting and shit, I guess, but it doesn't help the movie because the movie's just a jumbled mess of shit. Like an absolute festering pile of fecal matter. It's just not good. Now, I will say the score in this movie is pretty good. They have nice soundtrack. I don't want to say soundtrack because they shoehorn in some awful pop songs for no reason in here. But when they're not doing that, they have a really nice sounding movie. But it's just not good. It really isn't, no matter how you look at this movie. How people are saying it's good is beyond me. We have to have watched different movies because sitting through that was so embarrassing. And that's not something I toss around lightly. It was just so silly and cliche. I couldn't feel anything but embarrassment for being there watching it and having paid to see it. It's so bad. It's just really dumb. Let's plug this shit into the Moist meter. I'm giving it a 20%. I know with everything I said that seems high, but I do want to stress the movie is competent. It is a competently made movie, albeit an over-reliance on close-up shots and standstills of people staring. It really relies on that heavily, which has no place in a sci-fi movie where it's supposed to be about this beautiful scenery and shit. But it's still a competently shot and made movie. There's a beginning, middle, and end, none of them being very good, but it's all there and done, at least to a passable extent. And like I said, the score is pretty decent, and the visuals are fine. It's just you would expect more from something like this. It's just, it's really not worth seeing. Even as a fan of the book, or if you're a fan of anything with quality, this isn't something you'll enjoy. It's not so bad it's good. It's so bad it's you want to get the fuck out of there. That's it. So yeah. Reviews. It's in the moisture. And today, we're going to be analyzing the moisture content of the new The Mummy movie. The new Mummy movie stars Brendan Fraser making his return to the limelight, and it is a spectacular hit. That's what I want to say. But that wasn't the case. The new Mummy movie doesn't have the legendary actor Brendan Fraser in it, nor is it a spectacular hit. The movie also isn't a massive failure like I was expecting, which is a nice surprise. I thought Tom Cruise did a really decent job in this movie. However, it just doesn't feel like a Mummy movie. It's missing a key ingredient. It's missing Brendan fucking Fraser. The Fraser laser is nowhere to be seen. You can't eraser the Fraser and expect it to still be a Mummy movie. It just doesn't work. It's like trying to make a cornbread casserole without the corn, the bread, or a fucking kitchen. This movie just doesn't feel like a Mummy movie. It also doesn't feel like a movie worth seeing or a movie worthy of jump-starting the Dark Universe for Universal Studios. I'm gonna go ahead and add that the Dark Universe is the worst fucking name you could have given to this. That's like an Xbox Live gamertag for a 13-year-old. They may as well just titled it XX Shadows Shadow XX. It's just laughably bad, Universal. You've got to do better than that. It's just embarrassing. Dark Universe. What Cro-Magnon thought that was a cool name. I'll go ahead and get off this rant, though. So, the Mummy movie. It's not horrible. The plot is an incoherent mess, though. It doesn't know what story it's trying to tell. It doesn't know what tone it wants to go for, and it just throws so much shit at you, and it makes no sense. Russell Crowe's character, Jekyll and Hyde, don't mean to spoil it, but I don't think any of you really care that much, is kind of a cool character, I guess. If he wasn't just haphazardly fucking rim-jobbed into this movie, he probably could have been pretty cool, as could the whole organization that captures monsters, but everything is just so ham-sandwiched in here that it just doesn't matter and you can't follow along, nor do you really care. I will say the first 20-25 minutes of this movie was really good. It's exactly what I would have wanted from a new Mummy movie. It actually felt like a nice, new, modern Mummy movie, and then it's all downhill from there. It tries to get too serious and it doesn't work at all because they don't know how to get serious and make it interesting. But for that first 20 to 25 minutes, I was sailing at full mast. I had a nice big old erection because this reminded me so much of my favorite movies, The Mummy and The Mummy Return. But man, once that 25-minute marks, you can just pinpoint the second the writers lost track of what they were trying to do. They forgot what assignment they were given in school here. Started writing like a side quest for an MMO. It was just horrible. It just completely lost track of where it wanted to go and what it wanted to be. I mean, really just overall the movie lacks focus, and then they didn't even know how to end it. The ending was abysmal. I thought the last 40 minutes of the movie were just unbearably bad, with such an anticlimactic ending. The final fight between the main character and the main villain lasts about as long as I do in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Online, so all of about 15 to 30 seconds. It really wasn't even a fight or a showdown. It was as if they went to an arm wrestling competition and then just talked out their differences. It was just less of a fight and more of a conflict of interests that wasn't fun to watch, and it wasn't a good way to wrap up the movie. But everything leading up to it was shitty too. The movie was basically just zombies. This was more of a zombie movie than a Mummy movie. And it tries to be kind of like a horror hybrid type of movie, but it's not scary at all. It goes for some cheap jump scares that don't work. And it just forgets that The Mummy, the first two Mummies, revolved around just a fun action adventure movie. This movie had fun for about the first 20 to 25 minutes and then was just boring and uninteresting and been there, done that. It just wasn't interesting. There's a lot wrong with the movie. Is it worth seeing? Maybe. It's just kind of your standard little zombie action flick. There's nothing too special about it. I wouldn't go there expecting an actual Mummy movie or anything even close to it, to be honest. But there was a lot of potential here. If the movie had kept the same tempo and the same tone that the first 20 to 25 minutes conveyed, it probably would have turned out to be a pretty damn good movie. There was just a lot of wasted potential for this film. Soundtrack, who gives a shit? You're coming to see the Mummy movie. You're not expecting to hear a great score. You're not going to hear some Hans Zimmer masterpieces or anything like that. It got the job done. I didn't notice anything fucking bad about it. I didn't hear any recorders or people banging on trash can lids. It sounded like music. Decent music that you would find in a movie. Now with all that said, let's put it on the moist meter. I'm gonna clock this at about a 50%. I'm gonna call it an average movie because it is an average movie. As an action zombie flick, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's not a mummy movie. Don't expect it to be. But I was entertained throughout the film, which is why I'm giving it that 50%. It wasn't super duper dry, nor was it super duper wet. It was kind of as if a mummy was dunked in a pool. You know, the dryness was in the wetness being the Mummy franchise, because that's my favorite franchise, The Mummy and The Mummy Returns. Those are my two favorite movies ever. And then they took the dryness with Tom Cruise and cannonballed it into the Brendan Fraser zone wetness. Now I'm gonna go ahead and clarify, I don't count Tomb of the Dragon Emperor a mummy movie. That's just a fucking shit stain on an otherwise flawless franchise. So I guess the best compliment I can give the new Mummy movie is it's slightly better than Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Alright, that's it. See ya. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the movie The Meg. This movie unfolds in the second wettest place on Earth, the ocean. The first wettest place being my panties when I think about how great of a game City of Heroes used to be. This movie was exactly as you'd expect. Surprisingly, average. I was expecting it to be well below average, but it's pretty fucking average, which is what you expect from a movie like this, and that's a compliment. The Meg is just a fun, mindless movie. It's a very simple premise. You thought the Marianas Trench was as deep as they say it is? You were fucking wrong. You were deceived by the government. Put on your tinfoil hats, because what you actually fell victim to was a lie, a magic trick. There was actually a secret lair underneath the Marianas Trench, and Jason Statham and the team, well, I guess he wasn't part of the team during this portion, but a team of scientists explore the underrealm, the undergarments, the underwear of the Marianas Trench, and they discover megalodons. And as they're leaving, the megalodons come with them, and then they're in the open waters wreaking havoc, and Jason Statham and the team's gotta stop them. It almost gives me a vibe of Jaws, because that's clearly what I was going for, but it's no Jaws. But it's alright. There's really not a whole lot to discuss here. The acting across the board is bad. The dialogue is bad, but it's so cheesily bad that it's excusable and fun, and it just kind of adds to the charm that this movie has. And there's a lot of cool scenes in here that are shot in fun ways with the megalodon. It's just an enjoyable ride. I just don't have too much overall to pick apart or really compliment here, because it's exactly as you'd expect. It's just, hey, here's some shit going on with a big ass shark that's tearing up shit. Let's fuck it up. I will say, some things that I really liked about this movie is the way they fight the megalodon, because they fight as if like a 9-year-old came up with their plans. You know, they have all this high-tech shit. Oh, they said a $1.3 billion facility and equipment. And for some reason, the best they can do against the megalodon is small fishing boats and melee weapons. And also dart guns. It's like it's a tribe that's hunting them, like an ancient Aztecian tribe that's hunting the Meg, not like elite scientists. You know, so I'm going to go ahead and point out a plot hole, and I hope I don't spoil anything, but at one point, they have a prod with some poison in it that's to kill the megalodon, and the only way they can do it is get in a shark cage and stab it with it, as if in some type of gladiatorial combat. But they proved multiple times that the shark takes the bait, chum. That's how they get the shark where they would need it to be. They chum the waters, and the megalodon comes. Why not just poison the chum? You get the same effect. To extend upon that further, they blow up another shark with some explosives. Well, they made that very hard by using depth charges and shit, but why not just put the explosives on the chum? You know, it's very simple solutions that really would have ended this movie almost from the get-go, but you know, you can't do that. So instead what you get is you get an action-packed adventure where people are getting mauled by the shark, and then Jason Statham's fucking kung-fuing the megalodon underwater and swimming away from it and doing all types of maneuvers, and it's fun. Let's just go ahead and plug this shit into the moist meter. I'm giving the Meg a 45%. It's exactly what you'd expect and want from a movie like this, and that's a good thing. It's a movie I don't regret seeing, but damn, you gotta just take things at face value here and not think too hard on the strategies. But it's fun. Jason Statham's he's such a fucking man. Like a masculine super specimen of a man. And he's just fun to watch on screen, especially when he's wrestling a fucking megalodon. That's it. See ya. There's no reason to pour sugar on this coat. Most of you don't like Disney live-action remakes. I also think it's a bit ridiculous to keep remaking beloved properties in a live-action format. Seems highly unnecessary. But that being said, I have enjoyed all of the Disney live-action remakes up until Lion King. And The Lion King isn't a live-action remake because it's still just animation, just a realistic animation instead of 2D. So I think it's really misleading that it's even being branded as a live-action remake. But I could totally see why kids would think it was realistic because visually, it's fucking stunning, and it does look genuinely real. But I want to say why I like the previous ones and not this one. Let's take, for example, Aladdin, the most recent one before this. I liked Aladdin. Don't get me wrong, it didn't even come close to the original, didn't hold a candle or a condom or anything to the original. It wasn't even the same ballpark. But as its own standalone piece, Aladdin was a really competent and a movie that clearly had its own creative vision on the story, and I appreciated that and enjoyed it. It was a different telling of the same story with a different creative process and vision that came across, and I appreciated it. I thought it was a good movie. And with The Lion King, I don't get that feeling at all. This seems completely passionless. The personality of the original is completely ripped out of this one. Just the bare bones of what Lion King was. It's just a shot-for-shot remake of the original Lion King. There's no new scenes, maybe one or two, and then a couple scenes that were outright removed or shortened. But overall, it is shot-for-shot exactly the same movie, except animated realistically, which to me just screams cash grab because this movie doesn't even try to do anything different. It uses almost the identical script as well, except maybe a prototype version of the original, a much worse rough draft version, because it's not as good there either. In fact, every department in this movie is a downgrade from the original, except for if you want to argue the visuals being more beautiful. And the visuals, don't get me wrong, are unbelievably stunning, just absolutely spectacular. Photorealistic is an understatement for what you get in the movie. I could absolutely see kids going into this and thinking they just watched real animals on the screen. It is that good. And it really is beautiful. I can't deny that at all. That's my favorite part of the movie, the best part of the movie. But the main problem with the movie is they were so married to this idea of being realistic, they didn't realize what that would rob the film of. Lion King works as a cartoon because in the cartoon, they're very expressive in their facial animations. You get to see what they're going through just by how they react. They get tears, they get all types of different shit going on with them, and you can see the personality of the character. Because this is supposed to be realistic, lions don't cry. Lions don't, dance around, break dance, throw up Fortnite default dances or anything crazy like that. They're pretty stale. They're pretty blank-faced, blank expression. They nuzzle and stuff, and that's about the extent that they can convey emotion with here. That leads this movie to have no emotion from the characters. So in an important scene like Mufasa dying, the most you get from Simba is that's about it. There's not a whole lot of emotion you get to see there because it's supposed to be a realistic animal, and an animal can't, go YouTuber thumbnail like, crazy or anything like that. So you get a really underwhelming moment where it's supposed to be very emotional. And that's the biggest enemy here, is because they wanted this realistic art style, it really robbed the entire movie of emotion. They tried their best. There's obvious attempts to make the characters more animated, but they wanted to live in this world of reality that it just doesn't really work very well. So you get like songs that kind of just have no impact because it looks very underwhelming. The characters just seem very out of place. There's also the song with Can You Feel the Love Tonight that takes place during the day. So it seems even disjointed in that area where the songs don't even match the visuals you're seeing. It's just an odd decision to take a movie that's built on animals being animated, being very clearly displaying emotion and personality, to come to this and have none of that there. The most important part of Lion King. It's just a huge letdown. And the reason why some of I like Aladdin is because Aladdin can work in live action, not nearly as well, but it's at least believable because it uses human characters in the animation, so you can have some human actors get kind of close to what they display in the cartoon. They can't quite get there, but they try and they can get close, so it's not nearly as jarring. You get the same kind of emotions to a lesser degree from the live action as you did from the cartoon. Here, it's not even close, and it's not even comparable. It's just a really odd decision. I just don't see why this movie was made in the first place. The only thing I can think of is a cash grab, because kids by now probably don't know what The Lion King is, but they know what Disney is because Disney owns fucking everything shy of the air we breathe. So they want to see the next Disney movie. Why not tell them the most important story Disney's ever told with Lion King? They might not want to go watch a cartoon from the 90s. They might want to watch a realistic one. So that's why this was made, and I guess it serves that purpose because it genuinely is, shot for shot, the original. But if you've seen the original, there is no reason why you would ever choose this over the original at all. Everything in the cartoon version is significantly better than this one, and this just seems like such a waste of resources. It's incredible what they've done on a technical level with the visuals, and even the voice cast I thought was extremely good. At times, I thought a couple of the performances were a little phoned in here and there, but overall, that department was super solid as well. It's just so useless as a product, because it doesn't do anything. If this was a video game, this wouldn't really even be considered a remaster of the original. This would just be like a version 1.2 with a slightly improved graphics. Like, there's no quality of life changes or anything. There's just no changes, except maybe removing a few scenes and shortening songs. They also pretty much cut Rafiki out of the movie. Rafiki's in the movie for maybe like 5 scenes in total. He's extremely underused in this movie. They cut out the most important parts of his character, which is, I don't know why they would since it's shot for shot, but they did. Plugging this shit into the Moist meter, I'm giving Lion King a 50%. It does what I think they wanted it to do. It tells the Lion King story. It tells it in the exact same way, but a different coat of paint on it, which I guess is what they wanted. I think that's really scummy, but I can't deny how good the movie looks. It sounds great. Voice cast is great. I know people are going to like the movie, but it is extremely soulless and lacks the most basic elements of what made Lion King so great in the first place. That's about it. So yeah. When it comes to seeing movies alone, I'm not shy about it. I don't think it's that big of a deal. However, seeing Dora the Explorer alone was a whole new beast because the ticket attendant laughed at me when I told her I wanted one for Dora at 6:45. And that's never happened before. When I see a movie that skews for a younger audience, like Toy Story, there's shit there for adults to like. Adults go see Pixar movies, and I saw it with Tiana, but Tiana was not in town, so I was seeing Dora the Explorer alone. And I guess this was very different because Dora the Explorer has no adult fans at all. Like My Little Pony and shit used to have the fucking greasy ass, neck bearded 30-year-olds and shit like that, but Dora the Explorer never quite tapped into that market. So when she laughed at me, it really hit me like, fuck, I really am going to be probably the only person there that's this old, 25 years old, and doesn't have like a kid or something with him. I'm going to be that goddamn weirdo, and I'm probably going to be sitting in a row of children that are going to be laughing at Dora jokes, and then they'll look over at me and see this fucking stoic statue of an old man. And that's exactly what happened. I sat in a row of children, and the jokes in Dora the Explorer didn't really make me giggle or anything, but did those kids have a good time? I'll tell you what. No doubt those parents told their children to eat their vegetables or else they'll end up like that 25-year-old dude that was watching Dora the Explorer alone in the movie theater. Anyway, the movie's not bad. It's serviceable. Dora is more like Lara Croft meets Eliza Thornberry. She goes on a big old adventure. There's some CG that doesn't really work very well, but when you're a child, you're not there looking for the smoke and mirrors trying to figure out how the magician did the trick. I could clearly see kids liked it since I sat next to a whole goddamn school bus full. So it's definitely good for children. So if you have a kid or something and they're, wanting to go see a movie, I guess this works. I'd say just go take them to John Wick 3, open their eyes early. But this, I guess, gets the job done for kids' entertainment. If you're an adult, strap the fuck in because this thing gets embarrassing to sit through. Dora sings a lot of songs that are not good. Or like fun to listen to. She sings like a poo song. She calls it the poo song. It's, we dig a hole, put the poo in the shit hole, and there goes your shit. Then you wiggle your finger to it. I don't know. It's not good. And I felt genuinely like ashamed of myself to be sitting there by my lonesome. But if you're a kid, you're probably gonna have a great time with the new Dora movie. There are moments that are like decent. Like, it is an adventure movie. They solve little puzzles and stuff. Some of the characters aren't horrible. The actress that plays Dora, I think, does a great job. The actress, I don't remember her name. I think it's like Isabella Moner. she does a really good job with the character. Dora the Explorer is a little after my time, but I would occasionally fall asleep and then wake up to the odd Dora the Explorer episode coming on the TV, so I at least am familiar with the character and the shtick, and I think she does a great job. The movie really crams every Dora reference possible in there, and I guess that's great if you want to clap and go crazy when you hear your favorite line repeated. I just don't have a whole lot to say. I just kind of feel a little bad about myself, to be honest. Let's just plug Dora the Explorer into the Moist meter. I'm just going to give this bad boy a nice even 50%. If you're an adult, you're not going to like it. There's not a whole lot of fun to be had in here unless maybe you're fucking hammered, perhaps. If you have a child or you have like a nephew or something that you're going to the movies with, they're probably going to absolutely love it, judging by how the audience reacted to it. It's not the worst movie I've ever seen in my life, but man, it's not like Toy Story or SpongeBob where it's for kids, but there is a lot for adults to enjoy and appreciate as well. This doesn't have that. This is entirely 100% for children, and I guess it does well in that regard. Just saw Pitch Perfect 3. Damn. So, I don't have a whole lot to say about this. This will be the shortest Moist meter I've made so far. Yeah, that movie was just kind of fucking bad in every possible regard. It was mainly just a concert with some loose pieces of plot sprinkled here and there that made no sense and only served to loosely tie together each performance. The movie is 93 minutes, and I'd wager about 85 of those minutes is singing. And, to some people that's a positive thing, but if you're going there for a movie, you're not going to find it. This is basically just a live well, it's not a live concert, it's all voiced over, but it's a concert. You're basically going there for like one of those fucking Fathom events that no one goes to that are advertised before the movies at the theater. But I can see how some people, mainly teenage girls, would find this great and just leak out of their aka assholes over how amazing the covers are. And the covers are very well done, I'm definitely going to give them that. But there's not a real movie here. Pitch Perfect 1 had a good blend of story and singing, and I enjoyed that movie. I thought it was a good movie. I don't think this is a good movie at all. And the story that they sprinkle throughout here is just downright insulting to the viewers. It's fucking dumb. It's like a plot line out of 24, and Fat Amy becomes Jack Bauer. It makes no sense at all, and it's just so fucking dumb. I don't know what they were thinking with that direction. She turns into like some super elite assassin, like the fucking Winter Soldier, except instead of code words, she had code food in the movie. Oh, you hurt my friends, you better watch out. Karma's a pitch, as she fucking hunts down all of the bad guys. Really stupid plot. The writing got a lot worse somehow. It wasn't even fun cheesy, it was just bad shitty. And a lot of scenes were just really painful to sit through and super forced, and it was just an unpleasant experience all around. Let's go ahead and pop this shit into the Moist meter. I'm going to give it a 25%. The songs were good. I don't like that kind of music, but it is fun to watch it on the screen and the choreography. It's enjoyable, and I like the first Pitch Perfect, and they had a little bit of that in here, but it's just not a good movie at all, really. It's not worth seeing. If you like covers of songs, just fucking watch the covers online somewhere. It's not worth going to the theater for. So yeah, that's it. See ya. Assassination Nation is without a doubt in my mind the most try-hard movie I've ever watched, and I don't make that claim lightly. Saying try-hard fucking burns my mouth like I just swallowed battery acid, because I hate try-hard as an adjective. I think it's lazy and shitty, but I absolutely cannot think of a more apt description of this movie than try-hard. It's just the most try-hard, preachy movie I've ever seen. It's like watching a bad Tumblr blog for an hour and 50 minutes. This movie tries so hard to be more impactful and powerful and deliver more important messages than it's capable of. It's just a movie that monologues every 15 minutes and it beats you over the head with its political points, and it's just not a good movie. I don't know who the director is. I didn't look it up, but I'm willing to bet that the director is no older than 16 or 17. I just can't imagine an adult would make a movie this juvenile. I really like the concept. I think from a conceptual standpoint, it's a lot of fun where an entire town gets hacked, all of their privacy has been exposed, everything's leaked, and now everyone's at odds and fighting each other. I think that's fun. And there's about a good 20-25 minute stretch of this movie where it just embraces the fun of these people are mad at each other, now they're fucking killing each other. And it kind of turns into The Purge a little bit. Not that I'm a big Purge fan, but it's exactly like The Purge for a little while there. But they have this little stretch where it's fun. It's just guns firing, fucking blood, gore, they're hunting down people for revenge, and that's fun. They made that fun for a little bit, but the other hour and 30 minutes of this movie where they're not having that fun and just embracing the silliness and the action of it, it's just trying to make all of these statements, and they give you the most cringe-inducing dialogue possible. And cringe is another adjective I don't like to toss around because I think that's just as shitty and lazy as try hard. But this movie, I can think of no better words than cringe and try hard for this product. It's bad. The acting's good. I thought the acting in this movie was pretty fucking great. They sold the characters really well, but there's only so far that can take you when the dialogue is, "You motherfuckers thought that you were so cool with your privacy, now look at you, and you call us the monster." It's just shitty shit, and then they toss around 4chan and Anonymous, and anytime you try and bring the internet realm onto the big screen shittily without understanding it, it just doesn't go over super well. Quite literally, the last words in this movie, before the credits roll, are, "For the lulz." Go ahead and let that shit sink in. That's literally the last words of this movie. It's just not good. It's shitty. It's fucking shitty. And I really do like it from a conceptual level, and I understand that this is a really good setting to drive home some political messages and make some statements. And the amount of times you see a fucking American flag in this movie is nauseating. I don't think there's more than 2 scenes in this movie without an American flag. Everything else is just full of them. They really don't do a good job of making what they're trying to say subtle or anything like that. But like I said, it's a movie where you would expect a statement like that to be made and make those points, but it really hinders the movie when you make every couple of minutes a monologue or a very shittily written speech about it that sounds like something you would read on Twitter. It's not good. It's embarrassing to sit through. Assassination Nation, more like ass abrasion, because watching this movie is a pain in the fucking ass. Let's go ahead and plug this shit into the Moist meter. I'm giving Assassination Nation a 25%. Like I said, conceptual level, I like it. There's a stretch there that I like. Whether or not you agree with the messages, I don't think it's going to matter because the whole movie is kind of bogged down with a lot of bad dialogue, monologuing, and some really fucking goofy scenes. Like Kill Bill type shit, except not good Kill Bill. Like YouTube video type Kill Bill. It's You'll know what I mean if you see it. It's just kind of an embarrassing movie to watch, but there are things I did like about it. So, I mean, that's it. So, yeah. Welcome to the Moist Meter. I saw Truth or Dare a couple days ago, and I've been debating with myself whether or not to even give a score to this pile of shit. Do I bring the Moist Meter down low enough to even give this movie a percentage on the Moist Meter? It'd be a blemish on the perfect, pristine reputation of the Moist Meter. If the Moist Meter is a diamond ring, Truth or Dare is a pile of dog shit that's been run over by a lawnmower. But today I decided, you know what? People need to know. So let's go ahead and begin. The movie's, it's bad. It's a real stinker. It's a real stinky duty. It's just not good. So the plot is as follows. Some college kids go to Mexico for spring break, and after partying at a bar, they meet a stranger who invites them to hike 5 miles up to an abandoned church to party, and they play a game of Truth or Dare, and the game gets possessed by a demon, and then they keep playing. The demon makes them play Truth or Dare outside of the church, and it's life or death. It'll kill them if they don't do the dare, and if they don't tell the truth. And the dare could also just kill them as well. That's the premise. I know there's not a single fucking person on this earth that would watch the trailer or hear that premise and expect the movie to be good. I don't need to tell you it's bad, but I'm going to tell you anyway that it is a bad, stinky one. The main draw, I guess, is supposed to be their creepy smile. I can't really do it, but it's really goofy. It just looks like a shitty Snapchat filter. It's not scary. In fact, nothing in this movie is. There's not even a lot of jump scares here, which was surprising. There's really just no scares at all. The deaths aren't very creative. They're not very exciting. It's just not a very entertaining movie. It's very boring. There's a ton of plot holes. The plot isn't exactly watertight, but I don't think there's anyone that would expect it to be in a modern horror movie, especially not one from Blumhouse, who's just been slapping their name on anything from old Pop Wiggleberry's homemade porn to old Hickey Yokel's homemade porn. Everything's a Blumhouse production these days. The acting's not very good, except for a couple performances, but who gives a fuck when the writing's as bad as it is in this movie? The ending is nonsensically ridiculous. I'm going to go ahead and spoil that now. I hope nobody gets all up in arms, but it boils down to they're about to seal the demon away and end the game of cursed Truth or Dare, but then one of the characters is asked Truth or Dare, and instead of choosing truth, which would have been fine because all he has to do is tell the truth about something that's not going to kill anyone, it didn't kill anyone throughout the entire movie, he chose Dare nonsensically for an inexplicable reason. And the dare was obviously to kill the man who was about to seal the fucking demon away, because no one could have predicted that coming, I suppose. And then, yeah, the movie doesn't have a happy ending, because no modern horror movies are allowed to. Man, movies are shitty. It's just really shitty from start to finish. There's just nothing redeeming about this movie. I mean, there's really not. Let's go ahead and pop this shit into the moist meter. I'm giving it a 15%. I think that's about what it deserves. I think it's even a little on the high side. But I'm going to give it a 15% because at points it is a so bad it's good movie. There's points here where they treat the audience like they're genuinely fucking stupid and don't understand how the world works. Where they say, oh, we need to find this guy who understands the curse. Can we Google him? Oh, I found his Facebook. Let's message him on Facebook. That'll work. And it does work. Yeah, the movie fucking sucks. Really, by all possible measurements, it's just a bad movie. It's like NCIS wrote a horror movie. Kinda. At least in terms of technology here. It's just fucking shitty. That's it. So yeah. The curse of La Llorona suffers from its own curse. The curse of shitty horror movies that still get pumped out. This shit's super generic, super cliche, except the writing is even worse than modern horror movie standards. You know how people complain about dumb decisions and nonsensical shit the characters do in horror movies? This amplifies that to like level 100. This shit is the final boss of bad horror movie character decisions and writing. The movie's not good, and surprisingly to me, it takes place in the Conjuring universe, which has become a universe of pure mediocrity. So this fits right at home in there, definitely towards the bottom even of that shit ladder. But other than that, the only thing I can say about this movie that's almost a positive is there's a couple of scenes in here that do a good job of building tension up to a jump scare. And I also respect that it's unapologetic in how lame of a horror movie it is by only using jump scares for its horror. The movie has more jump scares than any horror movie I've ever seen, and to a certain degree I respect that shamelessness. You know, sometimes horror movies try to make an actual scary movie with shit that doesn't need jump scares, try and build tension properly, or try and, you know, build a world that's scary. This director says, suck my fucking asshole, I'm just going to use jump scares. And that's what he does. And sometimes the jump scares weren't bad. I mean, all jump scares are pretty much the same. It's just a loud noise. But they weren't, like, horrible. There's so fucking many of them. A couple of them are going to land. That's about the only thing that I can even kind of give as a positive. But most people don't even like jump scares in horror movies because it's so tired and overused. Speaking of overused, this movie does that whole flying around thing when they're getting possessed. That makes the theater laugh every time. I don't know why horror movies still have a character flying off screen, getting yanked off screen. It's goofy to look at. It looks like some Scooby-Doo shit. Hereditary did it too, and everyone laughed at it. I don't know why horror movies still use that goddamn cliche of getting the character yanked back by a spirit, and you just see them fucking fly back. It's so goofy to look at. It's so stupid. It's not scary. That trend needs to die real soon. The movie's bad. Acting is bad. Story really shitty, writing really shitty. To give you an example of why I think the writing's so shitty and why I think the character decisions make even less sense than most horror movies, that for some reason when La Llorona grabs the kids, or even the mother for that matter, they don't tell each other when they're confronted about it. They just say they fell, as if a fall could lead to burn marks on your arms and shit. But there's no reason why they wouldn't just say, oh, a creepy lady in a, you know, wedding outfit grabbed my arm and I escaped. You know, there's no reason not to say what it came from. It's not like there was a reason to keep it a secret. There was absolutely no fucking conceivable reason why the kids or the mother would keep that a secret when asked about it, because at the time they didn't believe it was anything supernatural. They thought it was just a strange lady. So why the fuck wouldn't you say a stranger's grabbing you trying to diddle your cock or something? It makes no sense, and I absolutely hate that cliche. They bring in Tuco from Breaking Bad as the super villain annihilator, the Avengers of religion. So he comes and he gets rid of La Llorona for them by stabbing her with the cross. Spoiler alert. I mean, the Conjuring series, the universe, always has the exact same ending where they confront the demon in a 1v1 sniper battle on Rust, and then they end it by doing either some type of stabbing with the crucifix or saying the demon's name. It's dumb every time. And this one's still dumb. It's a shitty movie, bad horror movie. Let's plug this shit into the moist meter. The Curse of La Llorona gets a 15%. Yeah, that's it. See ya. Welcome to the world's first mobile moist meter. Join me today as I review Holmes and Watson while also briefly reviewing the 20-hour road trip from Pennsylvania to Florida. That's a fat fucking 0%. Fucking sucks. But it gives me time to get my thoughts out about this stinker of a movie. Holmes and Watson is Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly's new movie. It's fucking horrible. It's really bad. It's just not good. Yeah, it's fucking shitty. Every joke falls flat. There's, for some reason, some very ham-fisted modern political references throughout the film, even though it's set in Sherlock Holmes period, like the 1800s and shit. They made Trump jokes. It was like these really bad references to modern society and living. Like there was a whole joke about selfies. It's all really bad. No joke lands. The concept is nice, but very poorly executed. John C. Reilly's the only redeeming quality of this film, and even he sucks asshole in this movie for the most part, save for one line that made me slightly exhale from my nostrils and my asshole puckered a little bit. It's just not a good comedy at all. Most modern comedies are shitty, but this one is to the next level. It's far shittier than I expected it to be. Tiana nearly fell asleep watching it. There's just not a whole lot to say about it. It's a bad comedy, bad movie. Plugging that shit into the moist meter, I'm giving it a 15%. The only reason it's not a 10% is because John C. Reilly made me exhale slightly that one time, and I guess that's something to put on the back of the Blu-ray box, I suppose. Definitely not worth seeing. A big fucking stinker for Christmas Day release. Santa Claus must have thought all of America was naughty when he delivered us this movie. That's it. See ya.
A proper intro to this moist meter. I have just so much on my mind about the new Mother movie that I want to get it out there as soon as possible. So Mother's the new movie with Jennifer Lawrence and Javier Bardem or Bodman, fucking Dennis Rodman, Javier. Can't remember his last name, I'm blanking on it, but you know who I'm talking about, Javier. Everyone knows Javier, he's a big actor. And this is the movie that you've seen previews for that markets itself as a horror movie. It's not a horror movie. It doesn't try to be. It's not even close. This is a very pretentious, artsy, avant-garde type of movie. Now, when we saw this movie, wow, that was one hell of a crash. So yeah, I don't have a camera or anything. I just tape my phone against this wall. Sometimes it falls. That was just more of a sign that even the universe doesn't even want me talking about this movie because it's really not even worth the breath. It has a very clever concept, very poor execution. When my girlfriend and I saw this movie, we were counting the minutes till it was over. It made no sense. This whole movie is just an hour of pure, uninteresting boredom. The last 30 to 40 minutes is just a cacophony of screams, yelling, and gunfire. Nothing makes sense. It's a confusing rabbit rectum of a movie. It's just so unfun to watch. It's not till the very end that you can kind of understand what this movie was really about and what it was going for, and I'll get to that in a second. But when we saw this movie, 6 people left. One of them even shouted that this movie was awful and he regrets wasting his money on it. Like, what more do I have to say about it? That's how everyone in the theater felt. That's how we felt too. And then at the very, very end, you get this clue as to what this whole movie was really about. And if you really think about it in a very abstract way, you can connect the dots. But for the most part, watching this movie is like looking through a fucking kaleidoscope during a tornado after popping 12 tabs of acid. It makes about as much sense as 2 Big Macs in a washing machine. Why are there 2 Big Macs in your washing machine? What, are you using them some type of fucking detergent? No, it doesn't make sense. And that's what this movie is like. Now, I'm going to do something I haven't done on the Moist Meter before. I'm going to say what this movie is about because everyone's raving about this movie, at least all the film buffs that love to smell their own farts. And when I get to the moisture percentage, what I thought of this movie, I don't want them to have that excuse of, he just didn't get it. This Cro-Magnon couldn't understand this beautiful piece of art. No, I get what this movie was trying to do. It just doesn't do a good job. It's not entertaining to watch. The messages aren't clearly conveyed, and I'm not saying they have to be, but there's just no real connections to be making here unless you really, really, really stop and think about this in a very abstract way. Now, it's not fun to watch at all, is my biggest complaint about what they're trying to do here. It's just not entertaining. In essence, this movie boils down to God, the Earth, and humanity. Javier plays God, Jennifer Lawrence plays the Earth, the house represents the Earth, so Jennifer Lawrence is more like the mother of the Earth, and then everyone else in this movie is us, humans. And in essence, what happens in this movie starts with one stranger, Adam, eventually his wife comes, representing Eve, then eventually some more strangers start coming in, 2 brothers, one brother kills the other, representing Cain and Abel. From there, it just snowballs into just pure pandemonium and just downright awful stuff. At the end, there's just war, cults, just overpopulation, eventually leading to Mother Earth killing off the planet. and then God's Javier starting anew. The mother blows up the house, thus getting rid of the earth, and Javier just starts again. That's kind of just the whole message of this movie. Humans are killing Earth. It's just telling the story of the Bible, and it's filled to the brim with symbolism. It just beats you to death with symbolism, and it's just not entertaining. It's not fun, and you're not going to pick up on this shit either unless you watch the whole movie and then think back on it in just very odd ways. I had to look up some shit too. I can admit that. I'm not embarrassed to say I had to look up a few things to make sure that I'm on the right track. And it shouldn't be that difficult to figure out what you were watching. And even still, once you figure it out, it doesn't make it entertaining. That didn't make the movie any better to me. It at least put it into some logical sense and things kind of added up. But that doesn't make it fun. Doesn't make it worth seeing. I love the concept. I love what they wanted to do here. But they just did it so poorly. So bad. Watching this movie was just a chore. It was painful, really. Another thing that made this movie incredibly painful to sit through was the camera work. Every scene had a close-up of Jennifer Lawrence's face just following it around. Anytime there was any type of muscular spasm, if she had an itch on her face, you bet your bottom dollar, you bet your sweet asshole that we are zooming in on that little muscle spasm. We're looking at that itch under a microscope here with the camera. It is just nauseating how many close-ups of Jennifer Lawrence's face we have throughout this movie. That's at least half of the footage, at least. There's really nothing else I want to talk about here. There's no reason to, because this just boils down to the movie not being a fun movie to watch. Even if you figure out what's going on and what it's saying from the get-go, if you can somehow Sherlock Holmes super sleuth your way into really comprehending what this movie is telling you, if you have one of those epiphany moments in every CSI or detective show on TV where you pick up on some minuscule detail out of nowhere, oh, staircases, heaven, God, wait a minute, and you can figure this out right away, that doesn't make the movie any better. You can understand this movie from the fucking first second, and this movie is still just not fun to watch. It's boring. It's a very boring and uninteresting movie, but it has a great concept, and I respect that, but it's so poorly used and utilized. So let's go ahead and see how much moisture was in this motherfucker of a movie. This is a 30% to me, and it's a 30% because I absolutely love what they wanted to do here, what the creative vision here was. I love it. I love what they wanted to do. The idea is great, but it is just not entertaining at all. Just so poorly done. And it's a shame. It really is, because it's a really clever idea. It's a really smart movie with its ideas, but it just couldn't make it a fun movie to watch. And that's just unfortunate. But it's not worth seeing. I don't think it's worth seeing under any circumstances, even knowing what it's about going into it. There's just nothing of value here. Nothing fun about it. Just a waste of time, really. But yeah, I mean, that's it. So yeah, welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Halloween movie, Halloween Kills. I wasn't even going to Moist Meter this movie initially, because by the time I finished it, I had already began forgetting some of it. It was just a really underwhelming movie. But I decided that it was probably worth talking about because I find it so underwhelming. Let me just start with the good things here. Best things about this movie are just when they're doing mindless killing. Like, they very much seem self-aware of how goofy and over-the-top their shit is, that it becomes enjoyable. I can really appreciate a bad, good movie, and I really think a lot of times this leans hard into bad, good. For example, there's a character that comes at Michael Myers with a pistol, and they do that same cliche shit they do in every action movie where someone with a gun for some reason tries to shove it up their fucking butthole and shoot them instead of just like stand back a little bit and start shooting. So they go up in like fucking slapping range there with their pistol, and Michael Myers just kicks a car door at them. It hits the gun and they shoot themselves in the fucking face and blow out their brains. Like, it's really goofy. And there's a part where someone's trying to strangle Michael Myers with a Halloween plastic stethoscope. Like an Easy Bake Oven stethoscope thing, you know, like that kind of children's toy, and then he gets stabbed in the eye. Like, it's very goofy, and that's when it's at its best. But it also tries to deliver a message and utterly fails. So it tries to bring home this idea like mob mentality is bad, but it's shit at doing that. So really, to me, the only like redeeming thing about Halloween Kills is when Michael Myers is just mindlessly killing people for no reason all the time. The majority of the movie is spent with those kills. So if that's what you care about, like just a bunch of fucking gore and violence and shit, you will be very happy with this movie, I imagine. and I found it to be enjoyable, but I also think the movie as a whole is kind of stinky. So first off, I just want to say, Laurie Strode, who's probably the most important person in Halloween, and extremely important in the last Halloween movie that this one directly follows, does fucking nothing in this movie. Quite literally, she does nothing. She just lays in a hospital bed talking about how much pain she's in. I mean, yeah, she got stabbed and everything, so obviously she's gonna be in pain, but she does fucking nothing. At all. The closest thing she comes to contributing anything to this movie is she knees a random extra in the stomach. Like, there's a doctor running by and Laurie just grabs him and knees him. And then she's like, ow, my stab wound opened. This was a bad idea. And starts rolling around on the floor screaming. That's like it. And then she gives a monologue about fear. And that's all she does. So I think it's really stupid that they would sideline like the most important character here and instead follow the dumbest characters so far. So like I said, the message is mob mentality's bad. And you can basically sum up the majority of this movie outside of the killing as just a town of actual imbeciles, just actual fucking idiots. So there's one guy in particular who starts the fucking catchphrase, "Evil dies tonight." And you will hear that a million times in the second half of this movie. Evil dies tonight. It's basically the town is tired of Michael Myers killing people, so they're gonna do something about it. They're gonna kill Michael Myers. Evil dies tonight. And they just keep shouting that. Eventually, innocent people start getting hurt, and chaos erupts. And I want to say right away, like, yeah, it's a great idea. You know, get the townspeople, get the vigilantes out there to take them down. Why not? You know, at least try and fight them. But no one really arms themselves with anything that makes sense. Like, the main guy has a baseball bat, like, okay, that's kind of logical. And then someone else gets, like, a pillowcase of bricks. Someone else just uses, like, brass knuckles, like, okay, yeah, you're gonna fight it with brass knuckles? Someone else, I wouldn't be surprised if they brought a hula hoop to the mob justice scene. Like, they just start bringing goofy items to fight Michael Myers with. Even though they were, like, planning to kill him for a long time, they could have, like, prepared, like, find like maybe just a brick that you could start throwing at him. Like, that'd be better than just bringing like brass knuckles and shit. And it's really dumb. And the main guy that you follow here is Tommy, and the way he recruits people into this is really silly. Like, there's a scene where he just drives up to a gas station and just starts talking to strangers. He's like, "Hey guys, you want to murder someone tonight?" And they're super down. They're like, "Yeah, who the fuck are we killing? You know, let's fucking ride." Like, yeah, we're killing Michael Myers. Like, oh, goddamn, yeah, let's go kill Michael Myers. I've had enough. You know, that tomfoolery, I'm tired of it. Let's get rid of Michael Myers. It's like everyone in this town is super ready to just kill somebody. They just needed an excuse and a target. It's so weird to me. Like, they don't do a good job of building their message that mob mentality is bad. And maybe Michael Myers isn't just a really scary guy. He represents a very scary thing, which is fear itself. They do a horrible fucking job with it. So I really think everything aside from just Michael Myers killing people is really poorly done. And I really don't think it's great. Like, it's not like he's doing anything creative. He's just randomly stabbing people all the time. Like, there's no real tension that builds in this movie. It's just, oh my god, Michael Myers is hanging out at the dumpster. And now he's stabbing that woman. You know, it's not like there's any kind of like, oh my god, I'm on the edge of my seat. Where the fuck is Michael? What's about to happen? Like, you basically see him the whole time as he slowly walks and stabs somebody. It doesn't really get very creative, and it doesn't even really try. It's just, he just starts stabbing someone. Like, even when he kills someone, he'll just keep stabbing them. So he'll take a couple, like, you know, he's in someone's house and he's just killed this old man. And then he just grabs a couple more knives and starts just putting them in his body. And then that's it. Like it's goofy, and that's enjoyable to me, but I really think it's just poorly done. And they really try and go hard on gore, but they don't do that well either. It's like everyone here is just a balloon of meat waiting to pop. Like, there's a guy who jumps from a building, and when he hits the ground, it looks like he fell into a jet turbine. He's just like fucking minced meat all over the place. And that's basically all of the kills here. They just explode into guts. Like, off of anything. If he's strangling someone, they just fucking explode. So it's not exactly like the most riveting action and gore. It's just kind of like, hey, here's a lot of gore. And like I said, I enjoyed it, but I also don't think like it's super well done either. And I feel like this movie has no payoff at all. Like, it is so desperate to be unpredictable that it becomes... I guess unpredictable is the wrong word. I'm not trying to spoil anything, but this movie has no payoff. You go on this adventure and you get nothing out of it except for like some goofy kills and some silly moments. But I don't really think you walk away like overly impressed with the movie either. I liked 2018's Halloween movie. I had a good time with that one. I thought that did some like fun stuff. And I don't think it's a perfect movie or anything like that, and I still think the original Halloweens are better. But this one I just feels not great. Like, it's really not. It's a pretty underwhelming movie with really stupid characters. And so let's just plug this into the Moist Meter. I'm giving Halloween Kills a 40%. I've been pretty harsh on the movie, but like I said, overall I did enjoy it because most of it is spent with Michael Myers just going on a killing spree, and I think Michael Myers is a cool character. I don't think he's as cool in this movie as he has been in other ones, and I think they actually do a disservice to the Michael Myers character by the end of it. But I still did enjoy watching Michael Myers be menacing, and like the things that he does along the way were entertaining. So overall, I wasn't like completely like this was a waste of my time, but I also wasn't super happy that I spent an hour 45 watching it either. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. I haven't showered yet, I'm sure you can tell. I gotta keep that Fazbear grease on me. So, I saw Five Nights at Freddy's the second that it released in theaters. I wanted to make sure I was planted, swamp ass, in seat, ready to be blown away. I'll be fully transparent here. I went into this film without the highest of expectations. I expected perhaps a fun, bad movie. Not necessarily because I think the property's weak or anything. It's just video game adaptations don't normally land. They're usually pretty stinky. But I was hoping, maybe I'd be pleasantly surprised. And to a certain extent, I was. This is going to be an extremely hard Moist Meter to do without spoilers, because a lot of what I want to talk about is very spoiler heavy. So, I'll go ahead and get this out of the way as well. I'm not the biggest Five Nights at Freddy's fan. I've played a handful of the games. Mainly, I speedrun Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. That's like my big venture into the franchise. I know enough about the lore to understand what was going to be going on here, as well as like the references and the characters and everything. And when I saw the film as flopping with critics, I kind of understood why, because it is a pretty deep, rich lore that I feel one movie isn't going to be able to do justice to get people brought into it. And so I kind of went in here expecting that this will be a movie Five Nights at Freddy's fans are going to love, and anyone who's not already a fan of the property is going to hate. And now that I've seen it, I think that's probably pretty accurate. So let's go ahead and dive into the old Fazbear pizza here. So, what I really liked about the film is the main character. I actually think Josh Hutcherson is the best part of this film. He also happens to be a fellow Hunger Games co-star of mine. Josh and I go way back on the set of the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. Some might say I taught him everything he knows about acting, but I'm not here to toot my own horn. Point is, he is the best part of this movie. He plays a troubled man who watched his brother get kidnapped in front of him while he was a young boy, and he is still haunted by that memory to this day, all these years later. Every single night, he goes to bed to go to that point in time in his mind. He dreams that moment every single night because he believes somewhere deep in his psyche, he saw the person that kidnapped his brother and he wants to catch him. So he goes there, tries to get more clues to try and catch the person responsible for kidnapping his brother so many years ago. It's a really interesting concept, and it plays into the overarching plot pretty well. I would have liked it to have more of a role in how things pan out towards the end, but I'm still very satisfied with what they did with that. I think it's a really cool concept. Aside from that, everything plays out exactly how you expect it to if you're familiar with the games. Mike, the main character, gets a job as a security guard at Freddy Fazbear's place. It's actually kind of goofy how he gets there. He was a security guard at a mall beforehand, and then he saw someone that he believed was kidnapping a child, and he just beats the fucking daylights out of him in a fountain. Like, he tackles him into, like, a fountain and just gives him knuckle sandwiches out the ass. He was feeding him more knuckle sandwich than Freddy Fazbear fed kids pizza. Like, this guy was going crazy on him, so Mike brutalizes the guy, which is never really touched on again, even though I feel like he would have been locked behind bars after that incident. It was a big misunderstanding. He wasn't actually kidnapping the kid, it was his dad. And then after that, he gets the job as the security guard. Now, the movie is absolutely at its best when it's at least trying to be a horror film. This is by far my biggest critique of it. There's only a handful of scenes that even attempt to do anything unnerving or tense or scary. Now, it's important to mention that if you're familiar with their games, then you know the backbone of the scares of Five Nights at Freddy's is jump scares. Would you believe me if I told you that there's almost no jump scares in this movie? I think there's only 2. I think there's 2 jump scares in the entire runtime of this film, which blew me away because I thought this would be like a completely unapologetic jump scare like bonanza. But it wasn't. And for the first time in history, I swear on a stack of Bibles, it actually was a detriment to not rely on jump scares because that's what built the franchise in the first place. So I really think this is like one of the few movies that really could have benefited from having more of them. Now, ordinarily, I think that's extremely cheap for your scares, because usually I'd prefer if you'd try and actually build tension, be unnerving and all of that. And since they weren't using jump scares, they did try that, but it doesn't really work super well most of the time. So let me give you an example. A scene where a character's hiding in a closet and a light's flickering behind them. You can see an animatronic fucking rabbit giving it like some psychopath eyes, giving it the stink eye. And it becomes less tense and more silly. Because at its core, looking at animatronic animals being evil is a silly, wacky concept. So the tension building doesn't really work in the film. So I think this really would have benefited from just, playing it safe with jump scares. I think that would have been a little more effective. But even if it's not the best when it comes to frightening the audience, I still think it's at its best when it's at least trying to. And when it's doing that, it's very fun to watch. Like, the animatronics look amazing in this movie. The animatronics look spectacular. Like, I think they did a great job with Freddy and the gang. I really do. And there's a scene in particular where some rapscallions, some less than savory individuals break into the establishment to try and destroy it, just ruin it, even though it's already fucking disgusting. But they go in there to cause a ruckus. And the animatronics fight back. And it actually gets kind of gruesome at one point. Like, I was actually surprised. It's a PG-13 movie, but there's actually a couple scenes of gore, which I think is good. Like, I think it added to it. This movie was never going to be R in any universe. That would be extremely stupid. Five Nights at Freddy's is a property that's enjoyed primarily by the younger demographic, and you can't have an R-rated movie that kids can go to. So it was always going to be PG-13, but I am shocked at some of the stuff they put in here during some of these kills. I'm happy about it. But when they're not doing that, they're basically treating this movie like it's Five Nights at Freddy's fanfic that they found on Tumblr, complete with some cameos that drop their famous lines here and there, as well as like an entire sequence dedicated to Freddy and the squad building forts with Mike and his sister Abby and a cop named Vanessa. It becomes like a summer camp thing for a little bit. Like, they treat half of this movie like it's a fucking episode of the Rugrats sometimes. Like, it just feels like it clashes with the tone of the horror of Five Nights at Freddy's. Perhaps it's because I haven't played every Five Nights at Freddy's game and I'm not super deep in the lore. Like, I'm not like a lore historian on it. But for the film, I feel like it would have done better if they leaned more in on the unnerving aspects of it, as opposed to kind of making it a 50-50 thing where 50% of it is kind of bubbly and sweet, and the other half is the more horror stuff. But again, maybe that's just not me maybe that's me not being knowledgeable enough on how the property plays out in the lore. But those were my least favorite parts. And especially because I think a lot of times the writing gets very, very silly. So in that scene I mentioned about the fort building, the cop, Vanessa, is like, best day ever! Like, she's having so much fun. She loves being at Fazbear's place. She's loving that Mike and his sister Abby are getting along really well with Freddy and Bonnie and Foxy. Like, they're having so much fun, and she couldn't be more happy. But then Mike and Vanessa go to a broom closet, and Abby plays the guitar and kind of like shocks herself, which of course, it's scary, and Mike freaks out and Vanessa freaks out, and then she immediately flips this switch where she's like, don't you ever come back here again, Mike. If I ever see Abby in this facility one more time, I'm going to shoot you. Like, she just directly threatens him, even though the cop Vanessa has been actively encouraging Mike and Abby to play with Freddy and the friends and like be part of the crew here and have fun. Then all of a sudden she's like, I'm gonna fucking shoot you if I catch you here again. like, it just feels like there's scenes missing where it builds up to her, like, disdain for them being here, because, like, actually 30 seconds ago, she had the biggest smile on her face, grinning ear to ear. So it just feels like maybe they knew where they needed to go, but didn't know how to get there in a smooth manner. So sometimes it just fucking flips. And I think it's actually exclusive to the cop Vanessa, because her whole role in this film is kind of just to be the Five Nights at Freddy's wiki. She is basically just an exposition robot. She's not really so much a character in the film. She's more like a YouTuber who swoops in and wiggles their finger. Well, actually, Mike, did you know? And then goes into, like, this whole exposition, dump on what's going on. So, like, it's no problem with the actress or anything. I actually think she did a fantastic job on screen. It's just, she was written to kind of only be here to be a savior out of nowhere to keep people alive if things get a little too hairy, or inform the audience of the overarching lore that's taking place, or what's actually happening here. So it just feels odd. Like, I wish they had done more with her as opposed to just making her the Wikipedia page for Five Nights at Freddy's. She's not the only character that I feel is written kind of poorly. There's actually a couple that seem like they're only here to remind the audience that these animatronics can kill. So they're kind of there just to die and nothing else. But aside from that, I think what it focused on with Josh, I don't know, I'm calling him Josh. We may be Hunger Games, veterans, but we're not on a first name basis. Mike, the main character, and his sister Abby are really the focus of it, and everything that happens around them outside of what happens inside Freddy's place is kind of just very odd. Like, it starts to fall apart. I really want to talk more about this movie, but it is all spoilers. This is going to be a minor spoiler, but I just have to mention this because it is such a head scratcher of a plot idea. So, minor spoiler, just fair warning here. A big thing that drives Mike to take the job as a security guard at Freddy's place is he may lose custody of his sister because his evil aunt is trying to get the girl so that she can make money from the government off having that kid. Even though she seems to already be really financially well off, and it's not like the government's going to be paying her fucking millions of dollars for this, but regardless, I think that's already a bit of an interesting idea. The way she goes about it is she wants Mike to die. Like, she even contemplates having him killed. All so that way she can take custody of the daughter to make, like, a monthly paycheck off having the kid or something like that. It's a really weird motivation, and it's not even really important to the plot. It's really just there because it gave Mike a reason to grab that job as a security officer. But aside from that, it's just kind of dumb and gets sidelined pretty quickly. She herself is also not really a character in this film. She's just here to be like a cartoonishly evil presence that kind of, haunts the place, basically, where she's there and she's on screen to be hated, and that's it. I'll stop going into spoilers. There's a couple more things that I'd like to say, but that would be way too much in the spoiler territory. There are things I liked, there are things I didn't like. Overall, this is a film that I am confident most Five Nights at Freddy's fans are going to enjoy, and I'm also confident if you don't like Five Nights at Freddy's, this doesn't really have a whole lot for you to get you invested and make you a fan. Although I do think the concept with Mike and, like, going into the dream state to try and solve a kidnapping case is interesting enough that I think it might push people to at least check out Five Nights at Freddy's lore to some extent. And Five Nights at Freddy's lore is actually pretty fucking good. Like, it is pretty interesting. So, maybe that will be what happens. I also mention this because a lot of you saw the video. There was also a fight that broke out at the premiere of Five Nights at Freddy's. This is the last movie I would expect people to be throwing hands at, but I wanted to mention that. They're calling it the Fight of 87, which is a reference to Five Nights at Freddy's with the Bite of 87, where for some reason a bunch of people just started brawling in the theater on opening day for this movie. So, just wanted to toss that out there. I did see the video. Very, very wild. Anyway, plugging Five Nights at Freddy's movie into the Moist meter, I'm going to give it a 45%. I think it is not a bad film, per se. I think there are bad moments, and I think there are things that weren't executed as well as they could have, but I do find it to be enjoyable enough that it was worth watching. When I initially left the theater, I was a lot less enthusiastic about it than I am now, mainly because there is just like a period of it where it just kind of becomes a slog to get through, and it clashes with what I think the tone probably wanted to go for. But looking back on it, I really did enjoy it with my friends. Like, we were talking to each other a little bit back and forth, whispering, of course, because we're not trying to disrupt the theater, about like how it ties into Five Nights at Freddy's lore. And then also, like, there were a couple scenes where like all fucking five of us all at once, when it happened on screen, went like this and then like that, because it was so nonsensically dumb what just unfolded. So it was a fun experience that I did enjoy, even though overall I don't think it's an amazing adaptation for the property. I think it's good enough that fans are going to be satisfied, but I don't think it's strong enough to stand on its own 2 feet where people that aren't already invested are going to get invested. I think they're going to maybe leave a bit disappointed. But anyway, that's really about it. So yeah.
You've no doubt already read how bad Hellboy is. I'm here to tell you, it's pretty shitty, but god damn it, I can't recommend it enough. It's unapologetically edgy, gory, and goofy. The movie genuinely sounds and looks like it was written by a bunch of 14-year-olds jerking off in like the basement of their parents' house, drinking alcohol they're not supposed to have, but they stole it from their dad from under the bed in his secret stash. They just started like writing what they thought would be edgy, and then they made it into this movie. And there was a certain charm to this movie. There's nothing good about the writing. The writing sucks some of the fattest asshole I've seen in quite a while. The one-liners are the worst I think I have ever heard in any big budget movie. Fucking Power Rangers had better one-liners. And speaking of Power Rangers, the CGI in this movie gets really shitty at points. Like, the main pig demon looks like straight fucking ass cheeks. An actual Power Rangers villain costume, it seems like they got for him. But all that being said, I really enjoyed this goddamn movie. I would recommend it. The movie is so stupidly edgy that it takes on a life of its own as like almost self-aware, but it's clearly not self-aware type of edgy movie. The humor never works. It's not even so bad it's good in the humor department, but the edginess does. And it is so goddamn gory for no reason half the time that I loved it. There's people's skin getting ripped off their face, getting ripped in half, eyes getting eaten by ravens, fucking nuts getting busted, nuts getting slammed together, dicks getting ripped in half, dicks getting peeled like a banana peel, dicks getting degloved. There's a lot of fucking gore in this movie for no reason half the time, and it's great. It's super great. I don't know why it's there, but it's entertaining when it is, if you ask me. I would never consider this a good movie. I would certainly not consider this a good movie in any department, especially editing. Shit just kind of happens out of nowhere for no reason all the time. The characters suck. They're not developed well. You don't like a single character in this movie. But god damn it, when the action unfolds and you got arms and limbs flying all over the place, cum and blood, tears, all of it all over the screen, it's really enjoyable. I don't know why people are shitting on that aspect. I thought that was really good. They're like, oh, yeah, the gore made it boring. Bullshit, the gore made it boring, you pussy micro dick. The gore made it tolerable, made it really, really comedic sometimes. This shit was entertaining when it was happening in that area, but it's not good. I'd say it's a so bad it's good movie, but it's really not bad in the visuals department at all. Yeah, there's definitely some bad CGI and some questionable decisions throughout, but it has a really nice aesthetic to it and a nice tone to its visuals that I think complement it really well. There's some slow-mo scenes that just, the slow-mo just seems weird. There's something wrong with the slow-mo, like the slow-mo fucking broke during rendering, but they didn't fix it. So there's definitely some glaring issues, but visually it's nice to look at. There's some demons that come out that are really genuinely cool looking shit. And most of the action scenes are cool, even if at times hard to decipher what exactly is happening. I think the movie has a certain charm to it that I think fans of Hellboy can appreciate at least. If you like the original 2 Hellboys, which I do, you can still appreciate this one even though it's totally different. I think it's very, very different in all possible ways to Del Toro's Hellboy vision, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I really don't. I think it's really fucking adorably odd what they've made here that I appreciate it. Plugging this shit into the Moist meter, I'm giving Hellboy a 30%. Like I said, it's not a good movie, but it is a movie I'd recommend. I was thoroughly entertained. Except anytime Hellboy tried a one-liner or anyone tried to make a joke. That's when I'd roll my eyes and want to, get the fuck out of the theater because it was really, really bad.
If they're going to do a sequel like they hint at in this movie, they need to just fire the team that came up with the comedy because it was awful. And also fire the editors. And fire the person who wrote the story as well. And then maybe you'd have something going for you. That's it. See ya.
Hey there, folks. Jackson, Chief Investigator of Water-Related Murders here. Have you ever wanted to solve a murder? Right now, there's a new service hot on the streets that lets you accomplish that very thing. Hunter Killer is a fantastic murder mystery subscription box that is delivered to your door each month, weaving an interesting storyline on a monthly basis that constantly evolves along with your investigation. This thing is perfect for all kinds of nights. Game nights, date nights, or even the lonely nights that us grizzled detectives are used to. I've personally thoroughly enjoyed the fun that comes with Hunter Killer, and would wholeheartedly recommend it if you're into true crime or even if you just like a good puzzle. The immersion of the game is really impressive. It's almost like an escape room in a box. You'll have to track suspects' movements, listen to audio recordings, link documents together, solve codes and ciphers, and even let the deep obsession with the case tear at your relationships, ending your long-lasting marriage. And just like any good detective, you can even keep all of the evidence from the crime as a makeshift collectible. This is also an exclusive club with only 200 lucky detectives being allowed access each day, but luckily for our listeners, Hunter Killer is letting every listener get in on the action. Plus, you can get 20% off your first box. If you're as good as a detective as I think you are, you'll be able to trace the deal back to hunterkiller.com/moist and use code MOIST at checkout. Once again, that's hunterkiller.com/moist to get this awesome monthly subscription box that is genuinely a lot of fun. You've all heard of cold cases before, but this isn't a cold case. This is a moist case.
Welcome to the magical world of moisture. Today we're looking at the new Fantastic Beasts movie. I'm a huge fan of the wizarding world. I enjoyed the Harry Potter series, and I really enjoyed the first Fantastic Beasts movie. I thought it was superb. I enjoyed everything that it was setting up. I enjoyed the movie start to finish. The new Fantastic Beasts movie is a fucking wet fart right in my face, giving me a goddamn pink eye. It was bad. It was not a good movie. I wouldn't say it was a terrible movie. I didn't hate it, but it is a poorly made, very poorly edited, and just confusing movie from the beginning to the end. Let's start with what I think is the weakest part of this movie, the narrative. The plot of this movie is so confusing and choppy. It seems like the editing was so incredibly rushed. You'll have a scene that ends abruptly, and then the next scene that starts, and the two just don't match. You'll have characters in a tomb in one scene, and then all of a sudden they're outside of the tomb and completely separated, and you have no idea why, because they were just having an argument in that tomb. So what the fuck happened in there? They all just jerk each other off, and they're all good now in this next area for no reason. You don't know why. The whole movie, the whole narrative is just so poorly told and constructed with so many moving parts, it's impossible to keep up with. You're also left with a lot of loose ends and convenient coincidences, such as, I thought your mind was erased. It wasn't. Oh, that's all? Okay, yeah, I guess it wasn't. They just retcon what happened in the last movie sometimes. That ship crashed. Well, why did the ship crash? Yeah, it just crashed. Convenient. Oh, okay, that makes sense. And you just have to just bite that shit down, and because J.K. Rowling says so. There's no explanation for some of the things that happen in here. There's no whys. It's just, this happened. Don't you dare ask a fucking question. I'm J.K. fucking Rowling. It's a shame. Because I thought Fantastic Beasts did a great job storytelling and presenting some very nice visuals. This movie has some great visuals. I really loved the magic in here. There's a lot of unique spells and a lot of very cool settings, but the plot that's supposed to hold it all together and drive things forward is awful. Truly dog shit. And it's also like tying into, not to spoil anything, it's tying into like real world history. All of a sudden now Hitler's gonna play a role in the Harry Potter universe. It makes no fucking sense. Things are just happening just because Rowling says so, without any real connection or reason for those things to happen. I'm not exaggerating. Quite literally, they're setting the stage for Hitler to play a role in the Fantastic Beasts universe. It's absolutely nonsensical. And what's crazy is, she's got a lot of likable characters here. There's almost no characters in this movie that I don't like. I think all of them are very strong, well-rounded characters that you start to care for, but my god, the plot that she throws them in just tries its best to spit in their face. It's bad. And there's also the worst self-sacrifice I've seen in theaters ever. There's a self-sacrifice from a character that is the most underwhelming thing I've ever seen on the screen for a self-sacrifice. It'd be as if a man jumped on a samurai sword to stop a piece of pizza from hitting the ground and killed himself doing that. It's just, why would you bother killing yourself for that outcome? It was so underwhelming. Not to spoil anything again, but someone kills themselves to knock something over. And it didn't, knocking that thing over wasn't like integral, it wasn't anything important. They just killed themselves to knock something over. And they were an important character. Like, why? Why did that happen? I understand why, because it's supposed to be more motivation for the other characters. It's supposed to be emotional, but you can't help but think it's just silly. Like, is that really the best way you could send that character out, with a big bang and an oorah, knocking something over? Amazing. It's just like an angry Magic the Gathering player flipping over a fucking table and then having a heart attack. It's stupid. Man, I can't vent enough about how weak I thought this plot was. And J.K. Rowling really seems to be doing her best not to step on her own lore, but she is still fucking rampaging through it. A lot of this shit just does not really fit into the wizarding world that's already been established. Maybe it will in the sequels. They'll go back and fix some shit up, but right now, a lot of shit just doesn't match. You're getting new information that contradicts what you're already supposed to know from the world she's created. So I think she's really having a hard time here. Like I said, great characters, great visuals. Another thing, all of the wizards in the Fantastic Beasts are far stronger than every wizard you saw in Harry Potter. Every single fucking wizard in this movie is stronger than any of them from the Harry Potter movies. All of them could have fucking manhandled Voldemort. In Harry Potter, they use 2 spells, basically, ad nauseum. Fantastic Beasts, they're using a spell for everything. They can peel cum out of penises from 2 miles away, and then use that to figure out what human being is going to be born from those sperm cells. It's incredible. The magic they're using here is so far beyond everything we saw in Harry Potter. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because I think since Harry Potter takes place later on, the magic should be a bit better there as it gets refined and improved. But I don't mind, because I like seeing it in the Fantastic Beasts movie. I also much prefer the setting of Fantastic Beasts. I mean, honestly, the movie, aside from the narrative, the plot, isn't bad. It's not like a bad movie. I don't regret seeing it. But man, it's so disappointing coming from Fantastic Beasts 1, which I liked, and pretty much all of the Harry Potters except for Goblet of Fire, which I all thought were very strong, excluding Goblet of Fire, obviously. This one is just such a disappointment. A lot of it is just utterly pointless. It seems like all of it is so trivial in the world that even setting up for a sequel seems like all of this information is useless, that none of it really has much of an effect. It's just such a shame, in my opinion. We're going to plug this shit into the Moist meter, giving the new Fantastic Beasts movie a 40%. Like I said, I don't regret seeing it. I did enjoy the visuals. Another thing that I forgot to mention, the action has so many lazily put together cuts and chops, you cannot keep up with it. The very first opening with the escape and the chase is damn near impossible to look at. There's so much flashing lights in your face, you feel like you're at a rave. It cuts in between each line that is spoken, or each scream, or each yell, or each action. You cannot put that shit together. Your mind's going to try its best to make sense of what's happening, and it's not going to work. The movie is just really bad when it comes to showing you action or anything really moving, because it cuts so many times. It's stupid. But like I said, don't regret seeing it. It's the worst movie in the wizarding world. I think it's even worse than Goblet of Fire. But even still, visuals are fun, and I really like the universe, and the characters are good. But I wouldn't consider this a good movie. Let's see ya.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. I saw Truth or Dare a couple days ago, and I've been debating with myself whether or not to even give a score to this pile of shit. Do I bring the Moist Meter down low enough to even give this movie a percentage on the Moist Meter? It'd be a blemish on the perfect, pristine reputation of the Moist Meter. If the Moist Meter is a diamond ring, Truth or Dare is a pile of dog shit that's been run over by a lawnmower. But today I decided, you know what? People need to know. So let's go ahead and begin. The movie's... it's bad. It's a real stinker. It's a real stinky duty. It's just not good. So the plot is as follows. Some college kids go to Mexico for spring break, and after partying at a bar, they meet a stranger who invites them to hike 5 miles up to an abandoned church to party, and they play a game of Truth or Dare, and the game gets possessed by a demon, and then they keep playing. The demon makes them play Truth or Dare outside of the church, and it's life or death. It'll kill them if they don't do the dare, and if they don't tell the truth. And the dare could also just kill them as well. That's the premise. I know there's not a single fucking person on this earth that would watch the trailer or hear that premise and expect the movie to be good. I don't need to tell you it's bad, but I'm going to tell you anyway that it is a bad, stinky one. The main draw, I guess, is supposed to be their creepy smile. I can't really do it, but it's really goofy. It just looks like a shitty Snapchat filter. It's not scary.
In fact, nothing in this movie is. There's not even a lot of jump scares here, which was surprising. There's really just no scares at all. The deaths aren't very creative. They're not very exciting. It's just not a very entertaining movie. It's very boring. There's a ton of plot holes. The plot isn't exactly watertight, but I don't think there's anyone that would expect it to be in a modern horror movie, especially not one from Blumhouse, who's just been slapping their name on anything from old Pop Wiggleberry's homemade porn to old Hickey Yokel's homemade porn. Everything's a Blumhouse production these days. The acting's not very good, except for a couple performances, but who gives a fuck when the writing's as bad as it is in this movie? I mean, the ending is nonsensically ridiculous. I'm going to go ahead and spoil that now. I hope nobody gets all up in arms, but it boils down to they're about to seal the demon away and end the game of cursed truth or dare, but then one of the characters is asked truth or dare, and instead of choosing truth, which would have been fine because all he has to do is tell the truth about something that's not going to kill anyone, it didn't kill anyone throughout the entire movie, he chose dare nonsensically for an inexplicable reason. And the dare was obviously to kill the man who was about to seal the fucking demon away, because no one could have predicted that coming, I suppose. And then, yeah, the movie doesn't have a happy ending, because no modern horror movies are allowed to. Man, movies are shitty. It's just really shitty from start to finish. There's just nothing redeeming about this movie. I mean, there's really not. Let's go ahead and pop this shit into the moist meter. I'm giving it a 15%. I think that's about what it deserves. I think it's even a little on the high side. But I'm going to give it a 15% because at points it is a so bad it's good movie. There's points here where they treat the audience like they're genuinely fucking stupid and don't understand how the world works, where they say, oh, we need to find this guy who understands the curse. Can we Google him? Oh, I found his Facebook. Let's message him on Facebook. That'll work. And it does work. Yeah, the movie fucking sucks. Really, by all possible measurements, it's just a bad movie. It's like NCIS wrote a horror movie, kinda. At least in terms of technology here. It's just fucking shitty. That's it. So yeah. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Mulan, the latest victim in Disney's insatiable appetite to ruin their animated classics with mediocre live-action remakes. Now, Mulan has a lot of controversy surrounding it, but as always here at the Moist Meter HQ, our top scientists like myself are able to separate the controversy from the actual product. And in this case, the product, the movie, is able to be bad all on its own, without any controversy. It's just not a good movie. It's baffling to a certain degree. It takes everything that the original was so special for, everything that people loved it for, and they wipe their ass with it here, or just completely remove it. This is something Chris Stuckman also pointed out, but for example, one scene in particular with her putting on the armor, in the original movie it's an extremely emotional moment and very powerful where she's making this extremely difficult decision to go fight, and they have this nice set of scenes that's very powerful with her putting on the armor. And then in this movie, that very powerful scene is handled with about as much care as somebody dropping 15 plates down a staircase and then taking a shit on him. This scene is no exaggeration, about 15 seconds long. She grabs the sword, points it in the camera like some kind of fedora-wearing neckbeard, and then she has the armor on in the next second, and she just rides off. There's no emotion to it. That's the biggest fucking problem with this movie. There's really like no emotional weight of anything. This movie completely strips away all the charm, all of the emotion, all of the fun, all of the musicals from the first one, and you're left with just a very bare bones, very bland, mediocre imitation of the first one. I will say I'm glad that it's not just a shot-for-shot remake like Disney's done in the past. I'm glad that they at least try to do something a little different with Mulan, but they do it at the cost of ruining everything that made it such a good movie in the first place. This movie is like if everything was handled by AI that just doesn't understand human complex emotions. There's nothing here. It's this giant fucking nothing burger. It's like biting into styrofoam. When they try and do something that should be powerful in the moment, it's not. Everything feels really rushed, especially like that armor scene. There's a lot more like it, but the armor scene in particular really stands out to me because that's a scene that should be huge. There's so much at stake if she goes to fight. There's such a big implication there. There's so much that could go wrong. It's such a big deal. But in this movie, she makes the decision in a split second, and you only see that split second where it's sword, now I'm in full armor like I just got fucking dressed in a video game and changed the outfit, and now I'm gone. It's handled over like literally 15 seconds. It's insulting, really. I don't understand why they would do that. I don't think they were even really going for a movie that anyone could connect to or feel anything from. I think what they wanted was just like a true action movie with cool set pieces. And the action I do think is actually kind of decent, and I definitely think the movie looks beautiful. I mean, with a fucking Disney budget, you're going to get something that looks nice, so I'm not surprised there. But it's just so hollow. It's just such an empty movie. There's really nothing to it. There's no charm, there's no passion. It feels really uninspired. Maybe at some point this movie was very different, and what we're left with is this disjointed mess that they've thrown together here. But I don't know. I mean, I can't say for sure. All I can say is the movie's just not very good. And even though I did compliment the action, it's pretty fucking goofy sometimes. Like, it does remind me of like some old Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon stuff with some of the wire moves that they do, which is nostalgic, but it's also just kind of silly to watch, especially with the way they filmed some of it. But it also didn't do it nearly as well as a classic like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. They were good, but not nearly done as well as they have been with like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Now, like I said, there's no musicals in this movie, and you know what, I'm actually totally fine with that, because frankly, I'm pretty fucking tired of a Disney musical in every single goddamn Disney movie, it feels like. And half the time I feel like they're just ham-fisted in there just for the sake of making enough for an album to sell to kids or something, I don't really know. But I'm pretty tired of just so many musicals in a lot of the movies, so I'm fine with them not being here. I didn't really miss them. I love the musicals from the original Mulan, but I'm fine that they didn't do that here, since again, they weren't even going for the same vibe as the original Mulan. There's a lot of differences here. The entire fucking movie and everything about it really is different. It shares in common some scenes that are done much worse in this one. Everything this movie does is significantly worse than the animated movie, of course. I mean, that's pretty obvious with what I've been saying. Now, without a doubt, the worst thing about this new Mulan movie is Mulan herself. She is a significantly worse character compared to her animated counterpart, and I don't mean because of the actress portraying her, I mean the character is rewritten here and much fucking worse. In this movie, she is just this divine, magical, ass-beating machine whose only decision she ever has to make is, do I want to beat some ass today? It's all about her just unleashing her inner chi and becoming this raid boss of a warrior who apparently can teleport, because in almost all of these battles, she'll have a moment where she's like, I kind of want to be over there. And then less than a second, she's over there. Like during one of their big fights, she notices that, oh, there's a mountain over there behind the enemy. What if I could be there? And then the next time you see her, which is literally like a 1 second, she's behind the rocks firing at the enemies out of nowhere. So, I mean, she's like fucking Nightcrawler from the X-Men too, I guess. It's a wild, because in the original Mulan, she is a character you can relate to. She works extremely hard to achieve what she does. She works extremely hard to become that warrior. In this movie, she just is. She literally is born perfect and the ultimate being from the get-go. So she doesn't have to train that hard. The only thing she has to overcome is her own reluctance to just unleash her power. And that's not nearly as good as the original Mulan. It's just significantly less emotional, obviously, and just a lot more boring. Because who wants to already see, the One Punch Man Mulan, as opposed to somebody who's working for it? And I love fucking One Punch Man, by the way. I'm not saying that as like a point against One Punch Man. I just mean for a 2-hour movie, you just get to watch her be super powerful sometimes when she feels like it. It's not nearly as good as watching and getting invested in a character that's working towards that goal. Overall, I mean, obviously this movie's never had a chance of living up to the original Mulan. These live-action remakes never do. I genuinely think they are all just doomed to fail from like a creative and artistic standpoint when you compare them to the original, because you have to. It is a retelling of a movie. You have to compare it to the original, obviously, and you can't stand up to an animated movie in live action. It just doesn't work. It hasn't worked, and I don't imagine it will work for Disney anytime in the future. Plugging this into the Moist meter, I'm giving the new Mulan a 35%. There really isn't a whole lot to like about this movie. Even if you just take it for the action, even the action's fine, like it's kind of fun, but it's not great and there's not a ton of it. There is a lot of beautiful moments in the movie, but there's just nothing here. This movie is completely devoid of substance. I just don't think there's any emotion left in it. There's obviously no charm left in it. They take out so much and you're left with so little. So I think this Mulan movie is one of the worst Disney live-action remakes so far, and it's just kind of sad. But the original Mulan's still great, by the way.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. It's time for the scariest legend ever to be discussed on this episode. Slender Man.
Yeah, you remember that thing from 7 years ago that used to be popular where there was hundreds of games getting pumped out of assholes daily on Steam? Yeah, you remember how that died out like 4 years ago? Well, it's back, and it's as bad as ever. The Slender Man movie is fucking horrendous. It's just not good. I don't know why they decided to release a Slender Man movie in 2018, and it hasn't been popular since 2011. If they had done this in 2011, even 2012, they could have got away with, it would have been a huge success. It still wouldn't have been a good movie, but it would have been a lot bigger, because I saw this opening day, obviously, and there was almost no one there. Unsurprisingly, because who gives a fuck about Slender Man anymore? Not even kids care about Slender Man, I doubt. You don't see any of those clickbait douche tubers making those clickbait videos titled, Don't FaceTime Slender Man at 3 a.m. I've never seen one of those, so they're not even clickbaiting Slender Man anymore, and yet they're going to release a big movie like this, and it's bad. Let's just go ahead and talk about it. So, it's just bad. Yeah, I mean, that basically says everything you need to say. A little fun piece of trivia, though. Joey King, who was the lead actress in Wish Upon, which was a horror movie that I put on the Moist Meter a couple years back, which has the second lowest score in the history of the Moist Meter, is in this movie as well. She's in this movie too. And this movie is gearing up to be just in that bottom shithole pool of Moist Meter scores as well, because it's not good either. And I'm not saying she's the reason these movies are bad. I don't think she's a bad actress. I think she's an alright actress. But man, she picks some fucking stinky shit shows of horror movies to star in. But anyway, I mean, it's as simple as it gets. You know, it's 4 girls. They were literally watching porn 1 second, and then they're like, let's summon Slender Man, because that's apparently like a fun pastime in that universe. So what they do is they type in Slender Man, go on the Slender Man wiki, and they find a link to a summon him YouTube video for Slender Man. So they watch the YouTube video on how to summon Slender Man, and lo and behold, Slender Man shows. You know, just like the Bloody Mary thing, you put a penny on your sink, you spin around 3 times, say Bloody Mary, and next thing you know, you got 5 fingers in your asshole. Happens in this movie. So you get Slender Man there, and he's systematically breaking the minds of the 4 girls and killing them, abducting them, and that's really about it. There's nothing of value here. There's nothing of substance. I don't know how often people sit around and watch porn together, but that was pretty jarring, I guess, as like a, you know, this is what people do these days kind of thing. Maybe I'm just getting old, but I don't watch porn with my friends, nor have I ever really gathered the group around to watch some porn together. But, you know, that's kind of a crucial plot point here, because it led to the Slender Man entering the world. It's just fucking bad. It's better than Wish Upon, though, because it at least tries to do some horror things with jump scares. The jump scares don't work at all. Nothing about this movie works. Slender Man's not scary. Everything he does isn't scary. It's just not good. It's fucking poopy. It's shitty stink shit. I mean, I just don't know how to get that point across anymore. Like, I don't know what else to say about it. They use the most generic stock horror sound effects. They use the most generic shots. The shittiest plot that, you know, let's just plug this shit into the Moist Meter. Slender Man gets a 15%. You'll notice that's higher than Wish Upon, because like I said, it at least tried to do horror shit, whereas Wish Upon just kind of, yeah, I guess it just kind of existed. I really have nothing to say about that. This is better than Wish Upon. That's the best compliment I can give Slender Man, and that should go on the back of its Blu-ray box. That's the best compliment this movie's gonna get. See ya. I absolutely love Keanu Reeves. I absolutely cannot believe how fucking awful Keanu Reeves' new movie is. It's called Replicas, and it's a stinker and a half. We already have a contender for the worst movie of 2019. This shit is some dog shit, but it's an enjoyable pile of dog shit. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Let's look at this bitch. I'm going to get into spoilers because I don't think there's a single human being out there that just fucking signed off the internet to avoid potential spoilers. No one's really going into this wanting to be like shocked out of their asshole with some crazy developments or anything like that. So I would need to talk about spoilers to express how goofy and fun this movie is. The story revolves around a mad scientist played by Keanu Reeves. He's experimenting with transferring consciousness from dead people to robotics, giving them a second life. Unfortunately, his family dies in a car accident, and then he brings them back by taking their consciousness and transferring it into some clones that he grows in his garage. That's the premise, and then he ends up getting hunted by his company and shit. And it's absolutely wild. They throw around some really pseudoscience-y shit in the beginning. For instance, they have really low budget props. So he basically puts on some type of out-of-the-box Toys R Us toy on his head. He swipes his hand across it, and then he's doing all of these wild calculations. He holds a Rubik's Cube in the digital verse, the cyberspace. And he's like, Ed, synthesize me. And Ed's like, photosynthesis confirmed. Engaging ultra mode. Ultra mode confirmed? Ultra mode confirmed, Ed. Like, that's the level of dialogue you get between the characters here. They do throw around actual science terms and biological terms and shit, such as neurons. They get that one right sometimes. But overall, the dialogue is just so fucking wacky. I can't express how great it is. It is probably the worst dialogue I've heard in a movie. Honestly, it's up there. The acting is abominable. Even Keanu doesn't do a good job with his character. Middleditch almost does a decent job with his character, but everyone is bad, especially the wife. The wife is like a right out of 2007 YouTube era skit. There is no effort at all from the wife. I'm not sure who plays the wife. I didn't even look it up. But it must be someone from Fiverr. There was nothing. It was not an inspired performance at all. You know, she gets brought back from the dead and her reaction is, I'm going upstairs. When she finds out that she was reanimated because it was supposed to be a secret, and then he tells her, her reaction is, I'm going upstairs. And I may be disappointed about this, but you'll never know because I'm not really giving any emotion to anything in this movie. It's fucking wild. Absolutely fucking wild. And for some reason, every single time she talks, she ends every word with a period. She sounds like a robot throughout the entire movie, even though she wasn't supposed to be. For instance, she'll be like, hello, William. Good morning, William. I shit this morning. It's just such a jarring performance. I don't know what the fuck she was going for there, channeling her inner android from the 1970s style movies. I truly don't understand it. And then also, for some reason, the CGI gets really shitty. I don't even know why they bothered with CGI. They have like this really awful CGI robot at the end of the movie that goes on like this action figure type tirade, like with movements. I'm saying like the character moves like a fucking action figure would, like really stiff and like frame by frame. It's almost as if it was a flip book that they somehow transposed onto the movie. The CGI is awful. I wish that was never even there. But I'm glad it was, because that shit made me giggle quite hard. Unfortunately, this movie had a good concept. I like from a conceptual level where his family is replicas. They don't know it, and it's about, you know, bringing his family back and playing God, toying with memories and shit. I like that from a conceptual standpoint. But it's executed so poorly, so laughably bad. It's amazing. The amount of plot holes you could poke into this bitch is crazy. There's also a lot of plot points that come out of nowhere, like when his company becomes evil. They were evil because they wanted to transfer the mind of an elite pilot into every drone, so they needed his research on transferring consciousness to synthetics to make that a reality. He even gives the example of, imagine a virus that has the mind of the hacker in it. Like, that's inefficient. It seems like you don't understand technology. The best pilot in the world would be worse than one of the worst drones in the world. That's kind of the idea of the technology. Technology can go way above humans. So why would you want to take it back by putting a pilot's mind in there? And then all of a sudden you got your drone thinking about porn and titties and shit while it's flying around. Or the virus. Why would you want the mind of an incel hacker embedded in your virus where it gets distracted with cryptocurrency investments or something and it just stops doing its job? I don't understand why that seemed like a good idea from a plot standpoint, but again, I'm glad it was there because it really is an enjoyably awful movie. And it is an awful movie, make no mistake. And I'm really sad that it is because, like I said, I love Keanu, and I do think from a conceptual standpoint this movie had a good idea. But man, nothing in this movie worked. Not a single goddamn thing. So let's plug this shit into the Moist meter. I'm giving Replicas a 10%. And it hurts me to say that because I am such a huge fan of Keanu. If you're watching Keanu, it is nothing personal. I fucking love you, man. I really do. But shit, like at some point in the development of this movie, someone had to be like, wow, guys, what the fuck are we doing? We're Frankenstein and this is our monster. Fuck it, get it out there anyway. Like, it's just bad. It's bad. Objectively not good. But yeah, it's probably worth seeing for like a so bad it's good type movie. That's it. See ya.
We analyze moisture content of a movie and put it on a scale. The more moist, the better. I just saw Birth of the Dragon. Don't mean to spoil it. There's no moisture here. It's fucking abysmal. Sucks the farts out of a dirty asshole. This movie spits on the legacy of Bruce Lee. Now, growing up,
all I watched was kung fu movies, really. The amount of VH tapes my parents imported for me so I could watch more kung fu movies is just fucking astounding. I once saw a Star Wars parody kung fu Chinese movie. No idea what it was, I'll never find it again. I don't even think the actors remember making that movie, but I saw that shit and I won't forget it. But anyway, Bruce Lee was like a superhero to me. Nay, more than that, he was like a mythical creature, like the fucking Tooth Fairy. I'd leave notes under my pillow asking if he'd teach me Wing Chun. Bruce Lee meant a lot to me. So this movie, which advertises itself as kind of a biopic of Bruce Lee and telling of the legend where he fights Wong Jack Man, it's misleading, to say the least. The only truth in this movie is Bruce Lee did actually fight Wong Jack Man in private. That is a fact. But this movie is not about that. It's not even about Bruce Lee. It's about this one made-up fucking character named Steve McKee. The most useless character in any movie I've ever seen in my entire life. Steve McKee is just a stalker in this movie. That's his role. He does that and whine constantly and does absolutely nothing else. But for some reason, he is the catalyst for this entire movie, and this entire movie runs through Steve McKee for no fucking reason. I don't know why you would make the movie centered around the legend of Bruce Lee and Wong Jack Man, and for some reason just take, some fucking irrelevant nobody that didn't even exist at the time. Oh, let's just go ahead and let's take the janitor who accidentally cleaned up a toenail clipping from Bruce Lee, and let's make him the star of this show. It's so fucking stupid to me. And Steve McKee is the worst character I've ever seen in a movie. The story is as follows. Bruce Lee, he teaches. Steve McKee is one of his pupils. Steve McKee also has a job. During the job, he meets a Chinese woman. She speaks English, which surprises Steve McKee, and immediately he falls in love once he hears she speaks English. She's in a bad situation. To get her out of that bad situation, he makes Wong Jack Man fight Bruce Lee, and somehow that frees her. I don't know how you could make Birth of the Dragon hype it up as all about Bruce Lee and celebrating Bruce Lee, but he's not even the main character. In fact, he is the villain in this movie. They portray Bruce Lee as an insufferable douchebag, just an absolute pile of shit. I don't get it. I don't understand. It's just an absolute disgrace. It's deplorable. Now, the best thing I can say about this movie is the casting choice for Bruce Lee and Wong Jack Man is fantastic. It's just a shame they were given such an absolute fart balloon of a script and cow rectum for fight choreography to work with. Because with those two playing those characters, this could have been amazing. Now, the next thing, the fighting is so underwhelming. Absolutely horrible. If you're a fan of kung fu movies, you'll hate the action. If you're a fan of movies, you'll hate the action. I just don't get how it could be so unentertaining. It's as if they took the best parts of kung fu movies and fighting in general and replace it with amateurish moves you'd expect 8-year-olds to be performing on the front lawn of their house in their neighborhood. It's so bad. Half of the audience in the theater I went to see this visual vasectomy of a movie were laughing during the action scenes. That's how shitty they were. And the dialogue was so corny, I couldn't help but laugh sometimes. The plot was just so incomprehensibly poorly edited and poorly explained and made no sense. The characters fucking sucked. Every single time there was a fight scene, for some reason they'd constantly just stop the action and just zoom in on each other's eyes. Nothing made sense. It fucking sucked. This movie is an abominable ass blast, trash stack, colon cleansing, dick punching, urethral swab of a movie to sit through. It's just absolutely insulting. Let's go ahead and put this on the moist meter here. I'm giving this a 5%. The only reason I even give it any percentage is because the casting was so fucking perfect for Wong Jack Man and Bruce Lee. But man, that just made it even more disappointing just how bad it was, because you could just imagine what it could have been if it wasn't what it is. So bad. It's horrendous. I can't even find enough words to express how bad this movie was. Holy shit. And what makes this diarrhea popsicle of a movie even worse is I go online to see if I'm the only one that hated it this much, and I find that 82% of Google users like this movie. You got me fucked up, Google users. Please defend this movie. I'd love to see anyone defend this movie. I mean, I guess if you've never seen a movie in your entire life, then yeah, I guess this might be something worth seeing. But for anyone who's seen a movie, please explain what there is to like about this. Defend Steve McKee. I swear to God, it's impossible. You could take a brand new human being, an infant, fresh out of the womb, a fresh toddler, And you can make them watch this movie, their first words will be, fuck Steve McKee. What's the point? What's the point of that character? They will go on a rant about the uselessness of that character. I feel human beings are hardwired in their DNA to not like Steve McKee's character. It is absolutely atrocious. Just a horrible character. An awful character. This movie fucking sucks. See ya. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Biomutant. Before getting into it, yes, I know this game was made by a small team. I don't know how small the team is. Every time I looked at chat, the number would change. 20 people made this game, Charlie. No, actually 15 made this game. No, really, the team was actually composed of 6 people, and 2 of them are in high school. Like, it doesn't really matter. I understand it wasn't a huge studio that put this together, but the game is selling for $60, which means it's being sold at a AAA price, so I'm going to review it as a AAA game. Under no circumstances is it worth $60 at all. The state of this game is fucking rough. Think Cyberpunk, but with furries. It is very, very, very unfinished. Half of the shit in this game is missing sound effects. It's like I was playing in a sensory deprivation tank. You'd go into combat, you'd be throwing around attacks, and there's no impact to them. You wouldn't even know if attacks were registering or what the fuck was going on, because there's no sound effect, and there's absolutely no sense of impact or weight to anything. Meleeing an enemy in this game is like swinging your arms in the air. It doesn't ever feel like you're actually hitting anything at all. And let me just go ahead and say this. I think the team is extremely talented. I think the actual talent behind this team is there. It's just this is their first game together, and they've missed the mark. They were a little too ambitious, and they didn't execute properly on pretty much anything they aimed to do. There are a few good things about the game that I want to just get out there right now. I love the style. I think the art direction in the universe looks incredible. I love the world. I love the way it all looks, and it just fucking looks beautiful. Visually. I like the character design, and I like a lot of the things they have here for like the abilities, for the mutations and shit like that. They're cool, albeit totally useless. Like you'll have a flame dash attack that you will almost never get any damage out of, but it looks cool. So there are cool things there, even though they don't really do much to help you in combat, but they are nice, they're flashy. And that's really where all the compliments end. Narratively, this is a complete disaster. The writing is some of the worst I've seen. It's up there with Kingdom Hearts 3. Typically in a game like this, I'd expect the narrative and the lore to be pretty spectacular, especially one that was in development for this long. But it is nonsensical and downright embarrassing to listen to. Half of the shit in this game sounds like it was named by Discord employees. We're going to Baldydorf. We gotta get some skids. Oh, watch out for the whips and the bloops. Oh my goodness. You're being a real bonker donker. Like, oh, you gotta go see Gulp on Sinky Dink. That's a real thing. Like, those are actual things in this universe. And you'll fight a Tunkeldus. Like, it's really goofy shit. They call elevators uppy downies. That sounds like fucking Australian slang, like brekkie and all that shit. It's, aside from just like the childishly silly shit that sounds like it was named by Wumpus from Discord, the writing is just downright trash. The lore, the narrative, absolutely nonsensical, and every NPC you talk to says the exact same thing every single time. Every NPC somehow says the exact same lines, just changed a little bit. For example, you'll meet a guy named Choo Choo, and his thing is he likes trains. So he'll be like, oh, I remember you when you were a kidling. Life is a lot like train tracks, you know. Sometimes you'll go on the right track and it'll take you where you want to go. Do you know where you want to go? And you'll talk to the next guy who likes to surf. Oh, I love goo. I love to goo and ride the goo waves. And sometimes you have to get on that goo wave to take you to where you want to go. Every single piece of dialogue is copy and pasted. None of the characters have any depth or anything interesting about them. They just look nice. They all repeat the same shit. And above all else, the worst part of everything narratively is the narrator. He doesn't shut the fuck up. Every single thing in this game has the narrator come in to add nothing to it. You'll open a door. Oh, it seems you've entered a room. I wonder what this room was used for. Perhaps we should look around and find what this room was for. Ah, I see you found a rope. Perhaps you should climb that rope. Everything is the narrator. Ah, Charlie is getting a little rumbling in his tummy. Perhaps he's got to take a shit. We'll have to wait until after the moist meter to see if he does so. It is obnoxious. So much so that the game developers had to become aware of it at some point. Like the playtesters were like, this is too much. Because there's a feature in here to make the narrator stop talking as much. If you have to add a feature where your narrator shuts up, you've gone a little far. There's only 3 voice actors in this whole game, and 2 of them are for characters you almost never see, and when you do see them, they're actually copy and pasted lines. There's no difference between them. They don't even change from like railroad tracks to fucking waves in the ocean or anything. They actually just say the exact same lines ad nauseum. So those two only had like 5 lines total. The rest is the narrator, and everything else just makes Banjo-Kazooie sounds, and then the narrator translate. My bloopish is a little rusty, but I believe he's saying, "Thank you, and it's good to see you again. He remembers you had a good heart and were a good boy, and it looks like you haven't lost that spark." And he says that for every single NPC you meet says the same thing. "I remember you as a kidling. You had a good heart, and it seems like you still have a good heart, and you're a good boy. It's good to see that you haven't lost that spark, that light." And the narrator, of course, is the one saying all that and translating. It's awful. I really hate being this harsh, but it is a $60 game. If this game was at $30, I would feel a lot more comfortable recommending this to somebody or being a little less intense on it, but this is going for $60. So I believe at a premium price like that, I really shouldn't be pulling punches and giving you my honest opinion and impressions of the game. The world is completely barren. The most empty open world I've ever seen. Somehow this makes Ubisoft fucking open world games look alive and well and flourishing. This game has nothing. Going from point A to point B is just pure tedium. Sometimes you'll encounter a few enemies along the way, and by the way, every enemy has the same attack. There's only 2 different attack patterns that normal enemies have, and that's it. Everything else is just the exact same. You'll fight a Flumpus, and it'll have the same attack patterns as a Tunkeldus. They don't change. The appearance of the monster changes a little bit, not even much, but a little bit, but their attacks are exactly the same. It's crazy. There's not even any variance to the attacks. And the boss battles all play out almost exactly the same. So, again, I'm getting sidetracked. But the world is empty. Sometimes you'll have those little fights. Sometimes you'll see NPCs in the world. And if you talk to the NPC, if you make the mistake of talking to one, all they do is say, "Oh, I remember you as a kidling. You were a good boy. You seem to still be a good boy." And then your only option is just say goodbye. So you just go up to someone just to say goodbye. There is no life to the world. It's beautiful to be in, but it sucks ass to traverse, and there is nothing to do in it aside from doing the quests. And some of the side quests genuinely just don't even work. Some of the side quests just straight up don't function. And the main quests are mainly fetch quests. Almost every single main quest is go here, collect 5 of these 5 of these gups, 3 of these pyro sticks, and bring them back, and I'll make your submarine shoot infinite ammo. Go over here, collect 5 of these squeebs, and I'll make your mech shoot infinite ammo. That's mainly all of the quest lines, and then you go fight a boss. It's horrible. The quests aren't fun. Nothing makes sense, so it's not like the narrative is being pushed forward or you're learning anything new, because all of the NPCs have memory loss, it seems, so they'll just keep telling you the same shit over and over and over again. It's like every single NPC in this game is just a clone of each other with a different skin suit on. In a single instance of talking to an NPC, he will repeat your objective 20 times. Not even in different ways. He'll be like, "Okay, you need to go here because of a world eater. In fact, I think you actually need to go here because of a world eater. Alright, now that we've finished all of this up and you have a good heart and you're very light on the light side, which is, it's very good to be shining so bright as the sun, I think you should go over here to fight the world eater." All in like one dialogue instance. It's wild. It's like at no point did they ever even try with the writing. It's the genuine bare minimum. It's so dumb. Fuck, narratively it's dumb. But let's get to like the actual combat and the RPG elements. There is like level ups that'll give you stats. You can put plus 10 to strength when you level up, and you can get some mutations. And like I said, some of them are very cool and flashy. But at no point does it ever feel like it changes anything. I put all of my stats into strength, and my melee did less damage than my guns, which had absolutely no benefits to them. I didn't put anything into guns or making those more powerful. Everything went into my strength for melee attacks and critting, and that was my weakest part, by far. It feels like stats don't do anything except for health, which just gives you more health. Everything else seems so underwhelming, as if nothing changed. From the time you start up the game to the time you end it, you don't feel like you ever got stronger. You just got more useless shit that you can use, such as spitting acid on the ground that nobody ever stands in long enough to get poisoned. At the very least, though, the combat is flashy. You can slide around shooting and switching weapons and doing some combos, and there are some flashy things to be done there, but it doesn't feel good because the combat doesn't feel good. Everything's so floaty and, again, lacks impact. It's like every single attack you do just goes straight through them like you're fighting ghosts. It's not like there's even physical beings in the game. It's all like a spiritual journey. It's wildly unfinished in the worst possible ways. It took me 8 hours, just over 8 hours, to complete the game start to finish, doing only mainline quests and a couple of side quests early. So it's not like there's a lot of meat to go through if you're just doing main quests. And the side quests I did accomplish sucked. It was you pass through a small village and you kill 5 people, bang, you're done. And that's another thing. The world scale, like the world is big. Like there's a lot to this world in terms of size. But when you actually go through it, it's mainly just grass. If you do encounter a village, it's 4 houses. 4 small houses makes up a village. And a village in particular that keeps pumping into my mind is Blumbidorf, however you say it. It's a village of 4 buildings and 4 people. That's it. So it's just, there's nothing to do except just doing the main quests or just trudging through these boring side quests. And most of it, of course, being fetch quests. It made me very disappointed. I didn't know much about this game going into it, but I left extremely disappointed because I know how many people were looking forward to it. They followed the development for years and were extremely excited. And to see that the state that it's in and the price tag that it has is just gotta be extremely sad for the people that have pre-ordered it and stuff. Because I do believe the team wanted to deliver something special. The passion is undoubtable. They seemed extremely excited about their world and their lore that they spend the first hour and a half doing nothing but telling you it. A literal exposition diarrhea dump. They just drop the entire world's lore on you, and they just seem to really love it. And that's great, but the pacing sucks. They just dump thousands of lines of lore on you in the very beginning of the game, and that really sets the tone for the rest of it. After an hour of the game, you've pretty much experienced everything. Every enemy fights the same. Every fight goes the same. All the main quests are the same. Fetch these things and then come back. It's just sad. It's really a lot of wasted potential, which I know a lot of people are talking about, but it's true. It's in a bad state right now, and the final product is under no circumstances worth your $60. Plugging Biomutant to the Moist meter, I'm giving Biomutant a 30%. Unfortunate because the team, again, I do believe wanted to do something special, but they've missed the mark here. I do believe the team is going to deliver great games in the future. They're clearly a very talented group. This one just wasn't on the mark at all. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
Godzilla King of Monsters is more like Godzilla King of Raves. There's more flashing lights in this movie than any club or any fucking music festival I've ever been to. It's fucking nuts. Every scene has like 1,000 different jump cuts, as well as just incredibly blinding flashing lights. I got a quick fart. That was the sound of my disappointment with this movie. Now, that's my biggest complaint, is sometimes it is actually painful to watch what's happening on the screen. Anytime King Ghidorah has an action scene, you're better off just closing your fucking eyes. It would be less disorienting to stick my face in an active police siren than suffer through some of the scenes here. The lightning is actually blinding. I don't know, maybe it was the movie theater I went to, something was wrong with the screen of just making it intense, and it wasn't just me. Tiana was recoiling in her chair. She was like fucking audibly groaning anytime that happened, and she was turning her head away. The people next to me were covering their eyes during some of the scenes because it was that bad. It is actually painful to watch some of the scenes in this movie, and I've never experienced that before. The scenes aren't bad. Visually, the movie's pretty fucking good. There's a lot of really good visuals, and when the fight scenes didn't have King Ghidorah, or King Ghidorah wasn't using lightning, and spoiler alert, anytime King Ghidorah's there, lightning is banging all over the place, like fucking Thor's coming in. But when that wasn't happening, it looked beautiful. The monster design I thought was superb. There's these beautiful destroyed cities, landscapes, this ancient city they find, all of it looked lovely. I enjoyed the visuals when there wasn't a lot going on. When stuff would go on, it was just an incredible amount of cuts that were enough to disorient you already, coupled with flashing lights that I cannot believe didn't make you sign a waiver before seeing this movie that you're about to maybe have an epileptic episode. It's nuts. I've never seen flashing to this degree anywhere, even in fucking clubs. It's crazy, and that's my biggest complaint. As well as that, I have another huge complaint. Every character that's not a monster is bad. The writing for all the characters is bad. The dialogue is insufferable at times, cheesy fun at other times, but there's no good characters. There's no good moments with any human characters. There's a lot of plot holes and a lot of things that just don't make any sense. You just have to say, you know what, fuck it. It's there because it's, you know, it's gotta be. It's just not a very good movie. When there is a monster fight and you can deduce what's happening without vomiting, it's a pleasure, a joy to watch. I absolutely love it sometimes, and then hate it the majority of the other times because it does get actually hard to look at.
The story really isn't something that should be a huge complaint because it's not the focal point of Godzilla, at least it shouldn't be. But here the story's the main juice, the main meat of the movie, and it's so bad that it is a big complaint. Because honestly, just give me something to set up a bunch of monsters fighting and then show me the monsters fighting. That's all you needed to do. But they bog it down with these dumb plot lines and narrative choices, and the characters' choices don't make any sense, and none of the characters just work. It's just, they just shouldn't have bothered with the story. Honestly, it should have just been like a Apex Legends. There's no story. Here's just what you want. Just good gameplay. In this case, good monster fighting that doesn't make you vomit or shit your pants because it's so disorienting. Plugging this shit into the moist meter, I'm giving Godzilla King of the Monsters a 30%. Nothing in it really works except for the visuals sometimes. And there is a couple of the cheesy moments that I couldn't help but enjoy, because that's kind of what Godzilla was about. Cheesy moments, fun kaiju action, and it does have that occasionally, but it's very sparsely sprinkled into this movie. It's kind of just a shitty narrative, shitty characters wrapped around something that makes you close your eyes half the time because it hurts. And that's why it's just not a good movie. That's it. So yeah.
Moist meter, it's what you're watching. Transformers The Last Night, what you shouldn't watch. So let's just dive right in. The last 3 Transform-y movies have been absolutely abysmal. Revenge of the Fallen, Dark of the Moon, Age of Extinction, all just rectal flap casserole of movies. Genuinely boring, genuinely uninteresting, no fun to be had, make no sense, not enjoyable to watch. How is The Last Night? Pretty much the same as those. I will concede that Anthony Hopkins fucking kills it. I really liked his role, and I also liked his sidekick Cogman. I thought those were the only 2 redeeming features of this movie, but I'm also just a big Anthony Hopkins fan. But despite his good performance, he didn't really carry the movie or anything. Now, I don't go in here expecting a great storyline or any type of character development. It's a Michael Bay movie. You go in there and you expect shit to blow up and some robots to smash heads and put dicks together and make a bigger robot. You expect some transforming. And that's kind of what you get here, except it's very boring for the most part, just like the last 4 movies. Now, like I said, I don't come in here sporting a full tuxedo, sniffing my own farts with a notepad out, expecting some Academy Award-winning shit. But yet, I came in here with low expectations and was still extremely disappointed by this. I hold the Transformers series near and dear to my heart, loved all of it growing up, loved the first movie. I even loved Beast Wars, if anyone remembers that, which is kind of a Transformers spinoff. I actually like that a lot. But these movies are just not good at what they're aiming to do, give you some mindless fun. It's just not fun, it's so boring. And it's always the same shit with these movies. This movie's big draw was, don't you want to know why they keep coming to Earth? Bitch, the last 3 movies explain that to me. What's it gonna be this time, huh? Is it because of our advanced envelope adhesives you can't find it anywhere else in the universe? It's just so stupid. And then here, it was some big catastrophic event that's never been done before with Cybertron coming to Earth, whereas another movie had the exact same plotline with bringing Cybertron to Earth. It's fucking dumb. Suspend your disbelief all you want, but if you've seen the previous Transformers movie, you're gonna get to this movie and be like, oh shit, been there, done that. This is just one giant fuck bucket of a movie. There's no fun to be had here. No cool action scenes that make this worth seeing. Nothing. It's just so boring. And somehow, every time there's a little scuffle, neither the Autobots nor Decepticons can fucking hit anything. Every single shot misses and just hits behind them or in front of them or next to them to the sides. It's like watching a blind man try and come shot a moving target. Optimus Prime goes evil for about 5 minutes before he decides to stop being evil. Megatron's on screen for about 10 minutes before he just gets fucking obliterated. He's just a laughably bad villain. He's like the box ghost from Danny Phantom of the Transformers universe. He just serves to just get fucking beat every single time and do nothing. The final battle with the main antagonist is extremely underwhelming and unsatisfying. The entire fight is over in about 1 minute with one single torpedo blast. It's like a fucking Nerf dart just hit her and she explodes. This is everything about this movie was underwhelming and not good. Soundtrack, mediocre at best. It's not great. It's not horrible. Sound effects, horrible. It just sounds like someone listening to dubstep and smacking 2 wrenches together every time there's a fight. I've already talked about how awful the storyline is, and I was only just getting started, but there's no reason to make this a 15-minute moist meter just criticizing how bad the story was. Action, lackluster, never cool, never satisfying. Hard to make out what's going on in a lot of the action scenes, except you know for a fact every single fucking shot misses, because it lands behind them and they do like a Power Rangers gymnastics move trying to sell it with little sparks flying out. Let's just go ahead and plug this into the moist meter now. I'm giving this a 25%. The only reason it's that high is because Anthony Hopkins and Cogman were cool characters and I enjoyed them on the screen.
Also, Mark Wahlberg's character I think is a cool character. And that's about it. Those are the only two redeeming qualities about this movie that I saw. Everything else about this movie is a bottle of butthole. It's really not worth seeing. Even if you're a huge fan of Transformers, I don't think you'll enjoy it. I don't really know who the movie is aimed at either, because it's not exactly suitable for little kids, because a lot of parents are very uneasy when it comes to bad language, and there's a lot of shits, bitches, and asses thrown around in here. And there's a lot of other, like, mature elements to it, I guess, but it's also very childish. There's dinosaurs, and then there's some knights that transform into a fucking dragon. So I truly don't think they know what target demographic they're going for. But regardless, it's a jumbled fucking mess of a movie that's not very fun to watch and just kind of a waste of time. That's it. See ya. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're checking out Space Jam: A New Legacy. I haven't seen the original Space Jam since probably the 90s. It's been a long time for me, but I loved the movie when I was younger. I can't imagine I'd go back and watch it now and enjoy it as much today as I did back then. I think that movie was really a product of its time. It took all of the 90s and fucking flavor blasted it into this goldfish of a movie, which ended up just happening to work with Space Jam. Like, it was a fun movie for its time, but I don't want to go back and take the risk that it actually sucks ass by today's standards, because I have a sneaking suspicion that it's probably not that great anymore, and I just don't want to risk it. I want to keep those cherished childhood memories intact and not ruin it. But I will say, Space Jam: A New Legacy fucking sucks. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say about it. This is going to be like a Moist Meter speedrun. This is the laziest movie I think I've ever seen. There is no effort put into the creation of this film at all. The movie is entirely references, and I'm sure you've heard that on Twitter by now, and maybe even seen some of the clips, where it is just reference at every single step of this movie. It's completely devoid of all substance and creativity. It really just feels like they wanted to make a couple bucks off the beloved Space Jam property, but it doesn't have any of the magic of Space Jam. It's like they actually took the basketball from Space Jam and just sucked all of the talent and creativity out of the fucking studio here and then produced this hemorrhoid. I understand this is a movie made for kids, but that doesn't mean that it has to blow asshole. You know what else was a movie made for kids? Paddington 2, and that shit fucking slapped. You know who's not in this movie? Paddington. Huge mistake. Paddington should have been on the Looney Tunes team for some reason. Just any reason to put Paddington out there. I would love to see it. What I'm saying is, just because a movie's made for kids doesn't mean that it has to fucking suck. It's also an insultingly long, miserable experience. It's like a 2-hour movie for no reason. Like, within the first hour, you get to the basketball game, which I would have expected to last maybe like 30 minutes or something, but it lasts another fucking hour. So you have an hour of just this boring build-up of... build-up's the wrong word, because there is no fucking build-up, it's just references. Like, in one scene, you're watching an Austin Powers clip that has a Looney Tune in it, and then the next scene, you're watching a black and white television show that has a Looney Tune in it, and you just keep going back and forth, rapid fire, never letting you breathe. But when you get to the basketball game, then you're fucking strapped in, locked and loaded for an hour of boring nonsense. Like, I can't even remember half of the shit that happened there. I sat there and watched the whole thing with a frown on my face, and I cannot even tell you half of the shit that goes on. There's like 10 different times LeBron's like, fundamentals, but maybe we should get goofy because it's not working with fundamentals. And there's like, the fundamentals are going to work again. But what if we got goofy? Or maybe the movie was skipping back and forth and replaying the same part multiple times. I couldn't tell you. I honestly don't know. After a certain point in that basketball game, I just felt like I was being hypnotized. It's not good. I can't even imagine for kids they'd find a whole lot of things to like about it, because half the references aren't even going to make sense to them. What fucking child has seen Austin Powers, right? It's just kind of a dog-ass movie all around, no matter what your age. And I don't think LeBron made the movie weaker or anything like that. I thought LeBron did fine. He is on screen 99% of the time here, and I found that to be okay. It's not like he was insufferable to watch. He's not like a super shitty actor. He's not good by any means, but it's like charmingly mediocre. Like, you can tell that he wants to do well. Like, when he's doing the voice acting for his cartoon counterpart, you can hear him kind of changing his voice a little bit, doing screams, so you can see that there's effort there on his part, but he's just not talented at acting enough to make it good. And I don't know, there's something about that dichotomy of like this effort and lack of talent, and it kind of worked for me. I don't know. It just made it really believable. It's like, yeah, that is actually fucking LeBron doing this. You know, I thought that was fine. Like, I didn't have any problems with LeBron as the main character and like the only character that's on screen every single scene in the movie. I think the movie could have been better, at least if they had just focused on doing more than just making as many references as they could possibly fist into this movie. Like, the idea of having LeBron's son being kidnapped by a video game AI that forces him to play a crazy game of basketball is at least a fun idea. But the fun is taken out of it when there's like no effort put into making it actually fun to watch. It's also way too long. It is way, way too long. Plugging this into the Moist meter, I'm giving Space Jam: A New Legacy a 25%. I don't know who would go into this movie and feel satisfied. I mean, being able to point out some references, being like, oh, I get that, I guess could be fun for some people, but when you're saying that 90 times over the course of 25 minutes, I think it's going to lose its luster and stop being that fun. So that's about it. So yeah.
The Lord has blessed us with only two true gifts for humanity: Minecraft and anime. Now when it comes to anime, there's one that many celebrate, and it's called Death Note. And a couple days ago, Netflix released their own version of Death Note. And it's nothing like the anime at all. It doesn't even try to be. So let's just get this out of the way now. I'm not going to compare this to the anime. If you haven't seen the anime, you should. And if you have, then just know this has almost nothing to do with it at all. The only similarities they have are the book exists and so does Ryuk. That's about it. I'm going to review it as its own standalone thing. And even on its own standalone thing, this shit's not that great. The story is the ass cheeks and everything else is the whole. The main character, Light's a very generic character, bullied high school kid, and he wants revenge and he has a strong sense of justice. He falls in love with a cheerleader who smiled at him one time, and she falls in love with him because she asked about one of the students getting decapitated, to which Light then shows her that he can kill people with this book, so he kills somebody in front of her, and then that of course sparks a flame in this relationship. As it would for most relationships. I mean, these days, how else are you going to get a relationship? You can't always just buy a RuneScape girlfriend because they're pretty high in demand as well. So sometimes you have to take it to the next logical step, which is kill somebody for a girl. The movie tries to be kind of shockingly gory or whatever, but it doesn't really come across that well. The gore is pretty nonsensical. It makes it seem like every human being in this movie is just a fucking pile of meat on top of itself waiting to just fall over, because every time someone's even slapped, their head comes flying off. It reminds me of the old over-the-top gory action movies with a low budget from like the 80s and 90s, like Riki-Oh, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I can at least respect them trying to do something kind of different than what people would expect from Death Note, and that I can respect. It didn't really come over very well, but I at least respect where their head was at for it. What I can't respect, and what I have even less respect for than an open bag of potato chips in a dumpster, is the characters in this movie. They were just fucking bad. The only one that I even kind of liked was Ryuk, and I think that's just because Willem Dafoe was cool in the character, and they at least made Ryuk kind of this mysterious, sinister guy. Light's uninteresting and a really hard character to root for or like at all. It's just, he acts like a 12-year-old on PlayerUnknown's Battleground. Oh, but this is bad, I give up. No, I shouldn't give up yet. My pee-pee is very small, but my pee-pee might get bigger. Oh, but this is good, but it's bad. It's just back and forth, flip-flops, whiny. Not a very smart character with the notebook until the very end of the movie. He doesn't do anything really intelligent until the very end. Mia's just stupid. She's just a dumb character in here. Out of the main characters, I'd say L is at least not the worst. So, I mean, he's the best out of the three, which isn't a big compliment to make. But he at least tries and kind of does some interesting stuff almost. But yeah, the characters fucking blow. And the pacing of this movie is horrible. It's like they tried to fit so much into this short movie that they ended up putting nothing into it, and it's nothing but filler. In one scene, Light finds the notebook, and the next scene, he's already executed the Canadian rowing team. It's just a lot of shit that's left out. Somehow L tracks him down to Seattle by tipping him off on some Japanese drama or some shit. I've got Akira right where I want him. I told him my mother was having an affair, and now my mother has been executed by Kira. That tells me he's in Seattle. I knew it from the get-go.
It's leaving out so much detail, and it's hard to follow why things are happening and how we're getting from place to place here. Let's just go ahead and slap this into the Moist Meter content analyzer. I'm giving this a 25%. It's pretty bad. It's definitely not good. But I can say with confidence, if you haven't seen the anime or read the manga, then you will be a lot more forgiving of the problems most people are having with this movie right now. And if you have seen the anime or read the manga, then this is nothing like it. This is unrecognizable from the source material. This is to Death Note what Terminator is to the Titanic. It's just not even close. But imagining this movie as its own standalone thing with nothing to do with any previously existing material, it's not very good. Yeah, it's still just bad. It's kind of one of those so bad it can be enjoyable movies, and for that, it might be worth watching if you're a fan of bad movies like I am. But yeah, it's not great. That's it. So yeah. The new Venom movie is PG-13. Let me make that clear because it seems everyone in the fucking world expected this movie to be R and were under the impression that this was the same R-rated movie Tom Hardy signed up for initially. It is not. This movie is a highly edited Venom movie that is a PG-13 rating and a very casual PG-13 at that. This movie is also a big pile of dog shit. It is really bad. And my expectations for this were super low, and brought even lower when 2 days ago Tom Hardy was interviewed and asked his favorite scene, and he said his favorite scenes are the 40 minutes that didn't even make it into the final cut. So that's really nice to hear that the lead actor's favorite scenes aren't even in the movie. So it doesn't seem like he even stands behind the project. So then my expectations were even lower after hearing that. And then I saw the movie, and I was still disappointed. I don't know how you could fuck up this movie as badly as they did. There was so much potential in this one. I really like the cast. I think everyone fit well in the universe, and I really like Venom. I thought Venom was super fucking nice to look at, and he was a cool character, and I enjoyed his little quips every now and then, but the movie as a whole is just an absolute fucking mess. Also, I don't know what kind of accent Tom Hardy was going for with his performance, because he just sounds like a kid half the time. In one of the scenes, he says that he has a problem, but instead of saying he has a problem, he says, I have a problem. And that's, that's adorable and shit, and you go, oh, that's so cute, but then you realize, that's a fucking man right there. That's Tom Hardy. That's a fucking man's man. Why is he sounding like some Girl Scout that's 6 years old trying to sell cookies? It's a dumb accent, but I thought he did a good job with the character of Eddie Brock. But, I mean, it's just a bad fucking movie. This movie is an absolute mess in terms of plot. Nothing really seems to flow. It feels like they cut 40 minutes out of this movie. It honestly feels like half the scenes just end abruptly. A lot of times there'll be a mid-fight, cut away from the action, and then we're on to the next scene where the fight's already over. I don't mean to make it sound like there's a lot of fighting or action in the first place, because there's not. The entire first half of this movie is boring and uninteresting and doesn't even set the stage in a great way. But this whole movie just feels like it's missing everything that could have made it good. It's like a book report that was written by a student that only read the cliff notes and then went back and edited and took shit out because they went over the word count, so they were going to get points deducted for going over. The point I'm making is, it seems like everything they took out was the important shit. Let me give you an example. Like, the plot just isn't cohesive at all, and I'm going to give you an example, and it's a little bit of a spoiler, but not too big of a spoiler. Venom is, he's on top of a building with Eddie, and he says, this planet's kind of cool, but it's going to end, and that's alright. Sorry, your planet's going to end. In the next scene, Eddie betrays Venom, gets Venom taken out of him. After that, Eddie gets captured. And then after Eddie gets captured, Venom finds him in the disguise of a female Venom and makes out with Eddie to give himself to him. And then Venom says, Eddie, you've changed my mind, I'm saving this planet. How the fuck did Eddie change Venom's mind? 15 minutes ago, Venom was totally fine with letting the planet die, and then nothing happened except Eddie betraying him. It doesn't make sense. It seems like it missed everything. There's no character building. The entire time Eddie and Venom are together, they're not really doing anything. They have a couple of quips and shit, and that's about it, and then they kill a couple of people, but there's nothing that would have made an impact on Venom because it was taken out of the movie. So out of nowhere, Venom just decides he wants to save the planet, he's going to fight for the humans, and he wants to be a superhero. Well, how the fuck did he come to that conclusion? We'll never know because it's not in the movie. I can understand how Tom Hardy's favorite shit is not in this movie because there's fucking nothing in this movie. It's just left with these soulless, uninteresting plot points and some kind of cool action occasionally. Like, there's a lot of potential here. Venom could have been a great player in the superhero universe, but this movie is a complete failure in that regard. And the final fight in this movie is nauseating and confusing. It just looks like two handfuls of cum that are being shaken around in a cup. You can't make heads or tails of who's doing what or what the fuck is happening on screen. It's a mess. It's a gooey, ooey mess at the end of this movie. and then it just kind of ends. That's the entire, it just ends abruptly. Just like every other fucking scene in this entire fucking movie. It's such a disappointment because I really do think there was a lot of potential, and I would love to see the original cut of this movie because I have a hunch that it's really good. I really feel like the original vision here and the original cut would have been spectacular, but what we're left with is a choppily edited and really watered down piece of shit that makes no sense. The only positives I can give this movie are I thought Venom was pretty cool, and like the way they used his powers in some situations was kind of cool. But it's just not good. It's really not good. It's not the worst superhero movie ever made, but it's a really bad one. It's a fucking stinker. Let's plug this shit into the moist meter. I'm giving Venom a 25%. It's such a fucking shame because there's so much potential there. And I just can't help but wonder what the fuck they're going to do with all the original footage that they still have, that Tom Hardy holds near and dear to his boner, and that fans really want to see. I'm very curious what they're going to do with that. But for now, this is just not a good movie. Not at all. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Let's talk about The Nun, which is the newest entry into the Conjuring cinematic universe, spectacle, whatever the fuck bullshittery they're trying to pull there, kind of like Marvel. In theory, I like the idea of a horror franchise all having interconnecting plots leading to a bigger overall showdown like the Avengers stuff. However, since the Conjuring movies aren't that great, it's very underwhelming. It'd be like as if the Emoji movie spawned a cinematic universe type deal too. It's just pretty fucking shitty, and The Nun is no exception, except The Nun is by far the worst of the entire franchise. I mean, I don't even know where to start. It seems like every single horror movie recently has been filmed by the same guy who just keeps reusing the same shots and the same scares. The Nun uses every generic spook that you could possibly think of, and nothing new. It's like the director of The Nun was just copying the homework of every other horror movie director that is also as bad as he is, and didn't change any of the work really. He just put his own spin on it with the bad things being nuns. It's so underwhelming. This is less of a horror movie and more of like a zombie monster movie. It's really light on anything you can consider scary, and very heavy on here's some monsters and a really shit plot. There's a scene in here where there's a guy summoning a demon and it looks straight out of a video game, and the plot is he was summoning something evil, and then the knights came in and stopped the evil summoning using the holy hand grenade blood of Christ. Banished him back. Demon. It's stupid. It's like they're fighting the schoolyard bully. He doesn't know how to fight or do anything. All he can do is touch their face, like aggressively, like grab at their face and their neck, go for like strangling. But he's so fucking dumb, so he'll be like strangling them, and then stop strangling them to like fiddle his dick or something off to the side, so then they have a chance to do something. Also, the priest in this movie, who's supposed to be like this elite Vatican operative to banish demons like a motherfucker, like the Jason Bourne of demon banishing, he does nothing. He's just a perpetual damsel in distress who contributes nothing to the movie. It's just not a good movie. There's very few compliments I could give this movie. So I'm not even going to bother trying to fish for those because they're nitpicky compliments, like a couple things I liked in terms of this setting. But let's just go ahead and plug this shit into the moist meter. I'm giving The Nun 25%. It's, it's a shit-ass horror movie, as generic as they get. I actually thought some of the other entries into the Conjuring universe weren't that bad, especially the first Conjuring. I like the first Conjuring a lot, and Annabelle Creation I thought was strong too, but overall, it's just a really weak franchise, and this is by far the weakest one they've thrown into the melting pot of shitty horror here. That's it. See ya. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Anthem fucking sucks. Spoiler alert. I needed to get that out of the way right away. This is the biggest chore of a game I've ever experienced in my life. I would honestly rather be scrubbing public urinals with a toothbrush than going through the looting, shooting, grind fest of repetitive objectives that this game is. And it's not even really a game, it's borderline unplayable with its loading screens. Angry Joe posted this tweet that illustrates exactly what every mission is like. More loading screen, more time in loading screen than an actual game. That's unacceptable for a modern game. It's completely fucking broken. And a lot of people compare it to Warframe, but to that I say Warframe at least had fun gameplay to back up the repetitive nature of its missions and its grinding. And this doesn't have that component at all. The gameplay is extremely stiff, extremely bland. It's so incredibly mind-numbingly fucking brain dead to play that I couldn't do it. I stopped after 8 hours of playing Anthem, So I'm going to toss this over to Jackson, the masochist that he is. He managed to endure 12, 15 plus hours of this incredibly awful experience to really get under the meat and the scrotum of this game and figure out what the fuck happened and how BioWare could have made something so incredibly hostile to the human intellect to insult it to this level that Anthem does. It is a goddamn train wreck. Jackson, take it away.
So yeah, Anthem sucks. This is without a doubt one of the most unenjoyable AAA games I think I've ever played. Between this and Fallout 76, I think I'd take Fallout 76 because at least it was fun to make fun of that garbage with friends. I want to get the biggest rebuttal of criticism I've noticed online out of the way first. You hate EA, that's why you hate this game. You wanted it to be bad. I really didn't. This is the kind of game that should appeal to me. I love looter shooters, especially ones with so-called shared online experiences. I've put hundreds, possibly thousands of hours into Destiny, and while they're evidently not even close to being similar, it still fit that genre mold that I thought I would enjoy. And the other note of hating EA has to mean hating this game. It's just as stupid. One of my favorite, and also Charlie's favorite games at the moment, is Apex Legends, which is also published by EA. Difference being, of course, that it's well designed, fun, and also functional. So pretty much the direct opposite of Anthem. I'll get my main piece of criticism of the game out of the way first, and this is one Charlie briefly touched on. It's the loading screens. No one game has had this many loading screens. This game has a very clear fetish for loading screens. I'd wager you're going to spend about 2 to 3 minutes on each loading screen, and that wouldn't be a problem to me if it was just one loading screen each time you played, but it's not. Currently, it takes about 3 loading screens on average before you get to any actual gameplay. So there's a loading screen to their social hub, which is called Fort Tarsus. This is pretty much, well, not their social hub, their gameplay hub, which is where you go around and select missions and talk to vendors and stuff. So there's a loading screen to get into that. Then there's a loading screen when you hop into your Javelin to customize it for the mission. So that's to change your weapons, your armor inscriptions, change the color of your suit. Then there's a loading screen to hop out of that into the mission selection screen, which is where you can rally up with your friends and choose a mission or free roam or whatever you want to do. Then there's an absolutely massive loading screen into the actual game world, which is where you run around and shoot, the general game. And so once you get into the game world, if you're lucky as I was, you're going to spawn into a mission in progress, which means the game will give you about 20 seconds to fly to your teammates, which most of the time it's just not possible as they're on the other side of the map, before it teleports you to them. This is just fancy talk for yet another fucking loading screen. This makes the game roughly 1,000 times more frustrating to play because it gives me time to think on each loading screen about how much of a joke this game is and how I should be playing other far better games. Now that you've slept through the loading screens or done your taxes or whatever other time-consuming task you can find to do while you wait, you'd at least expect the gameplay to be worth the wait, right? Well, to a certain degree, the actual gameplay and gunplay isn't bad. There's a fair amount of variety in abilities and skills, and while most of them amount to nothing more than slight stat boosts to specific damage types, it's not a horrible system, not something that I can outright pinpoint as being bad. What is horrible is the goddamn mission design. Never have I experienced such an uninspired and lazy mission design in any of these types of games. Each mission, and I mean each and every mission, boils down to kill enemies, listen to cheesy one-liner from a character you feel nothing but contempt for, go to a new area to kill the same enemies in, listen to another snarky line, and then protect a beacon or something ad nauseum until the mission ends. It's always some mixed match of this formula. That's it. The enemies are all the same, they're all incredibly lazy and boring to fight. It's not fun. The combat itself works, but that doesn't make it fun. My other major gripe with the game is that the story is nothing special. Every character feels like they're putting on this weird stage performance with lots of overacting that really takes me out of the experience. None of the characters are remotely likable. The antagonist of the game shows up for about 5 minutes of screen time and does something, mustache-twirlingly evil in that time. So we know he's a bad, menacing guy that we must defeat or kill, whatever. But not much else is discovered there. There's a sufficient amount of world building and lore, I suppose, but I'm not really a fan of how they deliver that to you. All in all, it feels generally uninspired and dull, much like the rest of the game. There is a story here though, and I would wager it lasts about 8 hours, but probably more with how much they managed to lengthen the game in the middle with an absolutely ridiculous quest line that gates you off from finishing the story by forcing you to do a checklist of World of Warcraft-esque mission objectives. Things like repair 3 friends, open 15 loot chests, kill X amount of enemies in this specific way, etc. Very boring questline, obviously to lengthen the main story time to something more respectable. The endgame revolves around doing the same missions over and over again in this game's hardest missions, which are basically just longer normal missions with a boss at the end. The bosses don't have any interesting mechanics, they're just bullet sponges who sometimes run away and then you have to wait around killing ads before they show up again. I really don't know how this game took 5 years to make. Yes, games are hard to make, and I fully understand there is a lot of passionate and talented developers at BioWare, and I really don't like saying this, but I didn't see any passion or talent in this game. This game feels wholly like a game that was developed entirely within a boardroom. And even worse, it feels like those boardroom members actually took up the keyboard to code this shit, because I had so many bugs and disconnections, it was remarkable. This ranged from funny, goofy visual bugs where a teammate would spawn without a head, to frustrating tear out my hair bugs like I would miss an entire cutscene because of a crash, and I'd never be able to watch the cutscene again without YouTube kind of thing, to pure rage because after 5 minutes of loading screens, the third and final loading screen would hang up and get stuck at 95%, and I'd have to Alt F4 and restart the game and go through the previous 2 long-ass loading screens only for it to happen again. God damn it, this game is barely functionable. So yes, I don't know how this game took 5 years to make. This feels like a game that took 18 months at the most to make, especially with how little loot there is in this game. In a looter shooter, this is one of the worst offenses you could make. Each gun type has about 3 models, and even the highest tier of weapons use these models, just with skin and color differences. There are only about 3 suits for each javelin in the entire game. The javelins being the suits that you jump into to fight, you know, the big Iron Man looking things. And as far as I can tell, there's only 3 suits for each of them. One is given to you at the start of the game, so it's just the vanilla suit that you get. The second is a pre-order bonus, so you have to pay for that. You have to pre-order the game to unlock it. The third is bought with in-game currency, so the gold that gets given to you through missions or whatever. The amount of gold you need to unlock that is rather large, so it would take some time to unlock the third suit. So that's kind of cool, I guess. So yeah, 3 suits to make yourself visually different from everyone else. That's apparently the best they could come up with their 5-year development time. I honestly cannot think of a single good thing apart from maybe the soundtrack, and I would be fully prepared to score this game under a 15% on the Moist meter if it weren't for the sometimes nice visuals as well as the nice soundtrack. But again, they're nothing remarkable or great. They're just elevated above just being average because everything else in this game is genuinely trash. I could keep going on about all the flaws in this game, but I don't think there's enough hard drive space at YouTube HQ to host a video of that size, so I'll keep it short. The game is bad, it's unenjoyable to play. I wanted desperately to do anything else other than play the game while I was there. And that sucks because BioWare used to be one of my favorite developers. Alright, so putting this on the Moist meter, and this is the first time I get to do this, putting this on the Moist meter, we're giving this one a 20% with a strong recommendation not to buy this game until some serious work is put into it. But even then, I don't think they can really patch out the issues this game has. It just suffers from a clear lack of passion and, at times, talent. Anyway, that's it from me. Yeah, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. This has been Jackson and Charlie at MoistMeter HQ.
Morbius is absolutely miserable. I can completely confirm that everything you've heard about it is absolutely true, and it's even worse than you're probably thinking it is. It's not so bad that it's entertaining like I expected it to be. It is mind-numbingly boring. It was agonizing. I was in a constant struggle to stay awake for the movie. I cannot believe that they even bothered to release this. They should have just scrapped it and said it got stolen in a burglary or something. It should not have gone to theaters. When watching Morbius, I felt like I time traveled back to 2004 when almost every superhero movie was trash, like Elektra and all that. That's what this movie felt like. I feel like at some point along the way there was an idea for Morbius, and then they overdosed on Xanax and then produced this. It is, in all aspects, lackluster. Top to bottom. There is almost nothing redeeming about this movie. But Jared Leto made history. Not with like a great performance here or anything, but he now has one of the worst DC movies ever made with Suicide Squad 2016, and now one of the worst Marvel-based movies ever made with Morbius. This is crazy how hard this one missed the mark. So let's just go ahead and get started talking about the movie. Let's get after it. Let's get a little stinky in the cesspool. The story, it's trash. It's the most predictable superhero plot I think I've heard since the creation of the MCU. There is no attempt here to make a compelling narrative whatsoever. Everything you think is going to happen in this movie happens. If you watch the trailer to this movie, you probably already know everything that's going to happen in this movie with the characters. It's just a complete throwaway. There was no effort there whatsoever. It's like they had an AI write this plot after the AI sat down to watch 3 superhero films from the late 90s. It didn't try, didn't bother. So, not a whole lot to say there, just wasteful. I will say, though, that this movie feels like it was supposed to be completely different than what we got. It feels like all of the editing really betrayed it. Not that I think there's some Snyder cut version out there that's going to somehow save this absolute abominable septic tank explosion, but it definitely feels like it was changed drastically from the editing with a lot of shit removed, because it moves so quickly all the time when it comes to exposition. It gives you so much info in the fastest time possible with this absolutely ballistic speed run of vomit of information, and then things will just happen for no reason. Like, things will just happen with nothing that really got you there or made you care about it. There's not a single character in this movie that you will give a fuck about. The characters don't seem to give a shit about themselves either. Like, one of the main detectives, every time he's on screen, he's like, oh my god, more dead bodies. Oh my god, dead cops in my city? Not now. Why would he do that? And then at the very end of the movie, I'm gonna try and avoid spoilers, but this movie fucking sucks. I'll give you a spoiler warning if I get into it. This might be a minor spoiler. In the movie, there's a bunch of bats that fly out of the ground, and the cops are looking down, they're like, oh, bats. Except for one of the cops, like the main one. The bats are going up, and he just looks at him angry. He's like, He just stares him down, he's like, And that's it. Like, none of the characters have any variety of emotions to them. They're all just like fucking robots. Except for Jared Leto, admittedly, he kind of tries as Morbius. There's times where he, like, gives an attempt at acting. Like, he wasn't horrible in the role, it's just everything about it was bad in general, but it's not because his acting was super turbo shitty or anything. It's just they didn't try anywhere in this film. So yeah, again, I think a lot of what's going to be really confusing to people is because of the editing, where things are happening for no reason, or things are happening like off screen, it feels like, that you just have to accept. It's just bad. Everything about the story, as well as the way that it's edited, is terrible. Absolutely terrible. And let's get to the most offensive part about this movie, is the fighting. The fighting is so disorienting. Anytime there's a fight, it's obviously all CGI, but they do it in a way that obstructs your view entirely. So when Morbius is fighting someone, it's just like a bunch of like smoke and tendrils and like shit flying off of him, a bunch of like really dark particles that obstruct your view. So half the time you don't even know what he did. And when he's fighting the villain, who is horrible, the villain is absolutely nonsensically trash. When those two collide, it's like action figures being blasted together in pure pitch black. Like, you can hear things happening, but you can't see it, because both of them have just a bunch of like dark debris flying off of them, so you can't tell what is actually going on screen in a fight. It is disorienting and just genuinely confusing in all aspects. So you're praying that you don't have to see a fight because it just hurts your eyes. It's just bad. Like, it's bad CGI. It's bad everything. Literally everything is not good. I don't know why they even bothered to release the film. They should have just got rid of it. Like, just have some shame. Be like, you know what? This is a net loss, but at least we can save our reputations going further. It just wasn't worth it. I do think this movie was supposed to be R-rated, because in some of the scenes, like when Morbius slashes someone, or what I assume is a slash, because what he does is he like cranks his hand for a slap, and then fucking 1,000 pieces of debris and pixels fly off of him, and you're supposed to, connect the dots that he just slapped or slashed the guy. And then you'll hear a bunch of blood sound effects, like as if their throat just got slashed, but none of it's on screen. There's no like blood on screen or anything, so you're never really sure, but I'm assuming there was supposed to be blood and gore. And there are times where there is like some blood here and there, so you get like the general idea, but I have the feeling, based on the sound effects and the way that it's presented, it was supposed to be a lot more violent and show a lot more blood. But in an effort to keep it PG-13, they decided against it last minute, but they didn't change anything about the scenes, so it's all just a mess. Morbius is horrible. The movie's really, really bad. If I had to fish for one compliment, I would say at least it's not long. Like, at the very least, the movie's short and the theater is probably empty. My showing had like 8 people in there and I didn't even see them when I walked in, so they might have just decided not to go last minute, which is probably the right call to make. That's really like the only 2 things I can find to even say almost nice things about. And then there is one cop, like the cop's partner, who has a lot of speaking roles, and I didn't mind him. It looks like he put a lot of effort into his acting. I'm not sure what the actor's name is, or even what the character's name was in the movie. But there was a scene where he like brought holy water to the investigation, and he was charismatic. I liked him. But yeah, that's about it. Plugging Morbius into the Moist meter, I'm giving it a 15%. Even that feels a little high, because it's not entertainingly bad, it's really boring bad. Now I feel like I have to justify why I gave it a 15% and not lower, and I think it's because I like some of the ideas. I think Morbius could have been a cool movie conceptually, but this one was just executed so poorly. There's a couple of things in the film, and again, I'm not trying to get too deep into spoilers, that I think could have worked really well if it wasn't this movie that tried them. So I do like a couple of things that it wanted to do, it just didn't do them well. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. I wasn't even sure I was going to make a Moist meter on this, but I honestly can't stop thinking about Fast and Furious Crossroad. The fact that this game even exists is an affront to God. It's almost like it's an insult to gamers everywhere. Like, this was Vin Diesel dropping his pants and putting his ass on our face. The game is on another level of not good. I honestly don't know what happened, because Vin Diesel used to make bangers in the video game world with the Riddick games, which from my understanding he had a personal hand in keeping afloat, but here, they must have locked Vin Diesel in a fucking dog crate or something and only let him out to give him Scooby snacks and record his voice lines while he was half asleep. There is no passion in this game from anyone involved in it. This game is as bare bones as it possibly gets at its absolute best. At its worst, this game is a joke that they published for $60. There is 2 hours of gameplay in this game and about an hour's worth of cutscenes in total for $60. You would get more value out of $60 if you dropped it into a fucking volcano. If you took $60 and set it on the ground and waterboarded it with acid, that would be a better use of $60 than spending it on Fast and Furious Crossroad. Fucking spend $60 on non-nude OnlyFans on the impossible chance that you actually get a date out of it is a better use of your $60 and a healthier use than spending it on Fast and Furious Crossroad. Now, like I said, there's only 3 hours of campaign gameplay, but what I've neglected to tell you, the special sauce here, there's a multiplayer component as well. Unfortunately, I won't be able to cover the multiplayer component because there's only 8 fucking people on the PC that played this game when I had it. In total, there was 26, according to the charts that I found. 26 total people bought this on the PC. I was one of those stupid fucking goobers that bought this game. I knew it was going to be bad, but I thought it was going to be like an entertainingly bad game that just, it had a mission, it just wasn't able to execute on it or something. This, the only mission it had was to make you feel like a fucking idiot for buying it. I don't understand what happened here, but regardless, I couldn't play the multiplayer component, so I can't review it. I tried numerous times, and the most I ever found were 2 people who were also streaming the game at the same time I was, and we tried to coordinate a little get-together, but you need 9 fucking people in the lobby to start a multiplayer match. So the fact we got 3 wasn't good enough, we still needed to triple the turnout here. It's like the world's saddest Sweet 16 that we tried to organize. Nobody wanted to show up because the game is way too expensive for what you get. It's a piece of shit. It's terrible. Now let's go ahead and start with the campaign. The story chews asshole. It is absolutely terrible garbage. And what's even worse is it feels like there's cutscenes missing, because out of nowhere things will happen. There's no intro cutscene, by the way. If you start the campaign, it immediately throws you into Letty's car as you're chasing around the fucking Batmobile or something. And you have to, use 2 abilities to take it down, which just sucks. It looks terrible. This game looks like it's straight out of the PS2 era. They didn't even bother putting any effort into its visuals. So when you see Vin Diesel hop out of his American muscle car for the first time, it feels like you're watching some college student's first attempt at using Maya 3D. It's really awful looking. Everything looks terrible. And like I said, it feels like there's cutscenes missing because they try and tell you a story. I mean, they have a lot of cutscenes in here, but nothing connects. So you have a cutscene where 1 second they're in the command center, the headquarters, like, alright, we gotta do this, this, and this. And then the next scene, they're in the fucking desert and they're not doing any of what they just said. They're just all of a sudden in the desert chasing the bad guy whom they were just saying they can't find. It doesn't make any sense. It feels like the things that connect these events together are just not there. Whether on purpose or by pure incompetence, I truly couldn't tell you. But you will not be able to follow the story, and you'll be constantly asking, why the fuck are we here? How did we get here? Is God even real? Are aliens among us? Did they make this game? There's so many questions that you're going to be left with because this game doesn't have answers to anything. The only answer this game provides is to the question of how quickly can I regret buying something, and the answer is immediately when you play this game. From the second you start this shit up, you are going to regret it. I can almost guarantee you that. Purchasing this game should come with a handwritten apology from the developer. It is truly that bad. I don't think anyone that worked on this game can possibly say in confidence that they're proud of their work. This seems like it was some kind of cash grab off the Fast and Furious franchise, but I don't know what they were expecting because it's not like anyone wants Fast and Furious games. They just like to go to the movie with a semi-chub and watch some action. It's not like they want to go home and have some kind of lackluster experience in that same universe. Unless someone is just really in love with the whole theme of family that they keep shoving down your throat, I just don't see you getting any enjoyment out of this game here. Family, 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 fucking family this, fucking family that. Who's fucking that family? This family's fucking that family. Everything is somehow about family when it comes to Fast and Furious. Why is there 8 people here and only 1 movie ticket? Because we're only one family. You almost had me, you never had me. You never had your car. Granny shifted, not double family like you should. Ask not what your family can do for you, ask what you can do for your family. One small step for man, one giant leap for my family. Everything is about fucking family. For no reason. It's super silly, and it really seems to want to prey on people that are lonely by making them believe by driving fast cars they somehow become part of Vin Diesel's family. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. All I know for sure, and I can tell you for sure, is the game sucks, asshole. This is a butt-sucking fuckfest. It is not good. It is terrible. It is bad. Plugging this into the moist meter, I'm giving Fast and Furious Crossroads a nice 10%. Now, why 10%, you say? I know you're asking that, scratching your head, Charlie. That seems a little high for everything you've said. Well, let me explain. This game is so astonishingly terrible that it crosses that threshold, the event horizon of so bad you can laugh at it. I won't say so bad it's good, because I would never use good in the same sentence as this game, but it is so laughably bad that you will have a good time laughing at it if you accidentally buy this game. Like if a burglar breaks into your house and buys this game for you, just to get revenge on you for something, the only saving grace is that you can laugh at the game. That's about it. That is all this game has going for it, is that you can just make fun of it and have a decent time poking fun at it. Other than that, this game is an absolute abomination. That's it.